In a world full of OP protagonists who are strong, save everyone, but in the end become simps for waifus, we have this cursed purple-haired guy, who is the creator of Simp Girls. My man, the world turned into a game, the system appeared, however the awakened abilities were related to the life you led. And our Avenger here always survived by making money from rich and powerful women, thanks to his appearance. So what talent does this devil guy awaken? King of the soft rice, as long as the woman is stronger and more powerful than him, she'll want to help and love him. But it's not just women, it's females. And by the way, some of them are pretty strong for others' activities, if you catch my drift. Our protagonist's name is Lin Hao, an orphan kid without a father or mother. He might look like a high school student, but in reality, no one knows the kid's age. He does live streams on TikTok pretending to be a student because he's cute, and that's how he gets donations from the girl simps. The boy flipped the game. He's the real deal. But while he's crying there, thinking this doesn't have a future, something unbelievable happened. In the sky, a lightning storm formed, and a creature with tentacles and a giant eye appeared. This is the goddess Agatha. No one has any idea what's going on, but the goddess says, "Feel honored, mortals. You will have the chance to become my glorious warriors." A barrier is already rising, trapping everyone inside. Fight for me. Our boy is already confused about what's going on, but the goddess warns that there's no way to escape. The entire area is protected by the void. The goddess then says they have 10 minutes to get ready. Our boy is confused. Man, what kind of webtoon plot is this? People are already on their phones trying to call their wives, kids, figuring out what's happening, but nothing works as expected. A jacked up dude over there loses his mind, throws a bench up. "I'm getting us out of here." The bench hits the ceiling, bounces back, and crushes the dude. The wall seems to reflect any damage caused to it. The kid is already flattened. Our protagonist then stays calm. No escaping, no breaking the wall, no communicating with anyone outside. But then his phone vibrates. When he pulls it out of his pocket, there's a roulette on the screen. Common probability, excellent, rare, or even mythical at 1%. A roulette that defines your talent. He notices that no one else seems to be reacting, so is it just on his phone? Could this be the famous little system from Song Jingwoo? The thing seems to have stopped at legendary bro. Our kid already feels like he's received a power. Actually, not a power, but 5 powers. Granted, most of them are pretty trash. White one isn't so bad. Trash can, you can digest anything you eat, and it will taste like you're eating something delicious. Another power, peeing 10 meters into the wind. You can pee 10 meters and it won't miss. Well, at least the bathroom will stay clean. The other talent, spirited boy. You're quite talented and energetic. The poor kid's like, man, what trash talent. The red talent makes it so he's not afraid of anything. He's like, I don't see any utility. But thinking about it, since I clicked on this, I've been calm in this weird situation. Could it be related to this talent? Something that restores your composure? It's not so trash after all. And the rarest one. Let me take a look at it. King of the soft rice. Now we're talking. Eating soft rice is a Chinese slang for the dudes who make a living off rich and hot women. The favorability of any woman stronger than you is increased by 50. Just gotta be careful with dudes who have special hobbies, it's plus 50 for them too. The system even mocks the kid. And if the woman is weaker than you, are you asking me? Stop asking these things, kid. You're the king of soft rice, not a friend of women. Our protagonist is a bit embarrassed. I know I make a living getting donations from the simps, but this is already going too far, isn't it? But no time for that. The phone already disintegrates, sort of merges with his body, and he gets a headache. Feeling dizzy, seeing the crowd, his eyes almost close when he opens up a bunch of little windows. He sees a Discord user there, level 0, 2 strength, 2 agility. He sees a woman all twisted up too. These things didn't exist until now. He sees his own window. Human male, average, 3 strength, 3 constitution. He has so many talents that the system even bugged. Why do you have so many talents, kid? Are you cheating? He makes the window disappear with a thought, then he's like an idiot playing around. Makes it appear, disappear, until someone comes over. She seems strong for bedroom cardio activities. He sees the girl's window. Adult woman, human, 5 strength. She's stronger than the kid, 4 spirit, but a bunch of other stats. In a little tip below it says, hey, this woman's 4 attributes combined are higher than yours. That means she's better than you, but it also means your soft rice talent works. Cool that the system sounds like a character communicating. She then sees our little protagonist, looks at his face, and immediately smiles. Her status goes from neutral to friendly. When he notices it, he thinks it worked. She already starts walking towards our boy. Hey little brother, where are your parents? He's a bit taken aback, thinking, I know I have a somewhat childlike face, but she's actually thinking I'm a lost kid. Our boy sees that she's a bit insecure with the whole chaotic situation, but still, she came over to check on him. This little talent is good. Seeing that he's not speaking, she says, oh, I'm not here to cause trouble. Don't worry. The guy activates his help mode. Big sister, I don't have any relatives, I'm an orphan. Not only does she know how to fight, but she's also going to be kind to me. This is perfect. She apologizes for asking, he says he's an orphan, and says it's okay. But he slyly asks, you think we can get out of here? She looks a bit shy, pats his head. Don't worry, big sis will protect you. The little rascal is talented with this talent. She asks his name if he's still in high school, and he says, "Ah, my name is Lin Hao, and yes, I'm in high school." Liar. She gets all happy because her name is Lin Shogun, so we're from the same family. Until a guy over there shouts her name, Miss Lin. We still don't understand the situation here. There could be many risks. It's dangerous for you to be wandering around. She's confident. Don't worry, with my skills, there's no danger here for me. The guy approaches. Who's this kid here? She leans into his ear. This boy is an orphan who's in high school. We need to help him survive. The guy is like, what the heck? We don't even know what's going to happen. How are we going to protect this kid? She calls our boy. Look at him go like a fool. Come here, come here. She pats him. Look how sweet he is. Damn, he's still acting cute, and the guy doesn't like it. So this guy is what? Her bodyguard? Not only is this girl better than me at fighting, but she's also richer than me. Now this bodyguard in the system, he has 6 strength, 5 constitution. He even gets a tip. This dude fights Muay Thai, better not mess with him, bro. Our boy's impressed. Whoa, solid stats, but why does it feel like the system is warning me about him? Well, at this moment, the goddess Agatha returns. It seems all of you have already understood what's happening. Now, before I call you warriors, you need to undergo the baptism of blood. So your first mission will be a dungeon. You will be placed in random groups and taken to face monsters. The guy is looking at our little protagonist, who's kind of in shock. Look at this kid, he's in shock just from seeing the creature. For heaven's sake, he's going to hold us back. But our protagonist is in shock about something else, bro. He's looking at the status window of the goddess. A common elder god, but it's a goddess in this case, right? A woman. And even though he can't see any attributes because he's too weak, the soft rice talent still works. Our protagonist is like, no freaking way, my soft rice talent is working on an elder goddess. The goddess then observes, well, out of compassion for some of you, I will graciously ensure that your deaths will not be in vain. So just this once, death in the dungeon will not be real. However, the pain you will feel will not be reduced. Fight. I am eager to see your performance, especially the performance of a certain someone. Who could that be? I don't think it's possible to have some fun with her, but our little boy has already gone to the dungeon. He looks around, sees everyone is scared, saying they hate spiders, but then he realizes that girl and the bodyguard aren't with him. He heard people talking about spiders, and he's like, it's just some spiders. Why are they scared? Until 2 dogs with 8 legs each come walking by. Now I get it. Some crazy guy over there steps forward. What are you all scared of? Calm down, it's just some little spiders. We humans have been at the top of the food chain for hundreds of years, and you're scared of little spiders. This system is twisted, and Sazel, this guy is only a bit stronger than you, but unfortunately, he doesn't like men. Do you think you could find a way around it? The protagonist thinks, what a drag, this guy is the strongest and I can't use my talent on him. Not that I'm really interested anyway, but something's happening up ahead, and everyone's looking in shock. A stone tablet on the ground. Here we go with the first mission. Home of the Spider Mother. The Spider Mother becomes extremely aggressive during mating season, so be careful. Modification. The monsters have limited intelligence. If you move away, they'll stop following you. Our protagonist thinks usually the deeper you go into an insect's lair, the more dangerous it gets. The people there are a bit hesitant, not wanting to go in. He thinks of some strategies to divide the groups, but he knows that his childlike face and age will make no one trust him. So he decides to stay low-key, especially since he won't die because the Elder Goddess said they'll come back. But at this moment, a message pops up. You've been standing still for too long. Enter now or you will die. And then, well, they all have to enter. Time passes inside the cave, and our low-profile protagonist stays in the back, not wanting to be noticed. The guys in the front prefer it that way because if the spider comes from behind, he'll be the first to die. But there are some spiders observing, and the girls are already trembling. A little arm passed by, got a little flick on the neck, and it's raining ketchup on the kid. The 8-legged dog is already on top of our boy. Wait, is that the size of the spiders? The group is in shock. They take off running and abandon our boy to die. The spider comes right in front of him. Staying in the back was the worst decision. In this situation, turning your back is even worse, and I'm going to have to defend myself with this. I won't die in vain as he's about to throw a stone, but the spider looks all cute. Baby spider mother, friendly. Tip, an extremely weak monster, but not weaker than you, obviously. And since you have the soft rice talent, she won't kill you. I love how the system roasts him all the time. He thinks I didn't expect it to activate with spiders. Well, it even activated with the Elder Goddess, so it makes sense. She's all cute looking at me. This talent has been amazing, but what's up with this effect? Why is she doing that? The spider is petting his foot. You know what? I'll go for a surprise attack now that she's. But he suddenly stops. Why is she being so cute? He drops the stone. This morality of mine screws me over at times like this. But also, how am I supposed to hit someone who's being nice to me? It doesn't make sense. It's not just because I want a spider to protect me, of course not. It would never be because of that. After our protagonist observes a bit, he concludes that the spider is much faster and much stronger than him. However, not much stronger than a competent human like that bodyguard. And with this, he realized that the attributes are indeed very accurate. Just with that small difference of 2 status points between me and her, she's much stronger and faster than I am. There's no way to kill her if... He shouts, stop making that face. He opens his window. Agility, constitution, strength, it's easy to know what they do. But what about this spirit? And why is my spirit point so high? Could it be because of that spirited boy talent? Could it be telekinesis? He looks at her, imagines flying, turning into a dog, turning into a pig. I don't think it works like that. What am I even thinking? Well, with my soft rise talent, I guess no one will attack me, so I'll explore more. And if someone kills the spiders that are following me, I'll just become friends with that person. He keeps walking through the cave, seeing some kids there who are already done for. Out of the 10 people who entered, about 8 or 9 have already died, so only 1 kid remains. He jumps around the corner and finds a guy who died fighting. The guy's gone, but he took 2 with him. However, our protagonist is being followed by an army already. The spiders are carrying him, they start pushing him. Where do you want me to go? Then he sees a big chest, but there's a giant spider stuck to it. It's never been so good to be a dungeon chest, but her eye starts to open. This is bad. She's already grabbed the scythe, the girl's on her feet. Teenage spider mother friendly. Tip from the system, well, there's not much to say. She's going to be pretty cool with you, really cool. Maybe she even wants to, maybe. The system said so. Our protagonist thinks, well, this must be the final boss here, right? My soft rice talent activated again. She won't attack me. But if I remember correctly, the goddess's mission was to reach the end of the cave. I've already reached it, so haven't I completed it? But the spiders are already headbutting his calves, pushing him. What's going on? Did my talent deactivate? He's already being carried on the spider train. These spiders don't seem to be very intelligent, but they clearly guided me here. Wait a minute. Are they trying to pair me up with their mother? I treat you like my little sisters, and now you want me to be your father? Already drop in front of her. She puts away the scythe and starts approaching. My name is Lin Hao. Can I call you? She doesn't care. She's already got her hand on his face. Hey, take it easy, big sis. She just tells him to keep silent. She's serious, already tearing up, coming at him, and our boy is in shock. Calm down, wait a minute. How are we going to do this? It's a web in the mouth, stay quiet. Arms tied, legs tied. He's just there, can't say a word. She's coming closer, his pupils narrow. Next scene, the boy is devastated. I thought my years of innocence were going to be ruined. I didn't expect she just wanted to make me some clothes. The boy's all wrapped up. Well, thank goodness, I don't know how that would have worked. He looks back at her, all cute working on the clothes. Her status shows 13 strength. Better not mess with her, not to mention she's got 16 agility, right? System tip, now that you've fulfilled her biggest wish, which was to sew clothes for someone, she's very happy and will always be in a friendly state towards you. I'm envious of you. Our protagonist thinks her biggest wish was to help someone change clothes. Well, thank you, big sis. She's all happy. She taps her paw, pointing to the chest. Oh, this one. He's already on it. This is the first thing I see of value in this place. He touches the chest and a voice speaks to him. Unexpectedly, someone managed to reach the end of the level without killing any monsters and will still receive rewards. He looks at the spider that doesn't seem to react, looks at the other spiders that don't react. So only I can hear the elder goddess. He tries to be cute. Oh, this is all thanks to the help of the incredible goddess Agatha. Speaking of which, I completed it in an unusual way. I'll get rewards, right? The goddess, well, congratulations on reaching the end of the level and receiving a reward that theoretically no one was supposed to get. He's like, wait, no one was supposed to get this. The chest starts opening and something rises out of it. Wait, what's this special effect? A legendary item? Wait, a book? Is this a golden class change book? Just touch it and you'll receive all the information. Our boy touches the book and some kind of magical data downloads into his head, and he immediately understands everything. So this book allows me to acquire any profession from it. It's like choosing a career in an online game, but it only gave me one option: monster contractor. As the name suggests, I can make contracts with monsters to have them serve me. The contract ceremony isn't complicated, but my mental power has to be stronger than the target. The book didn't give any information about the goddess or where it came from. It only has information about the profession. Well, for now, I can only form a contract with one monster. If I want to increase that, I'll have to practice, but it doesn't say anything about how to practice. Well, with this class, I can summon creatures and coordinate their actions with my thoughts. And what? I'm going to become a Pokemon master. To be honest, a real man should have a giant sword, be buffed up, and cut everything down. But I like staying in the back line and commanding my creatures to tear everyone apart. The window pops up. My guy, do you want to become a contractor or not? Of course I want to. Now I'm no longer immortal. I'm immortal hidden behind monsters. Another sick phrase. Just as he instantly understood the book, he also instantly understands the skills. When he looks at the spiders, he can see how easy it is to form contracts. And the little ones are all marked as simple. Obviously, my charm must help with that. However, as he turns around, who's already in his face, "Hey, big sis, what you want from me?" She's kind of pointing at herself and he's confused. What's she trying to say? When he sees it, her contract is also marked as simple. How is that possible? Isn't she the boss of this place? Why is her difficulty marked as easy? Not to mention she has 6 spirit, and I have 8. With only a 2-point difference, it shouldn't be easy. But with the sum of all other attributes, she's much stronger than him. And then the soft Rice King talent activates like a charm. Immediately, the little rascal thinks, here, If that's the case in the future, all my contracted creatures will be monster women who are a bit weaker than me in spirit, but much stronger than me in strength. Curious, he asks the elder goddess if he can make a contract with the boss of this place and take her away. The goddess is like, "What do you mean? You want to take the boss?" He pulls a little drama. "It's so sad to leave her here alone in this place, guarding the chest. I know that feeling ever since my childhood. I've always been alone, and eating alone in the hospital alone, it's so hard to be lonely." The rascal knows how to win over a simp. The goddess, well, this doesn't violate any rules, so it's okay. He gets all excited. "Yay, I love you, goddess." Little jutsu and she disappears into his shadow. So she'll always be by my side? That's pretty convenient. At that moment, the goddess announces, the dungeon boss has disappeared, so the dungeon will end, and everyone will return to the original area. He thinks, well, I didn't learn anything about combat, but now I have the Spider Queen with me, who's twice as strong as that guy. With that, the dungeon ends and we're all teleported back. The rewards for killing the monsters will be distributed to your terminals. Just recite the name of Goddess Agatha in your thoughts and a window will appear. Everyone's busy checking their system windows, Steam at Game Shop and all that, but our protagonists can't see theirs. Alright, no time for nonsense, the goddess continues. You have 1 hour to form a group because Phase 2 will begin soon. The protagonist, being cheeky, opens the system of Goddess Agatha, and the interface is identical to his. He jokes, "Goddess, this system is just like mine. Can you respect my intellectual property?" But look who's coming, our boy's little sister, Shoyan, grabs him by the wrist. I was so worried. It was dangerous. "Did you get hurt?" He's like, "Nah," feeling a bit awkward, but notices that the Spider Queen doesn't like the closeness. No way, she can sense reality even from inside my shadow. Well, she has a high favorability with me and signed a contract, so I guess she won't do anything right. He pulls away from his sister and says, "Don't you remember that the goddess said nothing would happen?" "I'm fine." She's like, "That's right," feeling a bit embarrassed, but then says, "I'm glad you talked to me earlier. I was thinking I really wanted to help you, and that's why I resisted. Otherwise, I would have been eliminated." Obviously, his plan is to keep her close to him. She's all confident. "How many points did you get in this mission?" "I got 40. He's like, "Oh wait, I haven't checked yet." It opens his window to take a peek, but he got 0 points. "Wait, I understand I didn't kill any monsters, but not even a point for completing it. This system is a bit unbalanced." He checks again. I see I didn't get anything and I'm ranked 3050. She says it's okay, 3000 is the middle of the rank, right? It seems the goddess still likes you. He's a bit embarrassed, but notices that the bodyguard is in first place. "Wow, Brother Wei is in first?" She replies, "Yes, Brother Wei not only earned many points, but also gained some subordinates. In this world, we need to stick together to survive," she says, grabbing his arm. "Come with big sis. I guarantee nothing will happen to you." Our protagonist is confused. Wait, she's only slightly weaker than Wei, so why did she earn so many fewer points? This guy must be up to something. She said he gained several subordinates. Ah, now she's going to be a problem for me, it seems. Well, she's been kind, so I won't ignore her. Let's see what's going on. In the alley, they find the guys. Wei looks back. "I wanted to talk to you, Miss Lin. In this new world, past identities no longer matter. Even a famous big shot knelt before me in the dungeon. Strength is what matters here." She lowers her head. "Wai Kai, I knew something was off about you. In the dungeon, you used the kids and the elderly to lure in the spiders just so you could kill more. I didn't agree with that, but you convinced me it was to get better results. But apparently that wasn't the case, was it?" He confesses, "Obviously not. I want power to gain more things. And as you can see, these guys are already following me loyally. Now you'll be my woman. Together, we'll become the most powerful subordinates of gods and demons. That way, we'll receive unimaginable benefits." She responds, "You've got it wrong, Brother Wei. I never imagined you become like this. It seems the dark side of men is unleashed when they are no longer bound by the law. You've lived years in society, and in just a few hours you're already acting like this." Our protagonist grabs her hand. "Hey sis, it's okay. These people are bad. I promise at least I won't turn out like that." She gets all emotional. Wei says, "Lin Hao, you got 0 points. You're worthless. Are you planning to rely on a woman to stay alive? You have no place in the law of the jungle." The boy stays calm and she steps in. "Wai Kai, you're exaggerating." He retorts, "I don't care. This is the new reality. You're strong, so why not come to my side? If you stick with this weakling, you'll just slow down our missions." She turns away. "You know what? I have nothing more to do with you. You've changed so much in such a short time. Goodbye," and walks away hand in hand with our sly protagonist. But Wei didn't like that. "Shoyan, you're the person I like the most here. Do you think I'm going to let you go just like that? I'm strong, but there are also other powerful people. Only by joining me can you survive." She says, "You think I don't know you're just using me as a stepping stone? I'm not going to join you." But the guy is persistent. "You don't get to choose that. Even if I might not be able to kill you in the main city, that doesn't mean I won't stop you." Without hesitation, she turns and runs with our boy. The thug says, "Shoyan, if you were running alone, you might escape." Suddenly the guy jumps to her. They both go down, each rolling in opposite directions. "You're sticking with this trash?" She's thinking, really, if I were alone, I could escape, but I can't leave him here. The thug asks again, Shoyan, your heart is too soft. Even in this situation, you're still trying to protect this loser. I'll show you, kid. In this world, there's no surviving without strength. Hey guys, kill this kid. The thug steps in asking, hey, boss, are you sure we can kill people in the main city? What will the consequences be? The elder god didn't say anything about it. Besides, this kid has 0 points. Our protagonist pretends to be clueless. Guys, are you really going to beat up a kid? That's pretty cruel. But they reply, sorry kid, but you're useless. And the boss gave the order, you know. Shoyan is in shock, but the guy stops her. Don't even think about it, just watch how he's going to get beaten. Our little psycho protagonist thinks, I don't know if there's a punishment for killing someone, but I'm also not going to let them kill me. And since they're trying to take me out, I'm not worried about what happens. He's already casting his jutsu. Look who's coming. She's got the scythe in hand and everything. Everyone's trembling and asking, hey, isn't that the boss that was in the dungeon? They try to run, but she just lifts the scythe. Bye-bye, boys. Everyone's in shock. The boss keeps asking himself, why is the spider boss here? And why does it look like she's helping that Lin Ho guy? Not to mention, this monster is huge, and she's super fast. One of them drops to the ground. I was blind. I'm sorry. I'm trash. I was wrong. Lin Hao, please be a noble man and spare me. Another one looks embarrassed. Lin Hao, you're not a loser, man. You're really strong. Forget everything I said, just let me go. But the girl behind him isn't happy. Miss Shoyan, I stood by your side for so many years. I caught criminals for you. I carried your bags. She smacks him in the mouth. You're trash. Another hit, then another. Man, he's getting pummeled. Kicks and everything. I'll smash his head. How can you even call yourself a man? You disgust me. Our protagonist, seeing how just she is, becomes even more interested in forming a group with her. She apologizes for involving him in this situation. He says, it's nothing. What are you going to do about this crazy Wei Kai, though? Our protagonist thinks this guy is really sly. He surrendered the moment he realized he was in trouble. You can't keep someone like that around. The guy pleads, hey, Lin Hao, look at me. I'm beaten up, man. Just let me go, please. But the system alerts him. Even though he's begging for forgiveness, what he's really thinking is about how he'll crush you and burn your ashes. You better kill him now, kid. The Spider Queen is already moving towards him. Shoyan thinks, wait, is Lin Hao going to kill him? Even though he did wrong? No, but I can't interfere. He tried to kill Lin Hao. Our boy is very manipulative. As soon as he sees that she wouldn't like it if he killed, he says, Brother Kai in reality has already accepted his punishment. So you know what? I'll forgive you, man. Let it go. Kai replies, thank you so much, brother. Thank you so much. Big sis Spider, are you going to attack Brother Kai? I told you don't do it. Hey, Brother Kai, you want to attack me, man? The contract I made with her, she'll attack anyone who wants to harm me. I have no control. The guy falls to the ground head first. This is unfair. I have no intention of harming Brother Lin Hao, but she's already got the scythe up high. Goodbye, man. Go join your buddies. But the goddess appears. In this space, my warriors must not harm each other. Our protagonist is confused. Wait, I've already killed 3. What's going on? Why not kill this guy? The guy is all relieved. Phew, long live the elder god. But our boy wants to test the limits of his friendship with the elder god. He shouts for the spider not to kill the guy, but in his mind, he's commanding her to do it. However, the goddess freezes her before the scythe can strike. The guy is trembling all over, even wetting his pants. The spider is stopped, and the guy says, oh, look at you. You were all arrogant before, and now you're not even moving, are you? That's right. Long live the great goddess Agatha. I came to inform you that Lin Hao has committed the act of killing 3 people. Please bring divine sanction upon him. The protagonist looks at the goddess, and the system is speaking. Hey, she's still friendly with you. Why don't you try again? Come on, just one more try. Let's see what she'll do. But our protagonist decides not to do anything. The girl looks at him, thinking he said he doesn't have full control over that spider. Will he be okay? But the guy keeps insisting. Great elder goddess, even though it wasn't Lin Hao directly, this spider has some connection with him. She must be eliminated, or I don't know how many lives will be lost. Looking at Lin, he thinks, the goddess is helping me, you fool. And without the protection of that monster, I want to see how arrogant you'll be. But our protagonist switches to his seductive mode. Oh, elder goddess, I didn't know the rules. Besides, the spider only tried to defend me because of Brother Kai. The goddess responds, well, from this moment onward, the rule has been implemented. You can no longer kill each other in this place. The guy's like, what's going on? Didn't you see? Why doesn't the goddess want to punish this guy? Even worse, he's with that spider. This guy is cheating, man, it can't be. He walks up to the spider and says, come back to the shadow. He looks at the girl, well, now we're safe. The guy's losing it, but this doesn't make sense. 3 of my subordinates were killed, and what? Lin Hao has nothing to do with it, and he still gets to keep. No, the spider, I won't allow this. Great elder god, you can't be so unjust. But his face turns serious and gets struck by lightning. There's your justice, and the kid falls dead on the ground. She asks, why did the goddess attack him? Lim replies, who knows? I think he was just too ugly. The system even notifies him, you survived because of the soft rice talent, my boy. but be careful. And with that, the goddess leaves. She asks where the spider is. Are you giving her orders? He replies, I don't know. In the last dungeon, she chose to follow me. Yes, I'm just lucky. But to be honest, I even wanted to run at that moment, but I didn't have the courage to leave you here alone. You're so kind to me. I'll protect you. She takes his hand, all friendly. No, don't be afraid. It's all good, okay? At least the elder goddess didn't punish you. Poor girl, she's being completely manipulated. This Lin Hao, I thought I was going to protect him, but in the end, he's the one who protected me. Our boy is all happy. Perfect. Now she won't think I'm a bad person. But just then, the goddess speaks again. The penalty of death may be avoided, but the crime cannot be escaped. Those who violated the rule will now be punished. He starts glowing pink, and when she touches him, the boy disappears. He's then thrown into some other place. This goddess, she said she wouldn't punish me, and now she does this. Well, I'd better be careful. He pats the spider. Sister Spider, you work hard and even got caught. Thank you so much. But where's Sister Xiaoyan? The spider got a little jealous, but the goddess already reappears. My beloved warriors, before the official announcement, there is something I must inform you. You've all received the panel and discovered the existence of points. These points are an evaluation of your performance in the dungeon. However, for each dungeon, the reward is different. This time, it was only the number of monsters killed that counted, but who knows what the next one will be. In this world, points are the most important thing. The concept of money no longer exists. Here, with these points, you can buy equipment, accessories, books, potions, all of this with dungeon points. As humans are social creatures, I've implemented a system where if you think about it, you can transfer points to one another. This place will be where all your missions start. Nothing will invade this area, but that doesn't mean you won't die. Let's move on to the next mission. And they've already been teleported. She explains it will last for 2 months. You can hunt or explore to earn points, but if you go 48 hours without earning any points, you'll be erased. And in this world, there's no such thing as resurrection of the dead. The goddess leaves as the barrier falls and officially begins. The crowd starts running to enter the shops and buy potions. Our protagonist thinks it's a shame I didn't get any points. And now death really counts, so I have to be more careful. But you know what? If I don't have points, I'll just find someone who does. He looks over at who he's going to. Brother Wei, the guy gets up. Lin Hao, you punk. He starts running and ninth. Sister Spider appears. Don't be so nervous, Brother Wei. I'm just here to talk to you. He says, nervous? I'm not afraid of the spider. You see what happens if you disobey the goddess. Seriously, man, now you're stuck to the wall. Hey, Lin Hao, what do you want? Damn, if I stay trapped here for 48 hours, I'll be eliminated. Let's do this. I have a lot of points and you've got none, right? How would I donate some to you as a little apology? Our boy is thinking, Brother Wei figured out what I wanted right away. All right then, Brother Wei, give me all your points and I'll set you free. But he replies, I can give you some, but not all. I need to survive too. The spider is already measuring him up. Our protagonist thinks this guy is hesitating. The system chimes in, don't doubt it, this guy hasn't given up on getting revenge on you. It seems like he's bluffing. Brother, listen, it's not that I don't want to free you, it's just that the spider, well, she likes you now and is even preparing some webs to keep you tied up forever. I need to buy some items to suppress her man. The goddess won't even punish me because you'll be turned into a puppet. The guy looks at the spider, who's showing off her cute outfit, but in his head, he's thinking, oh crap, I'm screwed. But he complains again. But Lin Hao, if I give you all my points, I won't be able to live. It's the same as dying. How about 80? I'll give you 80 points. The system warns, he's getting pretty anxious. Maybe he's considering crawling back to the top. With that, they make the exchange. Do you accept 80 points from Wai Kai? Yes. Of course I accept. The store has areas for accessories, equipment, books, and potions. However, they only go up to gray or blue quality. The accessory area has various items like medicine, ropes, and survival tools. The rest is more obvious. However, in the potion section, there's only one potion called the Advancement Potion. The products in each area are categorized by their prices. Our protagonist analyzes the situation and thinks it's not worth buying anything right now because he has no idea what he'll face, so he ends up buying a watch that's actually a portable shop that allows him to buy from anywhere. Now that the point usage is sorted out, I just need to figure out how to get stronger. In the book area, seeing that the other books cost 200 and are pretty mediocre, he thinks, the book I got must be worth a fortune. In the top slots are the profession skills, and for now he only has the monster skill. Below are the normal skills. These skills have to be bought from the store and placed there to use. They include things like strengthening the body, gaining agility, increasing mental strength, and boosting your jump. He learns that when you reach 9 in a stat to advance, you need that advancement potion. So considering he already has 8 spirit, if he increases it to 9 and uses the spirit potion, he'll level up to 1. When he has 20 points, he'll be at level 2 and so on. However, he realizes that the books can only raise his stats up to 17 points. So how will he reach level 2? Not to mention, look at that old guy over there who's stuck at level 1 in everything. How does someone like that evolve? This means there are other ways to gain attributes likely related to the mission treasures. Considering that the King of Soft Rice can only form contracts with those who are stronger than him, and he needs more spirit to make monster contracts, That's the stat he'll focus on. With that, he acquires a level 0 mental training book, normal quality. He activates the book in his mind and starts meditating, stretching a bit until suddenly, out of nowhere, someone shows up and Zenshi, here's my business card. Man, I'm looking at this. Hold on. A secondhand house salesman? Why is this guy handing me his card? Professions are useless in this world. The guy's a bit embarrassed. Sorry, brother, it's just a habit of mine to hand these out. I'm here to invite you to join our group. The system alerts, since he's a salesman, he'll be very persistent, even if you reject him 10,000 times. Our protagonist says, I'm already with my sister, thanks. The guy insists, but someone from behind says, leave the kid alone. Can't you see he doesn't want to join your group? He replies, oh sorry, Captain. So you like the little brother too. In that case, I won't compete with you. Man, what's up with these guys and their talents? Why are they competing for our boy? Our protagonist thanks him for the help, and the guy says it was no big deal. He checks out the guy's stats. Strength at 6, Constitution at 6, everything's set, and he's already using the books. The system is impressed that the guy is so strong. Oh man, my name is Lukik. What's yours, huh? Our boy replies, my name is Lin Hao. He notices that the guy's stats are already well distributed. This guy's a beast. He says, brother Lukik, was that guy trying to trick me and steal my points? The guy replies, no, that brother was just trying to form a team. I noticed you bought the portable stopwatch. A very smart choice for someone so young. To be honest, my team, the King's Army, has over 15 members, and we're thinking of recruiting you. Do you want to follow me? The little message on his screen updates. This guy already gathered 15 people in half an hour. A charismatic leader, but I have a hunch that he dislikes people of the same gender. Be careful. Our protagonist sees this and says, thanks for the kindness, brother Lukik, but I'll discuss it with my sister first. He's not even considering joining this guy. I'll be able to hunt much better alone with my spider. He walks away, leaving the guy a bit awkward. One of the guys with him says, brother Lin, that kid has great potential, you know. He might seem weak, but he's not. Lukik replies, just a child with no experience in the world, like he's useful for anything. But soon enough he'll join us, no rush. But why are you saying this? Did you have some conflict with him? The guy responds awkwardly, oh captain, you noticed. It was nothing, just a misunderstanding, nothing major. I just believe that if he gets stronger, he won't have mercy on you, The captain pulls out some elite blue equipment and says, don't worry, if he comes at us, I'll personally settle the conflict. After all, you're now my team allies. The guy responds, thank you very much, sir. I'll become strong and protect you as much as possible. Now with the support of this team, I'll evolve much faster than that idiot, and soon I'll make my revenge on you, Lin Hao. Our protagonist, deep in thought, Sister Spider, I haven't even given you a name yet, have I? It feels weird calling you Sister Spider all the time. He decides to consult the Chinese NASA translator and decides to name her Little Chirp. She's overjoyed and gives him a big hug. Just then, look who shows up, the other love interest. Finally, I found you, brother Lin. He says, what's up, sister? Why are you still here? She responds, I just wanted to apologize. Give me your hand. He's like, what's this? You want to give me something? It's okay. She says, no, take this, and hands him something. It's an amulet that can withstand even a fatal blow. It will help you explore unknown areas, so be careful. Our boy feels a bit awkward, thinking I saw this item in the shop. It cost about 40 points. She's spending almost everything on me. She starts to leave. Goodbye, little brother. I have more things to do. Take care. Feeling a bit shy, he tells to Little Chirp, well, as you saw, if she ever needs help in the future, we'll help her, okay? Now it's time to get down to business, he says. She pulls out the scythe. The barrier is about to be lowered. The guys start running like it's Black Friday. They look back and see our protagonist running, all tired. Obviously, he's pretending to be tired so no one knows what he can actually do. Look at that kid over there, can't even keep up with us. Perfect. Let's leave him behind and take advantage of this area to get as many exploration points as possible. He looks around and realizes there's no one nearby. Sister Chirp, you can come out now. She appears, scooping him up in her arms. Our boy is quite spoiled. It's a good thing she picked me up though, because she exploded and started running at full speed. She's already crossed the map, exploring everything. The guys are even confused. Hey man, why is there a line crossing the map and it's right in the direction we wanted to go? Damn, if we go that way now, we won't get any points. Sometimes this series has some beautiful panels. In Little Chirp's arms, he plans his next move. We've covered 5 kilometers and I only gained 1 point. I thought exploration would be more rewarding. Plus, we haven't encountered any monsters yet. It seems the safe zone is bigger than I expected. And the goddess mentioned there would be various monsters. It looks like this isn't just a test of strength, but also survival in the wilderness. As night falls, thanks to Little Chirp, they've already traveled a great distance. However, besides the exploration points, they haven't encountered any monsters. At the moment, he needs 200 points to get the advancement potion. In a nearby area, there are some goblins roasting a pig. Forest Goblin Strength 5. The goblins are part of the research for this mission. The protagonist isn't too eager to attack because the monsters are too weak, but the spider is itching to go on a rampage. Then he receives a mission. Hunting mission. Clear the forest goblins. Reward. 5 points, and stealth attacks will cause panic, earning extra points. He calls Little Chirp, who drops down from the tree upside down. Chirp, you need to attack them stealthily. The poor goblins are all eating pork when suddenly a giant spider is on their backs. They don't stand a chance. She takes out 2 of them and the rest of the group starts running. He earns 5 points but quickly realizes, don't let them escape, let's get them all. She casts a web over the remaining goblins and they try to flee, but do you think they'll get away? No way. However, reinforcements arrive quickly. Our protagonist notices these goblins are a bit stronger than the others. The problem is that it's a group and Little Chirp is struggling, especially since it's an archery group. The protagonist starts thinking, should I go down and help her? But it's dangerous. Should I tell her to escape with the goblins or should I go somewhere else? But what if I'm found? This place is full of monsters. Meanwhile, more goblins are coming, and these are very good at detecting things. Our protagonist realizes he won't be able to hide. What did I do? I poked the goblin nest. Why are so many coming? He checks his watch for recommendations and finds 2 items. A pot that costs 10 points and creates a smoke screen, and a scroll that costs 2 points. And after a 10-second incantation, teleports you to a safe location within 1,000 meters. Since he's safe up in the tree, he orders the scroll, activates it, and starts counting. Little Chirp is dueling fiercely. When the countdown reaches 0, she disappears. Phew, there shouldn't be any danger here. She reappears and gives him a hug. How sweet. Poor thing, she got a bit roughed up. He quickly realizes that when he gets too far away, she's automatically teleported to him. However, she seems a bit sad for not having done much, but he reassures her. It's okay, there were too many goblins. You're fine. He decides to check the map and notices that the area he was in strangely didn't get marked. It seems that exploration patterns change in areas where there are monsters, so there's nothing to do but continue exploring the place. A while later, he finds a goblin fortress that seems a bit empty, as most of the goblins left to hunt them. The system gives him a new mission, destroy the goblin fortress. The more destruction you cause, the more points you'll earn. He's thrilled. This is exactly what I wanted to do, and I even got a mission for it. Perfect. I'll get revenge and be rewarded. He pulls out some incendiary dynamite he bought at the shop, an item that may be trash elsewhere, but here it's useful. He explains to Little Chirp how they'll do it and sets everything on fire. Amid the flames, while the goblins try to escape, Little Chirp slashes through them all. With that, he managed to burn down 5 fortresses and earn 30 points. It's hard to earn points in this place, but the boy is motivated. If I keep this up tomorrow, I'll buy my advancement potion. The only downside is that what he's been doing is attracting more goblins who are tracking and following them. Chirp, looking all alert, asks, did you feel something? Look who's coming, Lukik and Wei. At least her reaction was quick. She noticed Lukik coming. Calm down, it seems the old guy teamed up with these guys. Look, there's Y in the middle. The system gives a hint. He's experiencing the thrill of using his team's items to advance. With the power he plans to gain in the long run, he seeks revenge. The problem is that the guy has a lot of stats. Damn, their strategy of concentrating all the team's items on a few people is really effective. A little goblin jumps out of the bushes, and in a flash, he slices through. Our protagonist realizes that the guy's attack is even faster than Little Chirp's, and she's getting a bit irritated. But her status reveals something. She's almost overflowing with love for you, which gives her a status that allows her to kill anyone with lower attributes than her in one hit. The system advises him, it's better not to let this guy live. The system doesn't even need to give him this tip. He's already certain that this guy can't continue living. Lukik and his group are all confident. We just need to keep killing creatures. When we return, the exploration team will give us even better items. Wei is thinking, this place is perfect. These idiots don't distribute anything equally. As long as I'm the strongest, I'll need the most resources. I just need to gather 100 points, then I'll buy the monster suppression oil, apply it to my weapon, and get rid of that spider. Meanwhile, the spider is already on his back. Then I'll finish off Lin Hao and wait. Why does the ground seem so far away? He looks up and sees what's in front of him. Lukik says, wait, what happened? Everyone, stay on guard, there's a monster spider. The guys are all trembling. I thought this was a goblin forest. The group thinks we gave a bunch of benefits to Wai Kai and he was evaporated in a second. Little Chirp disappears in a flash. Wei yells, monster, I don't care where you came from, I, Lukik, will one day avenge this. His team thinks, oh my god, Lukik is incredible, guys. Lukik sighs, at least I noticed she was leaving and said that to boost the morale of the group. Otherwise, they would have been terrified. On the 3rd day of exploration, a goblin is following a couple, the girl is in shock, a guy says, I don't know what to do, and then decides, turning around and shooting the warrior girl in the knee with a crossbow. She falls to the ground, paralyzed, and the big goblin approaches. The guy says, I'm going to use you as bait. Hey monster, don't follow me. The poor girl, bleeding, cries out, my family helped you so much, how could you do this? The guy responds, shut up, you trash. You kept asking me for gifts, even knowing I'm poor. I was dying to get rid of you. But then a goblin with a big axe appears. She looks up and says, you're coming with me. The screen goes red, but the guy, now a maniac, gets what he deserves. Meanwhile, Little Chirp is busy killing the goblins, and the protagonist realizes that when a goblin dominates an area, that area of the map goes dark again. So it's not just about exploration, it's also about territorial conquest. It seems they'll need to find the most efficient way to destroy the goblin army of the forest. However, with just the two of them and using guerrilla tactics, they're only earning a few points at most. But then, he seems to get an idea. He turns to Chirp, who's holding a goblin, and in the goblin's description it says that some goblins are good to eat because they're high in protein, but these were created by the god XX, so something terrifying happens if you eat them. But Little Chirp is already stretching out her arm and going for a bite. My god, don't eat that. She almost ate it out of sheer madness because he's thinking, Little Chirp doesn't need food since she's sustained by my energy. I'm the only one who needs to eat. The problem is, there don't seem to be any fruits in the forest, so he checks his watch and orders some food to fill his belly. But the watch recommends some stuff that costs 666,000 points, Phoenix Heart, Dragon Liver. Let me add a price filter. And with that, a low-quality ration costing 5 points comes up. The problem is he wants to save points, and considering the amount he needs, he'll have to spend at least 30 points to sustain himself for these 2 months. It's at this moment that he has a genius idea. Wait, my useless talent. Everyone's eating pills, and here I am, having to spend all I earn on food. But hey, what's that kid over there doing? Our protagonist is down on the ground like a cow munching on grass. He's not going to eat grass, is he? The protagonist has the trashcan talent. Even grass from the ground tastes delicious and can be well digested. But he looks like a maniac biting into dirt. Sometime later, another goblin is down. Poor Little Chirp looks a bit battered. That's because these taller goblins were tougher, even with traps and everything. It was hard because these creatures cooperate very well. But still, she seems happy. Well, as expected of Sister Chirp. No, it's no big deal. She's a little cheerful. But the system warns, it's clear that this spider girl is having difficulty dealing with these goblins. As a monster contractor, you need to help her get stronger. Our boy thinks, I have 2 options. Either I can track someone to help her, or I try to strengthen her. I don't know what I'll get with upgrades, but I've reached 300 points. At that moment, he shines and his spirit level reaches 9. The system informs him, from now on, your meditations won't be of any use unless you use an advancement potion. Well, this is the perfect time to buy the potion. Unfortunately, I only have 3 purchases left in my shop, even though it's only been 5 days since everything started. He then asks her to carry him back to the base. She happily obliges, and they're back at the starting base. Our boy buys the potion and takes a big gulp. This time I felt an instant difference. My thoughts are faster, my vision sharper, I'm sensing things I've never felt before. Man, people use potions like this where I'm from too, but it's illegal. He imagines that since his mental power has increased, not only has his intelligence improved, but also his perception and information processing. With this advancement, he gains 1 skill point. He can either upgrade his monster contract and try to find another warrior, or try his luck and strengthen Little Chirp. Since he hasn't encountered any other powerful monster women, he decides to try his luck, and he receives a morale boost. As a monster contractor, you can use your spiritual power to strengthen your creatures. The ability can be used 5 times a day. It's obvious that all my abilities will be related to my creatures. Now that the basic level of mental training is useless, it's time to buy another. He sets his mind to exercise again and gets back to hunting with Little Chirp. The green goblins are already getting wrecked. He tells Little Chirp to leave the little goblin alive, approaches, and tells the goblin to come at him. The goblin swings its hammer, but the protagonist just stands there, taking the hit with his barrier. This little 40-point item is totally worth it, defense bubble. And the attack only drained 1% of my energy. I've tested my defense, and now let's test my attack. With a punch, Little Chirp watches in awe, wondering what he's up to. The goblin, thinking he's just an idiot, prepares to strike. This is my strongest attack. The goblin defends and nothing happens. The goblin looks a bit confused. That damn goblin is coming right at them. Go ahead, sister, he says. But the morale boost has already faded. Damn, I thought I had gotten at least a little stronger. Looks like I'm just the king of soft rice after all. She comes over and gives him a comforting pat on the head. Well, at least she's been strengthened. Even though the boost only gave her 1 point in agility and 1 in strength, it made a big difference. It seems the most practical way to get stronger will be to really specialize in spirit, and I'll focus all my points on buying spiritual advancement techniques and trying to obtain some things from the chests. With the morale boost, Little Chirp won't have any more trouble dealing with these forest goblins. Meanwhile, the goblin is getting absolutely wrecked, and the poor mother and daughter are desperately crying for help. The goblin lifts his massive hammer to strike, but look who steps in just in time. The hero is there, saving the day like Marvel. On Lukik's side, he says, right ahead is the goblin fortress. Let's get ready to attack. But when they arrive, the place is already on fire and the goblins are all slaughtered on the ground. In the middle of the flames, Lukik spots the culprit and shouts, "Everyone, let's stay calm here. The last time I saw this creature, it wasn't this strong. Even with better equipment this time, I'm not sure we can win." Little Chirp darts past everyone and vanishes. That's so overpowered. Lukik lets out his sigh. Phew, the guys are starting to get curious. "Captain, what's the origin of this monster that's killing all the forest goblins?" Lukik, completely clueless, thinks it's something the gods summoned to make their lives harder. Poor guy. But don't fear, my friends. When we're strong enough, we'll challenge it. In the past few days, several warriors have seen a purple blur flashing by, killing various goblins. Some were scared, while others believed it was an ally sent by the gods. And some got angry because it was causing many people to fail their missions. With their actions and the spread of other players, the group of ancient gods' warriors began to dominate the goblin forest. After a month of exploration, almost half of the entire place had been explored. According to the judgment of all the players, the source of these goblins needed to be found and eliminated before time ran out. Our protagonist is thinking they can spread as many rumors about the spider as they want. No one will care about me, a weak, scrawny kid who's good for nothing. It's been tough these past few days. I had to spend a lot of points healing Little Chirp, but it's still been worth it. I've accumulated another 60 points and also discovered that after her evolution, she can now stay 500 meters farther away than before. It's a pity that the morale boost only works when I'm close, so I still have to stay nearby. He earned an achievement for killing 10 goblins in 1 minute and received a small chest. The cheeky guy thinks, I'm working hard here and even got a purple chest. Working hard? What are you talking about, you lazy bum? He tries to open the chest, but it pulls away from his hand. The chests from Agatha's achievements can't be opened in this area. Return to the initial fortress. The enemy of the forest goblins achievement had an effect. The forest goblins now know about you and are forming an alliance to attack you. The protagonist remains calm. An alliance? They're already attacking me in groups of 10. How many are going to come at once? Inside the goblin base, there's a shaman casting a spell, and soon after, an army is advancing outside. There are even some centaur warriors there. Meanwhile, our protagonist is munching on his grass, thinking, well, there must be a pretty big group coming, so it's better to avoid the moonlight. Little Chirp is getting stronger, and I've even bought some new items. Too bad, I still have to stay in the background. Our boy is standing in front of a pile of debris, thinking about setting up a trap with Little Chirp's webs, because he knows that since he's been killing so many goblins in this region, they'll probably be looking for him around here. In addition, Little Chirp will leave a bunch of webs around that will alert her if someone breaks through. He's also prepared a return scroll just in case. That's when Chirp says something and he knows the monsters are coming. And here comes the army. Centaurs are a wild and intelligent race, but because they're wearing these slave collars, their intelligence has been sealed. At the moment, they're nothing more than beasts under the cruel training of the goblins. And the cavalry goblin, a forest goblin with a centaur, appears. In this horseman state, it's quite difficult to deal with them. It would be smart to knock them off their mounts first. Then he receives a mission. If he subdues the cavalry force, he'll earn 20 points. The protagonist thinks they have centaurs. I'll need to activate the morale boost right from the start. Little Chirp leaps into action, slashing through when it's not easy. They're already coming from behind and she takes a solid hit. Things are exploding everywhere, so she retreats back to where our boy is. The enemies are all following her, but of course, that was part of the plan. Now Chirp starts pulling on the webs, causing the rocks that were set up to start falling mid-air. Little Chirp moves through them all, quickly eliminating everything. However, something's off. Why wasn't the mission completed? Could it be? Behind her, a shaman appears and casts a spell to strike. But luckily, our boy was alert and managed to pull her back in time. The problem now is that he's exposed his position. Forest Goblin Shaman. This forest goblin uses magic to strengthen his physical attacks and then casts an invisibility spell to attack you by surprise. He's intelligent and will be difficult to deal with. The creature's illusion is spouting some nonsense, and our protagonist is thinking, I don't know how I'm going to win this. You know what? I'm out of here. He snaps his fingers, says bye. The shaman slams the ground in frustration. Back at the base. Fortunately, the 5 gold scroll allows him to choose where he returns. He hears something nearby and immediately tells Little Chirp to hide in the shadows. That goblin shaman was way too strong. There's no way I can beat him right now. For now, I need to find the hidden place to open the chest. The problem is that the base is full of people, including Lukik, who is already heavily armored. This guy managed to form a group, take everyone's points, and still make them love him. Good thing the system warned me, or I might have been fooled too. But just as some did very well, others didn't fare so well. A guy who used to be wealthy is already begging, Kid, I have several houses in the real world. I can give you 4 boxes full of money, just please give me some points and protect me. Our protagonist responds, get lost, man, and walks into a suspicious alley. Looks like no one followed me. Now I can open this treasure. I hope I get something to boost my combat power, or at least an item that can increase my spiritual status to level 2 and make Little Chirp stronger. The chest starts glowing as the rarity of items here ranges from white to gold. And in the shop, almost everything sold is ranked blue or lower, but the item he got is purple, a purple substitution pill. This pill makes the user become another existence. Although the user themselves doesn't change, they will be seen as another existence in the eyes of others. However, it's a level 5 illusion that can be detected by prophecy skills. The effect of the pill lasts for 24 hours. The protagonist thinks, perfect, the shaman was level 1. This will full beams up to level 4 or 5. In that case, I could, for example, transform into a forest goblin, sneak up behind him and take him out. The only problem is communication. Shopping assistant, do you have any item that can help me communicate with monsters? The shop responds with Goblin Flavor Translator Gum. This gum allows you to communicate easily with any goblin after consumption. The effect lasts for 24 hours and costs 5 points. Man, this artificial intelligence is better than ChatGPT. I ask, and it delivers. Now our boy is ready. The shaman and the goblins are with their men lying on the ground. He's mumbling some go-go, but the story translates it for us. Find the enemy who killed our comrades. Use the horn, call for reinforcements. Kill any human you see. Our target is the entire human race. The little goblins are already running off. A small one is wandering around looking lost and calm. When he turns his head, who do you think is behind him? Even when she's attacking, she's beautiful, but the poor goblin is done for. 2 other goblins nearby ask, "Did you hear that scream?" But then, a small protagonist shows up, all tired and worn out. Wait, what just happened? In reality, he's under the effect of the item. At this moment, all the goblins think he's a goblin too. He tells the goblins that he saw the enemy around here and they blow the horn. The shaman hears it and arrives with the crew. He looks at our protagonist, who appears to be just another goblin. "Did you see that horrible spider and her master?" He replies, Yes, I saw them over there, they went that way." The protagonist is thrilled. This is great. They don't suspect a thing. And the shaman, being so unguarded, doesn't have any skills active. The protagonist continues, "Shaman, I have something important to tell you about that person." The shaman replies, "We need to chase after him right now." He lets out, "I'm here for my revenge." The shaman, confused, turns his head, only to find the protagonist already behind him, striking him down. Some crazies rush in to avenge the shaman. The protagonist uses the morale boost, but now without the shaman, it's just centaurs and these turtle goblins. This I can handle in 2 seconds. He's curious about what the next ability will be, considering this boost is really strong. A goblin tries to threaten him. "Don't you know goblins are blessed by the gods? If you keep killing us, you'll be cursed." But our boy doesn't care until the system window pops up. You have killed the leader of this forest goblin tribe, successfully resisted their attack, and earned the achievement, Intermediate Goblin Enemy. This achievement has an effect. Even a goblin 1 year old or the oldest of them all now sees you as their main enemy. He understands that the curse the goblin mentioned is that the goblin's hatred for him is growing stronger. So what he needs is a way to eradicate them all quickly. The goblins are a bit confused as he's just standing there doing nothing. He relaxes and says, "I only left you 2 alive to interrogate you. If I hear different answers from you, the one who gives the wrong answer dies." The kid is the king of interrogation. Where is your main base? Where is your great shaman? How strong is he? So many questions. The goblins think, he's going to kill us. He's the enemy. Our fearless protagonist reassures them, "As long as you answer all my questions, you'll get out of here just fine." The scene shifts to a meeting with Lukik and company. "So have you noticed that the goblins we've encountered lately are much stronger than the ones we faced at the beginning? The army? So what? They're getting stronger, we're getting much stronger. No matter what happens, they're still too weak for this fist of mine." Everyone in the meeting is confident. However, Lukik warns them, "My team and I managed to go deep into the forest and activate something called the main mission. This mission can be shared and given to others. I can even let people join the group and take part. I'm not trying to scare you, but I think this time we'll have to cooperate." Everyone is staring at their screens, but these guys aren't part of Lukik's group, so they're a bit suspicious of him, right? Main mission: cleans the goblin forest. The goblins didn't originally exist in this world. The altar is the key to their appearance. Only by eradicating the root will you be able to get rid of this problem. The mission objective: destroy the Goblin Thunder Tribe. The soldier of the ancient god who received this mission can share it with other warriors. In the end, the ancient gods will reward you according to your participation. The guy with glasses suggests making Lukik the group leader, but Lukik isn't keen on taking all the responsibility. He decides to form a parliament where everyone has voting power. However, the blue-haired waifu isn't really on board. She says that if any decision made by the parliament goes against her will, she won't participate. Lukik says that's fine, everyone can do their own thing, but the goal is to complete this mission. Back with the master of the girls, even this fortified base doesn't stand a chance against Little Chirp with her boosted morale. Now that they've wiped out everyone, there's no chance of information leaking. After roughing up all the goblins, he's able to piece together some information. All the goblins in the forest belong to a single unit, and all orders come from the Thunder Tribe. The strongest person in the goblin race is the Great Shaman. He's protecting the altar, and as long as the altar stands, goblins will continue to appear. At that moment, the protagonist receives the same mission as Lukik, the main quest that can be shared with the objective of destroying the goblin altar. With this, they are now on day 33 of the forest exploration. The blue-haired thick waifu is explaining to the guy next to her that their mission is to find the Centaur tribe. They realize that this race is probably hostile to the goblins and is being enslaved. Meanwhile, the goblins, sensing something strange is happening, also held a meeting. In the back, a goblin looks over and asks, "What tribe are you from, dude?" The protagonist, with the information he stole, already knows what to say. "I'm from the Haptor tribe. I'm heading there to meet His Majesty and pay my respects." Logically, it should have been easy to infiltrate this place, but who would have thought you'd run into something like this? The goblin is staring. I know that place well. If you want, I can take you to the tribe. Man, you have no idea what this goblin is thinking. The system says, as you can see, his status is marked as friendly. Yes, this goblin wants to mess with your body. Even though his level is lower than yours, he still has more total stats, which is why your soft rice talent activated on this jerk. Lin Hao thinks, how did I end up with a guy like this? Damn it. Night falls and the goblins are all asleep. Look at how he approaches our boy, who warned Little Chirp to be ready for action. She's already lurking in the shadows. Grab him from behind, he says, but be careful with the angle so you don't get blood on me. However, before Little Chirp's strike lands, the goblin is hit by an arrow from somewhere else. Our protagonist is puzzled. Wait, could there be another player nearby? That arrow was really strong. But then a rain of arrows follows and he realizes he's in trouble because he's using the pill. So even if it's a player, they'll think he's a goblin. The good part is that he can use Little Chirp freely, as they'll think she's part of the goblins and not an ally of Lin Hao. The protagonist activates his shield barrier and tells her, let's retreat, my dear. But she, looking all graceful, tries to slice the arrows in midair. However, these are homing arrows. They curve and go straight for our protagonist. Fortunately, he has his shield, but he's in shock. What the hell is this? These arrows are taking 2% off my shield. This is definitely some sort of skill. Not to mention, it seems like it's locked onto me. Unless I use the teleport, there's no way I can shake it off. The downside is that I'm in the middle of my infiltration. If I use a teleport now, I'll lose the chance to complete the mission. Little Chirp is trying to defend against some of them, but she can't block them all. He tells her that he's going to use the morale boost, but then the arrows suddenly stop in midair and fall to the ground. Huh? The arrows stopped? Look who's up on the hill. Oh boy, could it be another plumpy pet for our boy? She hesitates, then hits herself in the head. No, it's a forest goblin. Goblin enemy. Pull back. I have to kill him. But something's off. Why can't she bring herself to strike? Ordinary female centaur. 13 strength, 7 constitution, 19 agility, and 7 spirit. Lin Hao has 10 spirit. The system advises she obviously hates forest goblins, but she's confused. How can her hatred for goblins be replaced by love for one? Be careful, she's still hesitating. Our boy, feeling a bit insecure, thinks, what the hell is this? How can she hate goblins so much that even with my talent, she's still considering killing me? He decides, system, buy me some translation so I can talk to the centaur. He quickly chews the gum. Sister Sagittarius, please listen to my explanation. Out of nowhere, he calls her Sagittarius. She responds, oh kid, you can speak our language. He replies, yes, I'm also a centaur. I've been cursed by the goblins. She hesitates, you're a centaur. The system notes, even though your reasoning was terrible and ridiculous, she believes you might be a member of her race. The system continues to mock him. Aren't you ashamed of yourself, kid? Lin Hao responds to the panel. Stop giving me grief. I just want to survive. With that, he spins a story about being kidnapped, how a goblin shaman killed his family and turned him into a goblin. He goes into full-on storytelling mode, expressing his desire for revenge against the goblins. She approaches him, comforting him. Oh, you suffered so much. I really have. However, Little Chirp isn't thrilled about this development and pouts. The Sagittarius quickly notices, why do you have a giant spider with you? The protagonist, the least dishonest of men, says he saved her when she was young and she's protected him ever since. The centaur softens up, and they quickly become best friends, though it's the protagonist who truly benefits. He's thrilled. Unlike Little Chirp, who loves me deeply, the centaur seems to have a happier personality and cares more about my feelings. Maybe I can take advantage of this. Since she hates forest goblins, I'll have to make use of that. And just like that, he says, Sister Sagittarius, why don't we work together? Take me to your group and we'll attack the goblins. But she hesitates and doesn't say anything. Wait, what's this reaction? Could she be alone? She eventually speaks, I don't have family, friends, or clan members anymore. The protagonist thinks, I already knew the goblins were enslaving the centaurs, using them as horses, but I didn't realize they were nearly extinct. He tries to comfort her by standing on his toes to pat her head. Big sister, in times of vengeance, those who are alive need to be stronger. We need to make them pay for what they did. Then he starts scheming. As you can see, I was cursed by the goblins, but that gives me an advantage. I can infiltrate their base. She's a bit dull, maybe with a 10 IQ, but she agrees, yes, if you attack from the inside, you can achieve great results, I'm sure. He's thrilled. All right, into my shadow. Chirp, and let's go. But the centaur interrupts, hey, I want to go into the shadow too, where is it? He explains, unfortunately, she made a contract with me. If you want to infiltrate, you'll have to use another method. I know one, but it might be a bit uncomfortable for you. She doesn't hesitate. No, whatever it is, I'll do it. I can endure anything for revenge. Okay, here's the plan. Wear this slave collar and pretend to be my slave. She's shocked. Wait, this will make me dumb. It's cursed. Lin Hao, not sure if he's lying or just winging it, says that the curse on this one has already been lifted, so now it's just a metal collar. Apparently it's true because she touches it and feels no change. He He then explains that when they defeated those centaurs who were with the goblins, he left one alive and tried to break the collar, but as soon as the collar was broken, the curse transferred to the centaur, who went mad. He had no choice but to finish him off, though the centaur thanked him for it. Because of that, he now has these collars without curses. The original plan was to put a bunch of these collars on multiple centaurs and invade with all of them, but it looks like only one will be needed. The centaur girl, who isn't the sharpest tool in the shed, tries to put the collar on over her head. Somehow, she manages. The protagonist says, "Before we go in, let's confirm a few things. What's your name?" She replies that her name is Mia. The protagonist, seeing that her name is simple, decides to tell her his name is just Lin to avoid raising any suspicions. He tells her, "We're going to infiltrate the goblin base together, so when we get there, you need to pretend to be dumb, like your brain's been turned off." She agrees, completely focused on the mission. Her act of playing dumb isn't too convincing. She just looks hungry, but it'll have to do. But here they are on day 35 of the exploration. At the entrance to the goblin base, a goblin announces that anyone who wants to enter must bring something for the great shaman. A poor goblin brings a bone flute and the guard takes it, saying, "I needed this at home." Clearly, the guy isn't doing an honest job. Then another goblin comes up, this one with his wife and daughter. "We are very poor, sir, and these are our most valuable possessions." They seem to be offering some kind of potatoes or something. The guard slaps him. "How dare you bring this trash for the great shaman? Take this sinner who disrespected the shaman." The goblin is surrounded, pleading, "But sir, my wife and daughter, please forgive them." You can guess what he's planning to do. Look at that wicked grin. The guard says, "Well, I've been needing 2 women at home. If they agree, I'll let you go." At that moment, another goblin arrives to report a traveler with a centaur has arrived. He looks quite wealthy. The guard thinks, "Perfect, we're going to make a lot of money." Our protagonist, standing next to Mia, notices her dumb act has improved significantly over the past day. But at that moment, the guard steps in front of him. Routine inspection. The system warns him, "Unfortunately, you're unlucky, and the first guard you encountered is hostile." The members of the Thunder Tribe think the other goblins are stupid and weak, so he's going to try to extort you as much as possible. The protagonist, watching the husband and wife being detained, thinks, so that's what happened to them. But our Moy is clever. The pill he's using doesn't disguise him as an ordinary goblin, but as that goblin messenger. He tries to speak up, "Actually, I'm from," but the guard cuts him off. The great shaman said that no matter who shows up here, only nobles or those who pay the price can enter. The protagonist is puzzled. How strange, it seems there's a lot of racial inequality even among goblins. Then he receives a mission. Demonstrate your anger. This guard had the audacity to humiliate you. You must respond with a slap in the face. Points will be awarded based on the force of the slap. The further back you pull your hand, the more points you'll earn. The goblin guard eyes Mia. "Hey, that centaur of yours is pretty nice, isn't she? You can go if you leave her here with us." The goblin continues, "This slave of yours doesn't look like she's meant for combat. She seems more like a plaything, right? If you let us have a bit of fun, we'll let you through. What do you say?" The protagonist thinks, greed, selfishness, and arrogance. These guys are easy to figure out. But I already had a plan, and now with this mission, it'll be even easier. He pulls out that little bone flute the previous goblin had brought. "I'm an envoy from the Lion Tribe. The great shaman knows me, and you're disrespecting me." The goblin, either crazy or just stupid, says, "So what? What's so special about a messenger from another tribe? Pay the fee, or your slave will be confiscated." But another goblin beside him kicks him. "Shut up, you idiot." Turning to the protagonist, he says, "He's a bit slow sometimes, you know. He didn't recognize your greatness, sir. Please, I'll inform them that a great messenger has arrived." The system window notes that he really believes you're a messenger. After all, his mind is so greedy and shameless that there's no room for intelligence. The system, as usual, throwing shade. The protagonist points to the women. "They are from my tribe. Let them go." The goblin guard responds, "No problem. It's all good." The goblin then turns around. "Go on, leave. Do I have to say it twice?" The family thanks the protagonist and leaves. But he's still confused. "Wait, I kind of humiliated the goblins. I thought that's what they meant by a slap in the face. Do they really want me to actually slap this goblin?" I think he didn't read the entire message because it clearly said the slap has to be strong. Our boy is nervous, thinking, "I'm just a messenger sent here. If I go around slapping guards, this could turn into a diplomatic issue." He turns to the guard and says, "No need to inform the great shaman of my arrival. I'll speak to him later." "This dumb goblin here won't get involved in your affairs," the guard replies. The protagonist decides, "I'm not going to give that slap. It's a small mission. Not worth the risk." The kid's smart. If this were some other story, a character would slap the guard just for fun, but our guy's got 200 IQ. As they enter the tribe, he thinks, "This is the Thunder Tribe, the largest one in the Goblin Forest. If I'm not mistaken, it's divided into 3 levels. The people at the bottom are the non-combatants. Most of them are starving and live tough lives. The second level is where the combat goblins reside. And on the third, obviously, is the area of the noble goblins. They take advantage of everything without doing any work. Apparently, the only difference is that they're green. Otherwise, they're just like us. The legends say the noble goblins have a deeper connection with the forest and can even use powers. In a society like this, where influence comes from strength, the most powerful shaman reigns. At the very top is where the house of the most noble shaman is located. As they approach the stairs, the guard tells him, no one can enter the sacred ground, not even a great messenger. The great shaman has ordered that once everyone is here, he will hold a meeting. The protagonist thinks, well, there's not much I can do in this situation. It's better not to be arrogant and expose my identity. I'll try to find another way to get close to the great shaman. At least I can stay in this house thanks to the messenger title. He tells Mia, you can stop pretending to be dumb now. She replies, okay, and she's all emotional after seeing him save the family. He explains to her that the target of the attack is the great shaman, since the worker goblins are innocent. He thinks innocent little centaur. She's showing compassion for the enemies of her race. Little Chirp was already setting up traps, but he tells her to hold off, saying, I have another plan. He explains, my original plan was to pretend to be a messenger, lure the great shaman to his house, and then stab him. The centaur liked that plan, but it's clearly not going to work. I've already realized that the great shaman doesn't even respect messengers, so there's no way he'll come to me. He knows he could request a meeting with the great shaman, but there would be many guards, and even with both of them, it wouldn't be guaranteed that they could kill the shaman. So his plan now is to somehow throw the entire place into chaos before attacking. He says, ladies, here's my next plan. He heads toward a large drum. This is the great war drum of the goblin forest. If someone beats it, everyone will gather here. According to the tribe's rules, it can only be sounded in an emergency or if the great shaman orders it. But he gives it a solid whack. The guards shout, hey, why are you beating the great war drum? Others start arriving, our enemies attacking. The protagonist thinks, luckily, I'm a messenger from another tribe, so the guards won't act quickly. Some goblins nearby look anxious, afraid of being exposed. He thinks, all right, I've gathered everyone. It's time to begin. Raising his arms, he declares, I, the messenger, want to announce that today will be a different day. The goblins look around confused, wondering when the great shaman is. Mr. Speech, as usual, begins, I received a revelation from the ancestors in my dreams. Today, I will guide us according to the will of our ancestors. This will bring a happy life to all goblins. The guards are taken aback. A revelation from the great ancestors? Is this guy telling the truth? The protagonist continues, fellow goblins, have you noticed that life has become more difficult recently? Citizens, have you noticed you've been getting more and more work and less food? And warriors, have you seen that no matter how much blood is shed, the price of your sweat is never rewarded? The goblins shout, yes. He shouts, and all this is the fault of the enemies from the other races, right? The goblins echo, yes, but the protagonist says, wrong. The goblins are confused, but the great shaman said it was all the other races' fault. This is too complicated. I don't understand anything. The protagonist thinks, damn it, my speech was supposed to work. Are they too dumb to understand? He already knew about an item that helps with persuasion, but the problem is it costs 70 points, and he doesn't have enough at the moment. The item is a high-quality, simple megaphone. When you use this to speak, your negotiation levels increase by 1, and your speeches will touch the hearts of other creatures more deeply. But just then, that goblin who had triggered the mission shows up. Hey, I spoke with the shaman, and he said he doesn't know you. The protagonist, thinking this is perfect timing, throws a punch at the goblin. Even though the punch doesn't do much, he earns his 20 points. But the guard doesn't like it at all, and is about to retaliate with a club. The protagonist quickly pulls out the megaphone and shouts, stop right there. You're a shameless crook. The goblin freezes in place. You're supposed to be a guard of this tribe, but all you care about is greed and lining your pockets. Your behavior is terrible and disgraceful. All of my compatriots are eager to see your blood spill. You don't deserve the title of guard in this tribe. After speaking through the megaphone, the effect is immediate. The crowd starts to murmur, hey, that's true. This guy's really a scumbag. He doesn't deserve to be a guard. Another goblin, more involved in the discussion, says, this guy only became a guard because he sold his wife. Another chimes in, we should replace him and get a new guard. The accused goblin, furious, yells, what are you all talking about? I'll kill you all. But before he can act, the successor to the great shaman arrives. The system gives the protagonist a hint. This shaman should be powerful and strong, but he's got no energy left because he spent his whole life drinking and messing around with goblin women. He's so weak that it makes me lazy just thinking about killing him. The system sarcastically encourages him to go find out for himself. The guard kneels before the shaman, sir, I'm responsible for maintaining order here, but this guy is causing problems. The shaman dismisses him. Who are you? What tribe do you come from? How dare you cause trouble in our land? The protagonist, improvising, replies, I am the saint who received an oracle from the great ancestor of the lion tribe, and I will be the pioneer who will revive the great tribe of goblins. The goblins in the crowd are amazed by his words, and some goblin women even blush, starting to swoon over him. One goblin babe confesses, I don't know why, but when I look at him, I see the most beautiful goblin in all the forests. Her husband, understandably confused, asks, what do you mean by that woman? The protagonist, keeping up the ruse, continues, compatriots, the great ancestor has given me an oracle. He explains that the oracle said all goblins are descendants of the great gods and should be treated fairly and equally, deserving happiness and freedom. The goblins are shocked, wondering if the great ancestors really love them. But the shaman, getting angry, shouts, "You are not a shaman. How dare you claim to have received an oracle from the ancestors?" The guards are about to attack when 3 arrows strike the ground in front of them, fired by the protagonist's allies. He continues his speech, but some goblins have been distorting the oracles of the great ancestors. They've created injustice in this land, calling themselves nobility, and using this title to exploit everyone else. The shaman orders the guards to stop him, but the protagonist doesn't back down, blaming the nobles for the suffering of the working goblins. Now the fat goblins who have been benefiting from this system are getting nervous, while the guards shout for the protagonist to be silenced. But before they can act, the citizens, whom he has incited into a civil war, stand in front of him saying, "If you want to kill him, you'll have to kill us first." The deranged shaman commands, "I don't care, kill these guys right now." But then, who comes to the protagonist's defense? The goblin women, all smitten. Even the noble goblin women who stand to lose in this situation can't help themselves. One of them cries out, "Everything the nameless goblin said is true. You can't hurt him." The male goblins protest, "Woman, you're a noble goblin. You know, only the nobles carry the blood of the shaman. It's our right to enjoy more privileges, so let's just get rid of him already." The soldiers hesitate. "Hey, Captain, let's not attack. What if we're wrong?" One soldier adds, "Yeah, Captain, don't attack. My mom's over there." The protagonist thinks to himself, luckily, the social division among these goblins is terrible. It was easy to stir chaos among the population. The only problem is that it's just the poor and the women defending me. The warriors are still undecided about what to do. This isn't enough to bring down the great shaman. I need to incite more rage in the hearts of these goblins. He raises his voice, "My fellow tribe members, listen to me. I'm willing to surrender. Please, great shaman, take me into custody." The goblin women cry out, "Oh no, goblin hero. Why would you surrender?" "I'm tired," the protagonist continues. "I came here to try to bring hope and justice to our tribe. All I wanted was for everyone to live a happy and beautiful life, but all I see is war. All I see is us fighting each other. You don't need to protect me. I don't want to cause any more trouble for you. That's why I'm willing to surrender. You can imprison me, and I'll bear all the sins of our race. This way, no lives will be lost in this conflict. But from today on, everyone will remember that my sacrifice was to eliminate the injustice in this place." The goblin women are moved. "No, you can't do this. You can't." They are overwhelmed, thinking, how can such an incredible man exist? He approaches the shaman. "Go ahead. Take me away, shaman." The women threaten, "Shaman, if you hurt him, we'll never speak to you again." But the shaman, unfazed, says, "I don't care, I'm going to kill him." A soldier warns him, "Shaman, don't do it. The crowd will go crazy. Just throw him in his cell and let him rot there. The great shaman king will deal with him later. It's better if we don't get involved in this." The shaman reluctantly agrees. "All right, take him away." The protagonist smirks and thinks the situation is perfect. The scene shifts to Lukik, who has just defeated some goblins and is studying the map. They seem to be planning a siege on the goblin city when someone arrives to inform him that reinforcements have arrived. However, the group isn't pleased because their ally took too long to arrive. She explains that all she found were the ruins of the Centaur city, which had apparently been defeated long ago. Lukik, in disbelief, comments, "So they already wiped out an entire race." The soldiers are excited, but Lukik is worried. "Our elite soldiers can defeat the goblin warriors, but if they really have an army, we can't guarantee safety. Attribute increases can only be achieved through exercise skills, and if you don't have a high enough level, you can't equip better gear. This way, no one can strengthen too quickly. If we're not going to get help from the centaurs, we'll need to change our strategy." He informs everyone that they'll once again pool their points and distribute equipment to those who are already strong, but he's unsure if the group will agree to this plan again. On day 36 of the exploration, back in the protagonist's cell, the shaman arrives telling the guard, "Stand by the door and don't let any other goblin get in here, no matter who they are." The guard complies. "All right, sir, I'll keep them out." The shaman enters the cell to confront the protagonist. The protagonist thinks, "Whoa, the heir to the shaman actually came here." The shaman gets in his face. "I'm here to let you know that the great shaman has agreed to execute you as soon as we've eliminated the enemies of our race. I'm not going to kill you now, but I'm going to torture you, boy." The protagonist grins. "I didn't expect you to cooperate so much with me." The shaman, confused and angry, snaps, "What are you talking about? I'm going to crush your throat so you can't talk anymore." But before he can act, the protagonist calls out, "Little chirp." Suddenly, the spider appears behind the shaman. The shaman is in shock. What is this? What is this? But before he can react, the spider's scythe is at his throat. He's drenched in sweat. "Wait, I'm still alive? Don't kill me. Okay, I'll give you everything. My family has the greatest blessings, all the treasures." The protagonist silences him with webbing over his mouth. "Quiet down, buddy. I'm not going to kill you because I need you to be my stand-in. After all, there's a goblin from the forest in prison for justice. If I flee the mission, it would be admitting guilt, right? You understand what I'm saying, don't you?" He instructs Chirp to bind him up. He then turns to Mia. They put your bow in the room next door. Go find it. She nods and leaves. Obviously, the protagonist doesn't want her to see him use the pills. He then faces the shaman. In my eyes, all goblins look the same, but I'll have to beat you up until you're unrecognizable. Outside, the guards hear the noise. Did you hear those screams? Yeah, the shaman must be going overboard with the beating. Well, that's what you get for provoking so much anger. Inside, the protagonist strips the shaman of all his items, shoves a shoe in his mouth to keep him quiet, and smiles. Perfect. Now no one will recognize you. The shaman, panicked, thinks it doesn't matter. They'll realize I haven't returned soon enough. But the protagonist, ever the saddest, looks back. I almost forgot. I'll do this just to see your hopes crushed. He pulls out a pill, and the shaman, terrified, tries to figure out what he's doing. The protagonist consumes the pill and transforms. The shaman is horrified. Wait, I saw it for a moment. He's an enemy of our race. The protagonist has turned into the shaman, and the real shaman is losing his mind. This is a nightmare. I get it. I'm dreaming. I'll wake up soon. The protagonist, satisfied, says, now he's in a state of mental breakdown. According to the information I have, this item increases agility. Well, if he used it, there shouldn't be any curse on him, right? Let's see if it has any effect. He opens his status window. My agility didn't change. At least my mental attribute is almost at 11. Then he gets an idea. Wait a minute. He turns to chirp Zinha. I'm going to test this. Big sister, do you want this? Here, it's a gift. Since it doesn't work on me, I'll give it to her as a present to increase her favorability. But to his surprise, it works on her. Now it makes sense. This kind of item can only be used by monsters. The system explains people rely on clothing, while monsters rely on magical items. However, since you gave this item to her as a decoration, she liked it a lot. Avoid taking it away from her. Basically, you've lost it, sucker. The protagonist thinks, but her agility is already really high, so gaining one more point is definitely worth it. Although there are various items in the shop for warriors, none of them can be used by monsters. But if this is the case with monster items, it's much better. Strengthening my creatures is way better than strengthening myself. She's all happy now. Not only is she faster, but she can also weave webs more quickly. With that, she returns to the shadows and the centaur Mia arrives, armed with her bow again. But she immediately asks, who are you? However, the protagonist just plays it cool. It's me, Mia. It's Lin, okay? The curse just changed me a bit. Now let's go. Mia, still curious, asks Lin, is it really you? What a terrible curse. But since she's a bit gullible, it doesn't matter to her. Come on, let's get moving. The air here is bad. He steps outside and tells the guards that he dealt with the guy in the cell and that no one should be allowed in. The guard asks, why are you bringing the centaur along? He replies that the guy decided to gift him the centaur a curry favor. And with that, he leaves the prison, heading straight for the shaman's grand area. Now, with this new identity, he might be able to make a fortune. However, upon seeing the great shaman, he realizes he's in deep trouble. The shaman has 21 strength, 23 constitution, 20 agility, and 12 spirit. Everything is higher than his own stats. The system even warns him. The great shaman of this tribe is indeed very strong. Lin Hao, you'll need a precise strike to take him down. He had come to report what he did with the prisoner and was planning to leave. It's time to think about my next plan to bring this place down, he thinks. He notices two young captives tied to a pillar. The boy in blue says, man, I told you we shouldn't have gone so deep into the forest. The other replies, shut up. It's your fault for running and messing up our formation. The goblins are talking, but the boys don't understand anything. One goblin looks at them and then asks, what's going on here? We found these two-legged monsters wandering around the tribe. They seem to be spying on our village, another goblin replies. The protagonist wonders, could the other warriors be keeping an eye on the Thunder tribe too? One of the captives tries to negotiate. Shaman, you seem reasonable. If you spare me, I'll let you become a slave. I'll show you where the other warriors are, please. His companion protests, I can't believe you're going to betray everyone. He snaps back, shut up. Lukik only gave me a few points. You want me to die for him? The protagonist thinks, so it looks like Lukik has already started making moves and is even strengthening some people. That doesn't seem like his style. He usually keeps everything for himself. Lorio continues, you idiot. You're going to lead all the goblins to them. What if they kill the warriors and we fail the mission? So what? Lorio retorts, it's better than dying here. The protagonist notes, so they already know about the mission and Lukik needed more warriors, which is why he's distributing points. Lorio keeps begging, Shaman, please spare my life. The protagonist sizes them up. I'm going to have to make use of these losers. He calls over a goblin. I'm taking them. Very well, sir. I'm sure you'll put them to good use, a goblin replies. Mia watches, thinking, wow, he saved more captives. He's so kind. The protagonist refocuses. Now let's get back to what we were doing. He asks the goblin, have you heard about the nameless god, the goblin who caused all the chaos? What do you think we should do with him? The goblin grumbles that despicable guy needs to confess his sins in front of the great shaman. However, the system notes, despite his respectful tone, he's actually not happy with the situation. The nameless god's speech really stirred his emotions. He believes the tribe is unjust. Night falls and they're in a tent, with Mia keeping watch. The protagonist reassures the goblin captives, "Don't worry, you don't need to fear me. I'd only captured the nameless god because the great shaman would have been angry if I didn't." One goblin, trying to be agreeable, says, "It's all good. I understand. You're representing him, so it must be for our own good. Right." The protagonist thinks, "I'll have to work a little harder to convince these guys. Good thing I'm prepared." He pulls out the simple high-quality loudspeaker, saying, "Ah, this sacred weapon I took from the nameless god. Every time I look at it, I remember the noble sacrifice he made. When I look at the foundation of our village, I see everyone working so hard, yet up there, a bunch of nobles just living an easy life, and it breaks my heart." He's sort of disguising his use of the loudspeakers so as not to look suspicious, but he's using it. The warriors ask, "Do you really agree with Nameless?" The system chimes in, "With your excellent acting skills, it's really all thanks to that speaker of yours that now this guy thinks you're a comrade." The soldier sighs, "But what does it matter if the attributes are trash?" The Nameless rebelled but was soon imprisoned for corruption. "Shaven, you know, no one can disobey the great leader. A warrior like me can't do anything." The warriors look downcast, but he says, "Hey, calm down everyone, it's not over if we still have hope." The goblins are curious, and he continues, "I visited the Nameless in prison and he told me something. Imagine if there was a great circle of curses, something difficult to destroy. In the middle of this circle, there are several members of the same race whose vitality is about to be drained, but they're under a sleep spell, so even if they die, it won't feel any pain. However, at that moment, another goblin appears outside the circle and yells, 'Get out of there, you're going to be sacrificed.' With his shouts, he might wake up a few of his kin, but those who wake up will now suffer from that circle. If you found yourself in that situation, what would you do?" The soldier thinks, "Maybe I'd wake them up, even if it hurts. No, but it'd be terrible if they lost their lives in pain. Great shaman, you don't know what to do." The protagonist says, "Do you know what that goblin outside the circle did? He entered that circle of flames and woke them up one by one, even though he hurt himself. And together, they managed to destroy the magic circle." The goblins respond, "But sir, that's madness. Would something like that even work?" The protagonist affirms, "Yes, this is a true story that was told to me by the Nameless. If we come together, we'll have the strength to fight against all this." The Nameless was already the goblin who threw himself into the circle. He's already woken up a few people. We just need to follow in his footsteps. But what about you all? The group responds, "We'll follow you." The Sly Devil is inciting rebellion 2.0. He takes the goblin's hand, saying, "From now on, we are all equals. You don't need to call me Great Shaman." The goblin, feeling emotional, responds, "All right, sir." From this moment on, the rebellion began to spread among the warriors. A religion called Davarishi was formed, symbolizing the unity of all goblins. And now, everyone was waiting for the start of the uprising. The protagonist was leaving with the centaur when a few other goblins approached. "Shaman, you did something terrible. How could you imprison the Nameless? That's a crime." The women are furious, but the protagonist is confused, thinking, "What's going on? This is getting out of hand." He tries to explain, but before he can say anything, another goblin steps in to defend him. It's turning into a competition of the game of smooth talkers. Even the system comments, "She's trying to defend you because she was charmed by your smooth talk," though she still misses the other smooth talker you imprisoned. It's a mess, and the goblins are getting confused. He tries to calm them down, saying, "All right, let's settle this, but this isn't the right place to talk." Perfect, he thinks. "I've been needing to speak with the goblin women of this forest." And with my marvelous explanation, or rather, smooth talk, soon all the female goblins began to believe that he had no choice but to imprison that guy. They're all crying, "Wow, I didn't realize things were so difficult for you. I can't believe you went through all that just to protect the Nameless." He lowers his head, thinking deeply. There's only one way to save that guy. They ask, "What is it?" The reason the Great Shaman ordered the Nameless to be imprisoned is because the nobles ruined his reputation. So if we want to save the Nameless, we have to make the Great Shaman understand that he was indeed a good person. One of the goblin women chimes in, "Yes, the Great Shaman was wrong." Another asks, "But how can we tell him that?" The protagonist pulls out the loudspeaker and reassures them, "Don't worry. If that happens, I'll talk to these nobles. I inherited this sacred weapon from the Nameless, and I will rescue him." Now the goblin women are fully motivated. After convincing the goblin women, I rushed over to the nobles, not to persuade them, but to inform them of everything that was happening. One of the nobles, surprised, asks, "What? Someone's planning to ruin the Great Shaman's reputation?" The protagonist nods, "Yes, you can trust me. This is true." The noble thanks him, saying, "Good. Now we can prepare and put an end to them." Day 39 arrives and the goblin women have begun the revolution. The Great Shaman was deceived. Everyone in the tribe deserves justice. Meanwhile, behind the trees, a soldier and the protagonist have a conversation. The soldier asks, "Hey, are you sure it's better if we don't go?" The protagonist reassures him, "Calm down. If we go now with weapons, the nobles will think we're here to cause trouble. Our plan is to unite everyone, not divide them." The goblin, admiring him, says, "Wow, you're so smart." But just then, the nobles arrive. "Who dared to beat the great war drum without informing the shaman? This is a crime. Arrest them." The women, confused, ask, "What's going on?" The shaman said he would talk to the nobles. The noble is thinking, let's just get rid of those who started all this, and then the rest will surrender. The goblin nobles are being taken into custody, protesting, hey, what are you doing? We have the blood of the ancestors. You can't arrest us like this. The protagonist sees the moment has come and brings in the troops. The goblin women are blushing, he's here. The noble, confused, says, hey, weren't you the one who told us about this? But the protagonist cuts him off. I didn't expect you to come here and arrest your compatriots. The noble tries to explain, wait, let me explain something to you all. But the protagonist orders, Mia, do your thing. And the centaur shoots an arrow, taking him down. The revolution is incited. We tried to talk with our fellow tribesmen, but they wouldn't listen. Let's fight and free the nameless one. The protagonist looks around and thinks, well, the revolution has already begun. Everything now depends on how the great shaman handles this. Leading everyone, he calls out, let's free the nameless one. The goblin women are fully engaged in the revolution, but then an arrow lands right in front of him. Stop right there. Take one more step, and you'll be killed without mercy. The women recognize the goblin as the strongest warrior in the tribe, but the protagonist doesn't care. As long as I can get them to fight each other, it's perfect. He rallies the people. So what if they brought out the great cavalry against us? We who wish to free the nameless one will never surrender. The goblin women draw their weapons, and it looks like the revolution is about to kick off. Meanwhile, the great shaman is deep in prayer when a subordinate rushes in. Great shaman, the hair is bringing troops here. Even the officials are having trouble holding them back. The great shaman is confused. The hair, he's a trustworthy man. How could this happen? Are you lying to me? No, shaman, I wouldn't lie. The tribe leader, still calm, says, let him respond. Even though a revolution is happening, you should be able to handle it. Why can't you suppress them? The goblin explains, aside from the common citizens, some of the warriors and even some nobles are involved. The leader, now angry, responds, how did these people get swayed by an outsider's words? He hands the subordinate a totem and says, take this ancestral totem and control the situation. Try to preserve as much of the tribe's strength as possible. The subordinate, accepting the totem, replies, perfect, great shaman, I know just what to do. However, hidden in the bushes, the tribe is being observed by Lukic's group. Captain Lu, great news. It seems a civil war is breaking out among the goblins. The perfect opportunity for us to strike has arrived. Down below, the goblins and centaurs are already fighting. The armies are trying to stop them, and the protagonist is impressed. My plan was to take advantage of the main army's weakness and finish them off, but it seems my side is actually winning. Suddenly, everything stops. The protagonist wonders, why aren't they moving anymore? The goblin with the totem has arrived. I bring the totem that represents the great ancestors and will announce an oracle. The system's tip reveals that this guy hates the hair. He thinks the protagonist is a waste of the bloodline and doesn't deserve the title of the great shaman's hair. The protagonist is shocked. Damn, the guy whose body I took is hated by this one. And this guy also seems to be carrying some serious equipment. The goblins are now happy with the totem, which is a problem for the protagonist. Damn, I need them to be angry. The goblin with the totem speaks, you all came here and caused problems for the great shaman. He has the truth and told me that it's best for you all to return home and rest, and you will be forgiven. The goblins with their 16 IQ are all happy, revering the totem bearer. The protagonist thinks it's hard to compete with the respect they have for the great leader. But trying to refute what this guy said will only mess up my plan further. You know what? He says, there's no need to rush everyone. The great shaman is indeed correct. Let's celebrate together. I will bring the nameless one so we can speak with him. The goblin's object, hey, you're overstepping. We can't just summon a criminal here. But the protagonist insists, but everything's resolved now, and the great shaman said everyone would be forgiven. Are you questioning him? The totem bearer, finding the request excessive, but not wanting to escalate the situation, agrees, it's okay, let's go get him. As they walk down the corridor, the shaman reflects, I always thought you were just focused on pleasure with no ambition at all. Your actions today surprised me. The protagonist finds the situation strange. Why is this guy trying to act all nice now? The shaman beside him comments, it seems you've been acting like a loser to create this opportunity, haven't you? As soon as you saw the nameless one cause a little rebellion, you took advantage, didn't you? It was a great plan, even better since I got the totem. So here's a tip. Get out of the Thunder Tribe before I don't let you leave. The protagonist, slightly annoyed, retorts, you sure like giving advice. Let me give you some too. Suddenly, the protagonist unleashes his spider companion on the shaman. The spider prepares to consume the item, but the protagonist stops her, saying he has another purpose for it. Outside, the goblins are eagerly waiting for them to return. A goblin spots them and exclaims, look, he's coming back. But the protagonist emerges carrying the battered body of the goblin he had beaten up earlier. He shouts, the nameless one was killed by the shaman. He was unjustly executed by this tribe. The crafty protagonist found a way to incite the revolution again. Everyone is in shock and the guards protest, impossible. You're the only one who interrogated him. And where's the totem bearer? Why isn't he with you? The protagonist responds, from the start, he had no intention of letting the Nameless One live, all because he wanted to maintain this aristocratic system. He didn't want to end the nobles' indulgence. He pulls out the megaphone and declares, "But I swear in the name of this sacrifice, we will avenge the death of the Nameless One and overthrow this system." Raising his arms, the goblins are fully motivated, now furious with the cruel reality. No one will listen to any more explanations. The goblins charge, shouting, "Kill those insects. We need to tear down this place. This tribe is unjust." The soldiers are being attacked, panicking and shouting, "What are you doing?" The protagonist smirked, thinking the best and most useful kind of forest goblin is a dead forest goblin. At that moment, the fire of revolution was ignited. Of course, compared to the armed cavalry, the civilian goblins were extremely weak. But this wasn't just any fight, the goblins were fighting for their freedom. Blows rained down, but the goblins pressed on, undeterred by the arrows and spears. They pushed forward, now face to face with the army guarding the great shaman. A noble ordered them to stop, but the soldiers hesitated. The protagonist rallied them. "Davarish, ahead lies the great shaman, and that is where our awakening awaits." The protagonist observed, "All I need to do is destroy the portal that brings the goblins. That way I'll complete the main mission." He watched the battle, waiting for a chance to climb the stairs to the temple. One of the goblins slashed at a guard, but the blade bent on impact. The guard had activated an elite defense skill, making him nearly immune to attacks. Another shaman appeared, offering the protagonist a chance to surrender, saying he could still be forgiven. The protagonist asked, "What will happen to my comrades if I surrender?" The shaman sneered, "Do you dare negotiate with me? Those rebels of yours will be killed one by one. You better surrender and take advantage of the kindness I'm still showing." The system mourned, "He's telling you to surrender, but he's just waiting for the moment to kill you." A goblin pleaded, "Sir, please surrender. Even if we die, you must survive." The shaman taunted, "Why don't you surrender before you're buried with these fools?" But the protagonist, ever the speaker, declared, "To your eyes, they may seem like mere rebels, ants beneath your feet without any will of their own. But to me, they are my comrades, my brothers in arms. We share the same ideals, and we've sworn an oath. We will eliminate the injustice in this tribe." The protagonist continued to inspire, saying, "Today, one of us will die. There's no third option." The goblins were moved, realizing the shaman was a fool. But then a goblin rushed in, shouting, "Shaman, something terrible has happened." The protagonist watched as the goblin reported, "A bunch of those bites, hairless creatures are coming to attack us. There's an army at the entrance." The others were shocked, saying, "Impossible. We scouted those guys, and they were all so weak. Any one of us could defeat them." The goblin warned, "The general's group has already been defeated. Impossible. Sir, these bipeds that attacked this time have armor and equipment. We couldn't even scratch them, and their commanders seem to have some strange barrier." The goblins were rattled. The protagonist thought, "A great enemy. They must be referring to me, the one who's been killing them off. But it seems like Lukic's coming to stir things up. How kind of him." The goblin begged, "Sir, please send reinforcements now to stop their invasion, or we'll all be slaughtered." The protagonist, with a malicious plan in mind, spoke up, "I'm willing to lead all those who follow me to stop the enemy. We'll resolve this afterward." Obviously, his plan was to take the shaman's army with him, leaving the shaman unprotected. The shaman glared at him, thinking, "This bastard, he incited rebellion and now wants to take control of the situation." But the soldiers were also worried. "Sir, as much as the rebellion needs to be controlled, an attack from another race is far more dangerous." The shaman thought, "I'll take this chance to kill him." But he announced to everyone that he forgave the protagonist and that they needed to control the invasion. He even created a new rule in the tribe. Any rebel who killed one of the invaders would be granted the title of noble. The protagonist noticed this piqued the goblins' interest. The shaman's move was clever. Some goblins who were still loyal to the shaman disagreed with this, but the shaman clarified, "This rule doesn't come without conditions." He pointed at the protagonist. "For this rule to be established, you will have to duel me in a sacred challenge and atone for your sins." The shaman supporters immediately understood. He wasn't interested in granting anyone the title of noble. He just wanted to challenge the protagonist, and once he was eliminated, it would be easy to stop the rest. The protagonist observed, "This guy is judging my combat skills based on the body I've taken over, which is why he's challenging me so openly." He looked around at the others, who were all watching him. But now that the shaman had mentioned the chance for rebels to become nobles, they were a bit indecisive. The system mourned, egoism and greed are consuming these goblins. They've realized they have a chance to become nobles and will go from being the exploited to the exploiters. They're all eager for you to accept the shaman's condition. But the protagonist liked this turn of events, thinking, "I was wondering how I'd create a chance to face him, but now he's challenging me. Fine then, I accept your challenge for a duel." Those still loyal to him were shocked. "No, you can't, sir." The girl cried out, "He knows you're weak in combat, and he just wants to kill you with this duel." But the protagonist, skilled in persuasion, responded, "Our priority now is to stop the invaders. If I don't participate in this duel, they'll destroy the tribe. Unfortunately, this is the only path. Never forget, we fight to eliminate inequality here. If my death can bring safety to the tribe and justice, I will die without any regrets. He rallied his followers of Deverish, you don't need to fear my departure. Just keep your ideals in mind and don't forget what we're fighting for. The soldiers, even those who were his enemies, were moved. I'm his enemy, but damn, I respect this guy. And so the great duel was set to take place. Meanwhile, at the invasion, goblin bodies lay scattered everywhere. A centaur tried to charge, but fell into a trap set by that soldier who loves a good fight. Aren't my traps incredible? A beautiful waifu remarked, just kill him already and stop talking. Alright. The goblin, bewildered, thought to himself, how did I end up in this situation? He had been feeling strong, but now here he was facing an opponent with a huge sword. As the blade came down, it was clear there would be no mercy. The sword sliced through him, cutting him clean in half. Lukik, meanwhile, continued commanding his troops to advance. The protagonist and his companions headed toward the sacred duel hall. In goblin culture, where they have always enslaved others, it's common to duel the slave by your side. The sacred duel is witnessed by the great ancestors, so no goblin besides the participants can see what happens inside. The shaman taunted, your method of inciting a rebellion to seize power is quite unique. The protagonist thought, this guy just wants to chat before the duel. The centaur, focused on her role, was told by the protagonist, you don't have to play dumb anymore. Just use this to strengthen yourself. The shaman, confused, asked, why give that to her? A centaur slave can't use abilities. You must be desperate. But before he could finish, a barrage of arrows was already flying towards him. The shaman quickly realized, wait, how did she use his centaur ability? Is your centaur aware? The protagonist ignored him, saying, Sister Mia, no need to be polite. Use those special arrows we prepared. The centaur unleashed a volley of arrows, each curving through the air with one carrying a special tip. The shaman's centaur tried to dodge, but the arrows homed in on their target. Mid-air, two arrows collided, causing an explosion. Here, the protagonist chuckled. These explosive arrows I got from my assistant are definitely worth it. The shaman, now cautious, admitted, it seems I underestimated you. The system chimed in, warning that you caught him by surprise. The protection from the ancestors shielded him from major injuries. He will be more cautious now. This attack won't work twice. The shaman, now exuding an aura of power, said, I didn't expect that your playful, pleasure-seeking facade was just a disguise for someone so ambitious and greedy. The system further warned, with the barrier he's placed, another explosive arrow will only take 25% of his shield's energy. You think you can defeat me with these secret techniques? The shaman activated a skill called Battle Memory. The protagonist, shield in hand, knew this wouldn't be easy. The system warned him to be cautious as the shaman was accumulating energy. He turned to Mia, urging her to attack the shaman's centaur with her arrows. She hesitated, not wanting to harm an ally. The protagonist reminded her, to achieve your vengeance, you must understand that some sacrifices are necessary. Now, you know he's of your race, he's our enemy. Realizing she had no choice, Mia unleashed two more explosive arrows. The centaur retaliated with arrows of its own. Arrows twisted and curved through the air, clashing and exploding. Unfortunately, the shaman centaur also knew how to bend arrows, complicating things. The system alerted the shaman has accumulated 50% of his power. Be careful. The protagonist rushed to Mia, saying, Sister Mia, let's go with strategy B, and she carried him, showing unexpected agility and strength. The shaman scoffed, you think riding on her will change anything, you fool? But Mia was already in action, cradling the protagonist as she moved. The shaman, surprised, watched as she protected him with her shield. The protagonist then instructed her to throw him at the shaman, and she did so with precision. Mid-air, the protagonist was launched while Mia unleashed a barrage of curved, explosive arrows. The shaman barely survived, emerging from the smoke. I survived, but my secret skill is nearly complete. However, something moved within the smoke. It was her little chirp. The shaman, caught off guard, was attacked by the centaur. Though if you blocked the attack, the protagonist had expected it. Even with a surprise attack, his attributes are still higher than hers. The shaman, confident in his resilience, declared, my body is fortified with secret techniques. It's impossible for a weak strike like that to harm me. The time has come. Emerge, lightning shaman's spiritual summon. The chirp was thrown back, but she quickly shot a web to the wall, pulling herself back up. The shaman sneered, it's too late, monster. Now I have the protection of the ancestors. The system warned the grand summoning has begun. He's not only stronger than a level 2 in physical combat, but he can also unleash unpredictable long-range attacks. The chirp looked to the protagonist for guidance, and he thought every dungeon boss has a power and a weakness. I just need to find his weakness. If I can win with minimal cost. If not, well, I'll have to come up with something else. Big guy, it's too late to regret it now. I'm going to destroy every inch of your body. Let's start with you, the one who pointed a weapon at me. He shoots at little Chirp, who barely dodges the attack. She blocks it with her arm. Wow, she's quick. But then she gets pushed back hard. Poor thing doesn't stand a chance. The creature keeps launching spiritual attacks, and she's just trying to survive. Meanwhile, the centaur girl gets hit in the legs and collapses, almost dead, but our Chad manages to save the big one. He pulls her back confidently, but now the system provides a hint. Even though this form of his is extremely powerful, eventually it will end, and when that happens, I'll be left in a weakened state. The protagonist, great shaman, have you noticed? Even possessed by the power of your soul and using all the strength of the ancestors, neither I nor my monsters have given up. The shaman, so what? Are you trying to say you're some kind of hero? The protagonist, no, I'm just telling you I already knew about your powers. The shaman, you knew about my abilities? Impossible. Everyone who has seen this is already dead. The protagonist lets out a sly grin. Little Chirp is approaching from behind, glowing purple. The goblin, how does a monster have a death ability? She draws her weapon with a fierce intensity, invoking the mercy of a mother goddess of desire. The big goblin is shocked, but still he thinks he just needs to block it. He uses his spirit to defend against her strike and holds it back. As you can see, the protection of the great ancestors cannot be broken, says the shaman. The protagonist, the more relaxed you are, the easier it is to get killed. Little Chirp's attack combines all of her strength and agility. Based on my tests, the shaman can barely block it if he uses all his power. Alright, it's time, sister. Boost morale. One more point in strength, one more in agility. The shaman is in shock. Will he be able to block it? An explosion erupts. What's happening? There's fire everywhere, glitter raining down. Chirp used her forest ability, she's got one too. And with that, the guy is done for. She collapses, completely exhausted, poor thing. The system alerts, the spider girl used her boss ability. She's now in a severely weakened state, but still much stronger than you. The protagonist, oh damn system, cut it out. He goes over to gather the remains of the guy who's now in pieces. Damn, I saw her cut him in two, so why are there so many pieces left? He must have had some strengthening equipment. Little Chirp comes over, grabs the teeth he was carrying, and hands them to the protagonist. Another pendant? Do all goblins just wear pendants? He sees her hungry face as if to say, give it to me, man. He looks at her, you want this? Her expression says she does. Well, she didn't even need to ask. Obviously, she gets the best gear. Damn, she's pumped. The system states, since she's weakened, she only has 10 agility at the moment. On the screen, it doesn't seem like much has changed, but the system says, even though you can't see it yet, her body has absorbed some of the item's power and gained an evolution that other spiders don't have. You're one lucky guy, kid. Unfortunately, the power appears to be somewhat secretive, labeled as XX, and our protagonist is like, what the heck is XX man? Well, since the system said it's something good, there's no need to worry. He calls over his little centaur, but when she looks back, she's all sad about her friend who got crushed. It was you who crushed him, you rascal. She tells the protagonist, the goblin is dead. Can't you save him? He's almost gone. The protagonist looks at her and sadly realizes that this centaur hasn't regained his mind. What the guy did was use a battle memory, not free him from the curse. He apologizes and says there's no way to save him after using that collar. She's crying, but the protagonist is already thinking about whether or not it's worth taking her into another fight. Seeing that both of them seem capable of fighting, he says, Sister Mia, we have more important things to do. Right now, we need to destroy the altar in the middle of the temple. As long as that altar exists, the goblins will keep invading and the centaurs will continue to be killed. She gets motivated, saying she understands and that it's their responsibility to help. The protagonist is just observing her actions to see if it's worth making a contract with her. Despite being very emotional, she usually acts when she needs to. Outside, some goblins from the army are talking. Down below, the goblins are all foaming at the mouth. Warriors who clearly aren't going to show up, right? Our troops will advance and destroy those hairless ones. I don't get it, they call humans hairless and two-legged. But hey, you guys are hairless and two-legged. The generalist says, you're being foolish, but the little noble says there's nothing they can do, it's their choice. Outside, the protagonist is strolling along with his waifu, walking in good company. They already passed the bunch over there. I didn't think they'd leave people guarding the temple even in this war situation. It seems this is really important to them. For the army, Luki gives a motivational speech. We found the source of the goblins' creation. If we destroy the main army blocking the way, we can complete the main mission given by the ancient gods and claim our victory. We've all experienced the pain and glory of the battlefield. This place has already become familiar to humans, and now with our new equipment, let's advance on their base. The guy with glasses is impressed because the combat power of the people is increasing with Lukic's speech. Look, he's using a little trumpet there. Does it have an effect? He points and the goblins are already coming. You're the right people in the right place. This battle must be won. Yeah, let's win. They start running. I think they're all gonna get wrecked. The goblins are coming like maniacs while our protagonist is pretty chill. With his two warriors and his shield, he's approaching the altar. Apparently there aren't any traps. All we have to do is destroy the altar. But he gets startled when he sees something purple with an aura being poured over the altar. The thing sends a lightning bolt to the sky, which hits the goblins in the middle of the war. Immediately, they receive a buff from the elders, and with that, they start to turn the tide. Seeing this, Lukik knows that if he delays, he'll lose more people. So he passes the commander's position to another and throws himself into the front lines. He jumps out. Brothers, follow me. However, our protagonist is there with the aura emanating. I don't know what this aura is doing, but it clearly can't be good. I'd better run and break this altar quickly. The spider girl already dashes out, slashing at the altar. which starts to crack. The problem is that this aura is causing a lot of damage, and the centaur and spider don't have shields. But when he looks closer, he realizes they're being strengthened. It seems that the aura gives a strength bonus to any monster, but the system gives a warning. The power coming from it can promote the growth of creatures, but be careful not to go too far. The centaur asks if they should help the spider's sister. The protagonist says no because even her injuries have been healed and she seems to be getting stronger. Since that's the case, there's no reason to avoid this energy. But the protagonist notices that while the centaur is being healed, she isn't being strengthened. The spider girl, on the other hand, seems to be really enjoying it, right, my girl? Almost there, huh? The system speaks up again. She has absorbed traits from the X-breath. The spider girl's attributes have increased, but be careful not to go too far. The protagonist thinks, what is this X thing? It was the same when she got the collar. The mark on his hand seems to turn red, and he begins to realize that it's too much. She's absorbing too much and can't take it anymore. Her strength went from 13 to 15, her agility from 18 to 21. The system explains. The dark energy continues trying to push her past her limits. If she doesn't advance to level 2 or stop absorbing, she'll explode. The protagonist tells her to destroy the altar quickly so they can evacuate. She strikes it with all her might, but nothing happens. He tells the centaur to shoot arrows at it too, but the other one is all worn out, not knowing what to do. The spider girl gets frustrated, gathers all her strength, and slices the altar in half, causing it to explode. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the goblin's aura fades and now Lukeek is approaching. With his glowing form, the boy punches a goblin, sending it flying, and the army is already running away. Let's flee, sir. The situation isn't looking good for us. Goodbye. A while later, Lukeek is checking the mission, clearing the goblin forest. The part about destroying the tribe is done, but the part about destroying the altar is still at 0 of 1. Imagine his surprise when he finds out it's already been done. He looks at his troops and says, brothers, we've completed the first part of the mission. Now follow me to the tribe and let's destroy that altar. All the rewards will be ours. The protagonist is quite relaxed with his big spider, who unfortunately lost the power boost when the altar was destroyed, just when she was becoming a real powerhouse. In his mission, he already has 1 of 1 for both objectives. The system informs him that when everything is over, the rewards will be calculated. Seeing that the entire tribe has been destroyed, he realizes that Lukeek and his division probably wiped out the Green Boys. If that's the case, he needs to get out of there because those guys are already climbing the stairs. Lukeek, with his eyes shining, finally says, we've come so far. I gave up so many points, I threw myself into the front lines, I took risks. I'm sure I'll make the best reward from this mission. But as he climbs the stairs, the same message appears. The main mission has been completed. Personal contribution calculations will begin shortly. Lukeek's face falls. Wait, what? How can this be? I haven't even reached the altar yet. He looks back, wondering if someone took advantage of the fight with the goblins to destroy it. He's thinking it was someone from his group, but everyone's got a confused look on their faces. They don't know what happened either. The system then informs Lukeek, you rank 2nd, and your rewards will be distributed. The jerk is furious. I worked so hard these past days to come in first. Whoever stole my rewards will pay dearly for this. Oh boy, what if the protagonist's name shows up in the rankings? For the protagonist, his personal contribution ranked 1st. With his arms crossed, it seems the system's analysis was correct. The hungry spider girl is eyeing the centaur's necklace. Hold on, glutton. His reward, a red Agatha treasure chest. That's the highest possible rank. Are the ancient gods really this generous? Strangely, the spider can see the item, but the centaur can't, probably because she doesn't have a contract. The system explains there are no restrictions on the rewards for the main mission. Your chest can be opened at any time. In this red chest, you have a 90% chance of receiving a gold quality item and a 10% chance of receiving a red quality item. The protagonist grins greedily. I got a purple item from the blue chest. What could I get from a red one? Since there's no point in waiting, I'm not going to hesitate. As a golden light begins to shine, will it be gold or red? The thing explodes with a little cloud appearing. A cloud that can fly over mountains and peaks, but at level 1, it can only fly close to the ground. The protagonist exclaims, wow, what amount? It seems so. This is good because now I won't have to rely on the spider girl to escape. He activates it and sees it lift a bit off the ground. The centaur looks startled and says something he can't understand. He realizes, oops, it's been a while since I took my pill. The effects must have worn off. She's confused like, wasn't he a goblin? Now he's human. What's going on? The system reassures him that even though she saw him transform from goblin to human, she doesn't seem scared of him. She really is a silly girl. The protagonist takes another pill to talk to the centaur, thinking, I avenged her entire tribe and helped her achieve what she wanted. Even if she knows I lied, I don't think she'll be too mad. Sister Mia, I'm fine. It seems the curse has changed again, hasn't it? This time, I think it was for the better. She kind of believes it. The system chimes in again, calling her gullible, poor thing. She points to the cloud and says, what's this magical thing here? The protagonist seems to take pleasure in lying because he spins a tale, claiming that after they eliminated the tribe, he received a vision from the ancient centaurs, and this cloud was a gift from them. Where are these ancient centaurs? She asks. He brushes it off, saying, "Oh, it was just in my head. Never mind," clearly making things up. She looks sad because she wanted to receive a message from the ancients too, and the boy is making the poor girl suffer. He gently pats her head, standing on tiptoe to do so. Analyzing all of this, the protagonist realizes that it might be a good idea to form a contract with her. The problem is that he doesn't have the level needed to form a contract yet. Another issue is that her role in the group would be quite similar to Little Chirp's, and it might be better to have someone who compliments her instead. Just then, Little Chirp arrives all proud, but the protagonist reassures her, saying, "Calm down, girl, there's more where that came from." She thanks him and enjoys the affection. Now the protagonist is pondering what to do with the centaur. She has no tribe to return to, but he also can't form a contract with her yet. What should he do? The centaur looks at him, thinking he must be incredibly strong to have saved everyone. To be honest, girl, he's the weakest one around. But then she starts emitting a blue aura, and the true spirit of the ancient centaurs appears to her. "My descendant who carries the blood of the king, your desire to protect our clan has awakened me. If you truly want to save your people, then head in this direction. Return to our lands and pass the test to inherit my position as Centaur King. You will find my lost treasure and receive a power." The spirit disappears before finishing the sentence. The protagonist, amazed, thinks this centaur girl has royal blood, so if she passes the test, she'll become a centaur queen. Now that's a true leader. His eyes light up at the prospect of her becoming stronger. He can't resist a powerful ally. The centaur, however, is her usual self, unsure and hesitant. Sometime later, the protagonist talks with her, and she explains everything about the Centaur King, the Centaur Kingdom, and everything there is to know. In this world, centaurs were always the lords of the land. They expanded their territory and finally established a rich and powerful community. Although the centaurs had a king, they respected merit, and nothing was determined by bloodline. Anyone who wanted a position of power in the tribe had to pass tests and challenges. But this system of governance only lasted until the first king disappeared. When he died, the centaurs began fighting for power, which coincided with the arrival of the goblins. The protagonist seems intrigued by all of this, but the centaur, glancing down, becomes sad. "The test is really difficult. I can't pass it. Lin, you defeated the great shaman. You go and become the king of the centaurs." She wants him to take the test, still thinking he's a centaur. The protagonist gently places a hand on her shoulder. "Sister Mia, the Centaur King chose you. I can't go against his will. The victory over the goblin shaman was also thanks to your hard work. You're more than qualified, so there's no need to fear the test." He encourages her, "Go ahead and become the queen of the centaurs. I'll support you." But in his mind, he's thinking once she becomes the Centaur King, it'll be the perfect opportunity to form a contract. Jealousy brews as Little Chirp watches, while the centaur feels happy yet slightly embarrassed when the protagonist explains that he can't stay with her for now. Unfortunately, the test to become her king will take time, and he doesn't have the level to sign a contract yet, but he can't just let her go without anything. So he says he'll be right back and goes to get something. "Stay here, my girl." Meanwhile, Lukik and his company finally reach the altar, only to find it completely destroyed. The mission changes. For the next 24 hours, whoever kills goblins will receive even more points. Lukik gives a little motivational speech to encourage everyone to go kill the goblins. Clearly, his intention is to somehow use this to find out who broke the altar. Diocles was impressed with Lukik's plan. He wasn't sure how Lukik would pull it off, but he was curious to see what would happen. Meanwhile, the little centaur was anxiously pacing back and forth, waiting for the protagonist to return. She was daydreaming about her warrior. "I don't think this will work out, maybe it's worth trying," she imagined. In her fantasy, the warrior was saying, "I will always be your most loyal sword, my queen." Poor thing, not realizing she couldn't even hold a twig. "If you want to touch my queen, you'll have to get through me first," she thought, lost in her own daydreams. But then, here he comes. The protagonist returned with some centaurs who had been enslaved. After the curse was lifted, they were no longer aggressive, but they also lost all their intelligence. They could only hunt, eat, and that was it. However, the protagonist told her that as members of her race, there was no problem if they stayed with her. Perhaps they could help rebuild the Centaur Kingdom. With a hand in his pocket, he said, "Oh, here's something for you. A communicator so you can contact me in the future." She was delighted. "If you encounter any difficulties, just hold it in your hand and say my name. That way, I'll be able to hear your call. But there's a limit on how many times you can use it, so save it for when it's really necessary." It was a white-quality communicator, allowing her to talk to him up to 10 times. The protagonist thought, "Unfortunately, this is the best I can buy right now, and now I'm out of points again." She gratefully accepted it, holding it close to her heart, and gave him a big warm hug. They said their goodbyes, and as usual, someone else was getting jealous. The scene shifted to Lukik and his team working on the new mission. Everyone who participated received 50 points, and now the rankings were about to be announced. In a tent, Lukik and his group were talking about how all their team members seemed fine. Lukik then suggested that the person who killed the boss and destroyed the altar might not be on their team after all. The group was uneasy, especially since they realized it might be the protagonist. Lukik, who sly as a fox, mentioned that he would take charge of finding this person, thinking it would be dangerous for anyone else to get involved since whoever defeated the boss must be strong. The guy with glasses pointed out a suspect. "Look at the mission rankings. This person had 0 points, but now they gained a lot. It's likely this is the target we're looking for. The next chapter began with a little goblin climbing a staircase, calling out, "Shaman, shaman." The Thunder Tribe was attacked. But when he looked around, the great shaman was nowhere to be found. Instead, a spear and arrow were protruding from the wall behind him. He'd already been skewered. A young guy, all swagged out, stepped out from the shadows, relieved. Woo, that makes 10. He had a mission: kill 10 goblin leaders and receive the Goblin Leader Assassin achievement. Reward, a purple Agatha chest. The first phase of the mission was suspended and points were about to be announced. He glanced at the rankings and saw that he was now in first place. Maybe I overdid it, and now people are going to start bothering me, he thought. Good thing I have the power to lower my presence, so that almost nothing notices me. That's how I managed to pull off that stunt in the spider dungeon. He remembered getting a chest and seeing a little girl nearby. But the reward was something no one was supposed to obtain, a class change to User of the 5 Elements. Even though goblins could sense his presence, he could move in and out using his earth ability without leaving any trace. Well, now that I'm in first place, there's not much point in hiding anymore. Time to make the most of it. Back with the glasses-wearing guy, he was discussing this mysterious person who had suddenly shot to the top of the leaderboard. Has anyone seen this person, or are they trying to stay hidden? Everyone responded that they had no idea who this person could be. However, the blue-haired waifu suggested maybe it's just someone who got really lucky and received a good mission, rather than the person who destroyed the altar. A bit of tension was brewing in the group. They weren't getting along too well. Lukeek mentioned that the blue-haired girl was a cop before all this started. Maybe she can conduct an analysis, he suggested. She sort of agrees, though reluctantly, saying that based on her analysis of the bodies, it looks like the creature died from arrows and slashes, so whoever it was uses that kind of weapon. Considering that when they attacked, the village seems stable, it means that whoever did this was there at the same time, so the person must be. And then we switch to our protagonist, who's now wearing a bunch of spider-themed clothing since he had to appease the spider girl after she got mad. To cheer her up, he dressed up in the outfit. After completing the mission, he went back to see what was available in the shop. Even though he didn't have any points, he wanted to know if anything good had appeared. But unfortunately, there was nothing. As he was leaving, he noticed some people gathered around a notice. The conversation among them was something like, "Wow, what did this guy do? They're offering 400 points. The protagonist, curious, went to see what it was about. The message read that a warrior had single-handedly defeated the leader of the goblins. This person had greatly preserved the vitality of our army, and they wanted to express their gratitude. They were asking for help in finding this warrior, and anyone who found him would receive 400 points. The protagonist thought, whoa, 400 points would be nice, but I don't want to reveal my identity. As he started to leave, he realized that he had no idea how they came up with that image, but it didn't look like him, so he wasn't too worried. Just as he was about to walk away, he felt a hand on his shoulder, but it was just the effect of the charm. The system informed him, even though she seems happy to see you, deep down, she feels something different. Why do you keep checking her attributes every time you see her? That's not very knightly of you. The protagonist thought, because women are hard to understand, I need the system's help. But what's this about a different emotion? I'm curious, but unfortunately, I want to say solo. How are you doing? He asked. She replied, I'm fine, but you seem a bit lost. Did you find something? Feeling a bit awkward, he said it was nothing. But she pressed him. If there's anything wrong, you can tell Big Sis. He thought, man, I don't know if it's because we haven't seen each other in a while, but she's serious today. Big Sis, I'm fine. But what about you? How are things? He asked. She answered, I'm fine, don't worry. Clearly, she wasn't fine. The protagonist felt something odd, and then suddenly the goddess appeared, saying she was pleased with the first part of the mission, but that the second part was about to begin. However, she warned that with her current abilities, the next mission would be extremely difficult. She advised them to level up before venturing out. The first step was to form a group within 3 days. Anyone who didn't form a group would be removed from the list. The protagonist wasn't happy about this at all. Damn it, with my current strength, I benefit more from being alone. Why is she suddenly forcing us to form groups? The mission was called Strength in Numbers. All warriors of the ancient gods needed to form a group. The group had to be registered in the official city, and registration cost 400 points, with a minimum of 2 and a maximum of 100 people. The protagonist thought this was a kind gesture from the gods since the next mission seemed difficult, so they made this rule to ensure no one would be left alone. But this affected those who preferred to play solo, like him. Now he was lost in thought, wondering what to do. If he didn't show his strength, he'd end up with a group of weaklings. Considering that the waifu in front of him already knew about the spider girl and was under the charm effect, she might be the best option. Being the master of subtlety, he casually said, wow, this mission is going to be easy for you, Big Sis. Someone as strong as you must already have a group. She seemed a bit embarrassed and mentioned that she was thinking of joining another group. What? You've been fighting alone all this time? You're amazing, he exclaimed, playing it up. She hesitated, then said, if it's just the 2 of us, I won't be able to protect you. Maybe I should join a different group. The protagonist was confused, thinking, as far as I remember, she was always confident about protecting me. So why is she doubting her strength now? The protagonist begins to think that, considering the message from the system, her loss of confidence, and the fact that she's without a team, perhaps she was in one, but everyone got wiped out, right? He then speaks up. Sis, don't worry about it. Actually, I've been lucky and Sister Chirp is really powerful. We just need her to gain a lot of benefits. She feels a bit embarrassed. So if you've got that big spider monster on your side now, you don't need Big Sis anymore. Just agree already, he thinks. Mentioning Chirp's strength isn't working. Should I play up my weaknesses to make her want to protect me? Well, I've got the charm activated. Even if she knows everything, she won't want to betray me. Sis, even though Chirp is strong, my profession is special, and I can only strengthen her. So I'm still very weak. That's why I have to be careful. I can't be alone. It's too risky for me. Every time she's fighting, I'm hiding scared. It would be so nice to have Big Sis by my side protecting me. As soon as the goddess mentioned this mission, I thought of you. If you don't hate me, let's form a team together. Man, he's playing 5D chess here. She tries to resist? If that's the case, I don't have a choice. You're in danger because of me, so I'll help you. She grabs his hand. Man, this guy is a manipulator. The system chimes in. Your pathetic excuses at least activated her protective instincts. But you're a complete scoundrel, kid. The only problem now is that they need points to form the team. He's broke, and she only has 100. She asks, how are we going to get 300 points so quickly? Just then, the chubby guy shows up. His name is Manhwa, offering to give all his points if he can join the group with Miss Lin. This guy is slick, the system notes. In such a cruel world, to survive with such a lousy system panel, this guy must have some kind of ability. The protagonist asks, do you know him, sis? I'd only spoke to him once, and he's been bothering me ever since. I thought he'd given up, but here he is again. The protagonist continues, hey man, are you a stalker? Manhwa replies, no, don't get me wrong, big brother. I'm not some perverted stalker. It's just that, on that day, I caught a glimpse of Miss Lin's combat power, and I was impressed by such strength. The protagonist glances over at you killed a goblin with your bare hands. No, it's not like that, she starts, but the guy doesn't stop. The most unforgettable moment was when she was fighting and still protecting her fallen allies, even at the cost of her own body. She cuts in, what are you trying to say? Spit it out. The guy continues, that battle was so brutal that in the end, only she was left standing. At that moment of despair, I was paralyzed, but I'm sure it's worth trusting her with my safety. The protagonist thinks, as I suspected, it seems her previous group was killed. The guy gives a little speech saying that the moment he heard the goddess' message, he ran to speak to her because he has no combat ability. If she doesn't accept him, he'll end up dying in another group. The protagonist thinks, why does it seem like this guy is also trying to take advantage of her kindness? A small image of him pops up. What do you mean by also, you scoundrel? He opens the system window. I believe Miss Lin will never give up on me. That's why I'm offering all my points. She's hesitant. No, wait. Seeing her hesitance to reject him, the protagonist wonders if it has something to do with some ability the guy has. But then she receives a single point from Manhwa. Hold on, did this guy make that entire speech just to give her 1 point? But the protagonist has a devious plan. It seems like the chubby guy has some kind of conversation ability. What he can do is blame the group's good results on the chubby guy, deflecting attention from himself. The chubby guy keeps talking, saying that although he can't help in battle, he's a good strategist and knows logistics. The system warns, looking at this guy's attributes and how he's talking, it seems he doesn't have many ambitions and really just wants someone to save him. The protagonist thinks, well, if the system says to trust him, maybe there's nothing wrong. He tells the guy it's not impossible for you to join, but there's something you'll have to do. The chubby guy responds eagerly, I'll do anything, just tell me. Lin, the big sister, asks him, do you really want to let him join the group? The protagonist reassures her, relax, I've got a plan, just trust me. The protagonist tells the chubby guy to go to Lukeek's group and say that he, the chubby guy, is the person they're looking for. Shocked, Manhwa asks, wait, you want me to pretend to be that guy? Exactly, the protagonist confirms. The chubby guy hesitates, but won't they not believe me and cause problems for us? The protagonist starts bluffing, saying that the so-called big boss, the guy they're looking for, is a friend of his, so there's no need to worry. The chubby guy continues hesitating, saying, if he's your friend, why don't you tell him yourself? But then the protagonist gives him a little knock on the head from Little Chirp and says, hey, my friend moves through the shadows and is undetectable. You just cut your hair there, and the guy touches his head like, did that you what? Okay, I guess. The protagonist assures him that if anything happens, his friend will protect him. So the chubby guy agrees, albeit reluctantly. Well, I guess I have to do this, or they won't accept me into the group. Sai, sometimes to win big, you have to take risks. He heads off, and the sister asks, wait, you're the big boss, aren't you? He quickly responds, no sis, hold on. Don't tell anyone, alright? Nobody can know. Even though I have the spider, I'm still weak, and it's dangerous if people find out about me. It's better if he goes and gets the points to help us form the group. She, fully motivated, reassures him, don't worry, nothing will go wrong. I'm here to protect you. The chubby guy then arrives at Lukeek's camp. There are a lot of people here, but it's okay. Even if they find out, they can't do anything to me because the boss will help. He's got a communicator through which the protagonist will guide him in convincing the people. The protagonist had already warned him that since the person they're looking for plays alone, will have to go in alone, the lone wolf. As the chubby guy picks up the communicator, Lukik and his crew are discussing how to handle the distribution, since they now have to form a giant group. Then someone enters, announcing that the person for the bounty has come to collect. Lukik, looking pleased, says to let him in, and in walks the chubby guy. I was out hunting and just got back, finding out you were looking for me. So are you a friend or foe? Tell me now. The chubby guy is in shock, thinking, there are so many people in this room, I need to wrap this up before they find me out. Lukik proudly introduces himself, my name is Lukik, and I'm the leader of this group. The wanted posters we put out were because it's hard to find people these days, but don't worry, we have no ill intentions. Have a seat with us and tell me your name. Feeling more confident now, the chubby guy introduces himself as Panway. The protagonist is listening in on everything. Lukik continuing, this is all just to satisfy a certain curiosity. Someone who took down a boss alone. What kind of person would that be? Lukik is thinking that this person seems quite different from the profile they had in mind and decides to analyze it carefully. The chubby guy responds, all this is just to find me. Honestly, those who depend on groups don't understand the power of a lone hunter. That's why, when I saw the goblins, I realized the only way to take down the leader was to infiltrate their base. Lukik, now convinced that this information is enough to confirm Panway's involvement, says, wow, Brother Pan, you're very brave. Can you give me some details about your fight with the boss? The protagonist, listening in, realizes Lukik has some information about how the fight went down and is trying to confirm it. The chubby guy, gaining more confidence, says, all right, I'll satisfy your curiosity. Normally in combat, I finish the enemy with one strike, but this boss fight wasn't so easy. As soon as I entered the room, I saw the goblin shaman on top of a centaur. Many would have been scared, but I stood there, not an ounce of fear. When he saw me, he ordered the centaur to shoot arrows at me, but I easily deflected them. One of the people in the room exclaims, wait, you deflected the leader's arrows with a one-handed sword. The chubby guy rolls his eyes, you're so dumb, man. Even though it's a centaur, it was weakened by the slave collar, so its arrows weren't that strong. Moving on, after that, I had prepared some explosive arrows and used them on him. Although I knew the boss would block them, at least I caused some damage. When the smoke cleared, he went up in the air and activated a power. Enraged and desperate to survive, he invoked the power of the ancestors. But unfortunately for him, I had already activated my dimensional slash ability. The last thing I saw of him was his brain falling out. Some of the people in the room seem impressed, while others are skeptical. Hey, this guy's story sounds a bit fishy. The blonde guy next to him says, you can't always depend on rank information. Sometimes people have abilities or strengths we don't know about. The protagonist thinks, thankfully, this chubby guy is quick-witted. He's managing to convince them. However, Lukik isn't fully convinced yet. That's an interesting story, Brother Pan, but how did you get there without facing anyone? There were no signs of a fight along the way. The chubby guy gets a bit nervous, but the protagonist advises him through the communicator. Don't panic, just tell him what I told you about the Goblin Temple. The chubby guy then says, I already knew how much they cared about the temple, so I went and attacked the temple first to draw everyone's attention there, fought the boss alone, and then came back to destroy it. Lukik considers this, realizing that everything Panway says aligns with the information he has, but the image of Panway doesn't match the one they had drawn up. But just as Lukik is about to speak, another person enters, saying, Captain, we found the person from the wanted list. Things start to get chaotic as it turns out both are lying. The people around them start to get suspicious, wondering if the chubby guy could really be the person they're looking for. Lukik, now presenting both of them, says, there are two people here claiming to have killed the boss in this camp. Either you two are cooperating or one of you is lying. The chubby guy retorts, you fraud, pretending to be my brother's friend. You'll pay for this. The other guy, slightly taken aback, says, I just came to collect the 400 points, but now there's someone else here. Guess I'm out of luck. The new arrival, examining the chubby guy, says, my 5 elements ability can judge the strength of my opponent, and this guy is weak. There's no way this chubby guy could have killed the boss alone. He's probably a liar trying to collect the reward too. Lukik then asks him, Brother Huang, do you have anything to prove your identity? The guy with the glasses chimes in, the equipment this guy has looks like what was described in the drawing, and I've seen his strength. If Panway isn't lying, he should prove it. The chubby guy, getting bolder, responds, you doubt me because you haven't seen my weapon? Lukik asks, what weapon? Let's see it. The chubby guy pulls out a bow, a small knife, and some arrows. This was the protagonist's plan, knowing that anyone who participated in the fight had to use a bow because of the centaur, and a cutting weapon since Little Chirp shredded everything. The chubby guy feels confident, but the girl with blue hair says that the one who killed the goblin must have used a sword. The protagonist is confused, thinking Little Chirp killed with tremendous force, so why are they thinking it had to be a sword slash? It seems there was an error in their analysis. The protagonist tells the chubby guy to make his exit. The chubby guy slams the table, saying, is this your hospitality? You know what? There's no point in me staying here anymore. He leaves the communicator behind and walks out of the tent. At that moment, Huang receives the 400 points from Lukik. Lukik is relieved, thinking, we almost got fooled by that guy. But Lukeek isn't fully convinced about Huang either, thinking that although this guy might not be the one who killed the boss, he seems talented and could be worth recruiting. Huang, despite preferring to remain solitary, recognizes that this mission requires a group and decides it might be beneficial to take advantage of Lukeek's desperation for talent. He agrees to join the group but insists on staying independent, and Lukeek accepts. Meanwhile, the chubby guy apologizes to the protagonist for not succeeding. The protagonist, with a sigh, says, "It's okay, don't beat yourself up over it. It was just bad luck. At least you managed to leave the communicator there, and I got a lot of information, so you can still join the team." The chubby guy, feeling relieved, thanks him. But the big sis is curious, wondering, how are you going to get the points, guys? The protagonist comes up with a sinister plan. I was expecting this. If we can't win through intelligence, we'll have to take them by force. The chubby guy panics. Wait, you want to take Huyang's points? I don't think even the three of us together could beat him. He's at the top of the rankings. But the protagonist reassures him, saying that his friend, who is actually himself, will help, and all they need to do is wait for Huyang to go hunting, as he seems to be the type who likes to play solo. The protagonist starts to look thoughtful, and Xiaoyan asks what's wrong. He admits that with his current strength, he's confident he can defeat the guy, but his concern is whether the guy might manage to escape. Xiaoyan, ever determined, slaps a hand on the mountains and says not to worry, she'll handle the escape issue. Meanwhile, Huyang is wandering through the forest with the chubby guy keeping a close watch. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Huyang appears right behind him with a massive sword to his throat. The chubby guy stiffens up and stammers, "Sorry man, I just wanted to talk to you about something." But Huyang isn't in the mood for games. "You're a liar. You can't be trusted." The chubby guy tries to calm him down. "Don't worry, okay? I know you just went to Lukeek to grab the points too. I have some information on how to get a lot more, and I wanted to share it with you." Huyang lowers his sword, thinking this guy is so weak he can't possibly be a threat. Let's see what he has to say. He asks, "Alright, spill it." The chubby guy breathes a sigh of relief. Huyang, still skeptical, considers whether he can trust this guy, but since he's so weak, it might be worth checking out. He asks where it is. The chubby guy, trying to be clever, says, "I'm not stupid. If I tell you the place, you'll just go there and take everything for yourself. If you agree to split it 50-50, I'll show you." Huyang, clearly unimpressed, starts drawing his sword again. "Don't do that," the chubby guy pleads. Huyang reluctantly puts the sword away. "Stop spouting nonsense and let's go." The chubby guy leads Huyang toward the goblin base. Huyang, looking around, realizes something. Wait, isn't this the goblin base? I've already scoured this entire temple and didn't find any hidden treasure. Where is it, kid? The chubby guy insists. The treasure is just inside the temple. Come on. But Huyang's face darkens. I searched this whole place. It's nothing but palace ruins. Why are you lying to me? The chubby guy falls to his knees, begging for his life. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to deceive you. It's just that I admire your strength and wanted to team up with you. But Huyang isn't having it. You think I'm going to believe that? At this point, the chubby guy's demeanor changes. Doesn't matter. I've achieved my objective. Huyang suddenly realizes he's stepped into a trap. The chubby guy smirks. I was scared of you, but it looks like you're going to have to wait. Where'd he go? Huyang's already escaped the pitfall and is right behind him. Huyang thinks to himself, why is this weakling trying to trap me with such a childish trick? He must have a death wish. Fine, I'll grant it. He raises his sword to strike, but just then, Little Chirp appears out of nowhere, saving the day. Huyang is thrown backward, thinking, damn it, this monster is strong. But why is she defending this chubby guy? No matter. I need to escape this place. I'll seek my revenge later. Wait, what the hell? Why can't I move my body? He glances back and sees that Shoyan has used a taunt skill, compelling him to fight for at least 5 minutes. But before he can act, he feels a blade against his neck. You're not going anywhere. The protagonist steps out from behind a tree. No need to be scared, Huyang. We're here for riches, not lives. But you trained to be a bandit, didn't you? In the next scene, Shoyan is already receiving the 400 points. Huyang is thinking, well, I gave away the 400 points I earned easily. In a way, I didn't lose anything. At least let me get out of here alive. He offers, alright, you got your points. Can you let me go now? The chubby guy isn't too eager to release him. After all those threats, why don't you give me one of your items instead? They manage to extort another 50 points from him. Huyang figures, better to give up my points than my gear, at least I can farm more later. He gets knocked out with a blow to the head. The protagonist, playing it cool, pretends he's not the one controlling Little Chirp, giving a casual wave, see you later, buddy. The chubby guy, completely awestruck, thinks, wow, the boss is really here. This is incredible. With that, they head back to form their team, with Chirp quietly slipping back into the shadows. At Lukeek's base, they're discussing that one of the groups is already full, and the second one is almost full too. They've got 200 people. The scene shifts to our guy successfully creating his little team, but they've made the chubby guy the group leader. He's a bit shy about it, but the two others pretend they trust him completely. In reality, this is the protagonist's doing. He doesn't want to draw attention to himself at all. The poor chubby guy is so touched, he's even hugging their legs. What a sly move. While Panway is negotiating with people, making everyone think he's managing the group, the protagonist is quietly collecting rewards and keeping his identity hidden. It's the best choice right now. At that moment, a portal appears behind them all, transporting them to a new location. They're suddenly thrown onto the floor of a room. The chubby guy gets all banged up from the fall. They quickly realize this must be the work of the gods. The protagonist remarks that the place looks like a shopping mall. Just then, the goddess appears, explaining that as a reward for the start of the mission, they get to use the team station. This station is an exclusive territory for each team. If used correctly, it can yield many more rewards. Depending on the type of residence they establish, they can receive different buffs such as spirit. Additionally, there will be discounts on items from previous stations, and even rare equipment can be purchased here. However, for now, all the team stations are empty, and they need to choose a style for their base. It seems that this is a region they can access at any time as long as they are at the base, because they are teleported back to the beginning. Each room has a qualification level, and the higher your group's power, the better the qualification you receive. Thanks to Chirp and the soft rice, the protagonist team receives a diamond qualified room. They're the only group with a room of this ranking. The only downside is that purchasing any attributes for the room costs 1,000 points, and right now the protagonist is broke. On the other hand, Lukic's team with its 200 members has plenty of points. The problem is that their power is spread too thin, so instead of receiving a diamond rank, they only got platinum and gold ranked rooms. Lukic is puzzled. How didn't we get a diamond rank? We have all the strongest people here. Only those with a diamond ranked rune can buy the station with all the attributes and bonuses. The blue-haired girl suggests that the only one who might have a diamond rune is that guy, Huyang. However, Huyang only received a platinum rune. He gets a call from Lukic, but the scene shifts to our chubby guy. The protagonist spins a tale, telling him that the boss, who the chubby guy thinks is Chirp, decided to give them a diamond room, which is why theirs is so good. But Shoyun points out that, unfortunately, it's still useless because they don't have enough points to buy the residence and bonuses. The chubby guy suggests, why don't we sell this room to someone with a lot of points like Lukic? The protagonist, however, wants to sell the room to Huyang to avoid raising suspicion from Lukic's group, and because he knows that if Huyang is in the group, he might receive support from Lukic, so he can make money without exposing himself. The chubby guy goes off, thinking it might be dangerous to contact the guy he extorted. Little does he know he's about to run into the guy, and Huyang grabs him by the collar. It's time for you to pay the price. The chubby guy stammers, wait, Huyang, I was looking for you. We got a diamond room, do you want it? Huyang hesitates, and the chubby guy quickly pulls away. If you're interested, you better respect me. I'm willing to sell the room to you for 500 points. According to the chubby guy, the protagonist did some calculations and figured out that's how many points Huyang has. The poor guy thinks, I only have that much. If I buy this, I'll be left with nothing. But he's already hatching a sneaky plan. The chubby guy is alone again, and Huyang thinks, maybe I should kidnap him and force him to hand it over. But the chubby guy, already anticipating this, says, looks like you're asking for another knock to the head. Either you don't want to negotiate or you're broke, right? Some people just can't take advantage of a good opportunity. Huyang grabs his shoulder. All right, let's make the deal. Although they lost the diamond room and ended up with a regular one, at least now they can decorate it like a cinema. The chubby guy is a bit puzzled and asks, why is it just the three of us here? Where's the boss? The protagonist plays it cool, saying, the boss is kind of shy, not here right now. The chubby guy just nods, but the system alerts the protagonist. Even though he pretends to believe you, he already suspects that you're the real boss. This isn't just any chubby guy, he's a smart chubby guy. The protagonist is a bit surprised. Wow, he's catching on to my plan. Well, as long as he goes along with whatever I say, it's fine. The cinema room they bought increases spiritual growth. In a diamond rune, you can increase up to 4 attributes. But for the protagonist, who doesn't really fight, this doesn't matter much to him. That's why he made this whole deal. They still have 230 points left to buy equipment and items for the mission. The protagonist suggests that the weapons and armor in the shop are pretty lousy and should only be bought in emergencies. The best strategy is to improve their attributes. He pretends that he has a special talent that allows him to know the best attribute for each person to improve, though it's really just the system giving him this info. He starts by checking Shoyun's attributes. Based on his observations, her strong point is strength, which she's already been working on. So the best bang for their buck would be to buy something that trains her physical stats. Shoyun is a bit impressed that he accurately pointed out she's been training her strength. The chubby guy, curious, asks, hey, tell me about my attribute. The coach at my gym said I'm a pretty strong guy, but strangely, the system suggests the protagonist tell him to work on agility. To convince him, the protagonist says he needs to train agility to impress the ladies. Shoyun looks over, thinking, no way this chubby guy has a chance. With that, they buy a book for Shoyun to train her physical stats, a book for the chubby guy to train his agility, and everyone's spirit is being trained by the power of their residence. They purchase potions, return scrolls, and have 130 points left. Some suspicious guys who seem to know the chubby guy are shocked, seeing how he managed to join a group, become the leader, and even buy a style for their residence. As he steps outside, these guys start following him. Look who it is, Brother Pan. Looks like you're moving up in the world. Your place even has a style. And now you're the captain. Tell us, where did you get all this? Who's helping you? The chubby guy brushes them off. Get lost, man. You used to bully me, and now you want to bother me. But one of them steps in front of him. You better introduce us to whoever's helping you, or you know what's going to happen. Or the chubby guy quickly assesses the situation, realizing they find it odd that someone as weak as him has managed to get a stylish residence and become a captain. The ancient gods won't let him kill me, but he could still beat me up. I'd rather avoid the pain. He quickly lies, saying that his group has some extremely strong members who prefer to keep their identities hidden. The guys are skeptical. Then why do they make you the leader? He makes up an excuse, saying these people don't want to get involved in this kind of stuff and just want to keep farming and leveling up. He's in charge while they focus on getting stronger. It's a flimsy excuse, but it's enough for him to slip away. He explains everything to the protagonist and asks if this might cause any trouble. The protagonist reassures him, saying he expected they'd attract attention once they bought a style for their residence. The good part is that these guys only know the team's name and who enters and exits the room. Since they've only seen the chubby guy so far, they have no idea that the protagonist or Chioyan are part of the team. Then the goddess appears, saying, I think you all understand how the stations work now, right? So part 2 is about to begin. You need to explore the misty mountains beyond the forest, and your first task will be to clear the fog. Everyone will be teleported to different areas. Good luck. In the middle of the mountains, several portals appear and our crew arrives, and yep, it's super foggy. Seeing how vast the area is, the protagonist quickly realizes why they need a team. The main quest: clear the fog from the mountains. Find the source of the fog and bring sunlight back to this place. Strangely, the mission asks to remove a fog, and the protagonist thinks, wait, 1 fog per team? How does that work? The chubby guy was recovering from the trip once again when a highly suspicious person suddenly appeared, saying, long time no see chubby. Obviously, it's the boss of those shady guys, and worse, he's brought his crew. The chubby guy gets up, but the thugs start surrounding him. Panway, you said there were a lot of powerful people in your group. All I see here is a woman and a kid. Panway apologizes to the protagonist. I didn't expect them to find us so quickly. But the protagonist calmly replies, it's fine. I had already expected them to come looking for trouble. Xiaoyan chimes in, little brother, there are a lot of them. Shouldn't we try to escape? The leader approaches and apologizes to his boss. You see, I told the boss there were 100 people. But now that we're here, it's just these 3. The boss wanted to form an alliance, but seeing only a small group, what can he do? What he finds strange is how they had enough points to form a team and even buy a style. He realizes these 2 must be carrying the chubby guy and shouldn't be underestimated. Despite all this as a typical sidekick, he concludes that the boys need to be tested. He extends his hand. My name is Wang Tanba. Why don't we be friends? The system warns, this guy is quite arrogant, but is being cautious and trying to test you. The protagonist thinks, test me. What is this guy up to? He extends his hand. What's your name, kid? Lin Hao, he replies. It turns out that by shaking someone's hand, one can gauge their power. Since it only emitted a white glow, he knows this guy is as weak as Panway. He then moves to shake Shoyan's hand, and the system warns his special ability, Scale Hand, causes a white glow if the person is weaker and a red glow if they're stronger. When he shakes her hand, he sees a faint red light, meaning she's just a little stronger than him. It seems all this stuff they got was just luck. There's nothing to worry about, he thinks. He looks at the 2 of them and says, you guys are exploring this valley alone. Why don't you join our team? As you know, there's strength in numbers, and our group is big and can protect you. Panway immediately retorts, we're not joining. You're a bunch of traitors, clearly plotting something. Shoyan adds, he's our leader, and if he says no, we're not cooperating. The thug starts getting more aggressive. Panway, you don't understand what I'm saying, do you? I wasn't asking for your opinion. I was just informing you. He grabs our protagonist's wrists as if to try something funny. The protagonist lets himself be grabbed, looks back, and gives a wink, a code they devised meaning don't do anything. In the next scene, the protagonist is tied up while Shoyan and Panway lead the way. The thug looks at the protagonist and says, we always lose people during explorations. It's a good thing your 2 friends are leading the way. That way, our group stays intact. The protagonist isn't too worried because both Shoyan and Panway have returned scrolls, so if things go wrong, they'll just escape. The villain plays his perfect role, saying, you're just a useless piece of garbage who's lucky to have found us. Otherwise, you'd already be dead. He taunts, who's here? I was starting to miss seeing that face, even with a bit of ketchup running down it. The protagonist thinks you can never know who will laugh last, but I can tell you it won't be you. The thug pauses. Wait, this doesn't make sense. Why is that boss listening to you? I tested your strength. You're as useless as Panway. The protagonist falls to his knees, pretending to beg, please, let me live, man. I'll be your slave. I could even be a cow for you. What kind of talk is that? He thinks confused, but says aloud, you'll do whatever I say, right? Yes, I will. The thug trembles, transferring all of his points and equipment. Luckily, he's the captain and was holding everything for me. This stuff isn't useful for me, but I'll give it to Chubby or Sister Xiaoyan. The thug, trembling and crying, asks, I've given you everything. Can I go now? However, the system is harsh, stating he's not telling the truth. He still has some things on him. The protagonist thinks, I might still get some use out of him. You know, with all this fog around, wouldn't you have better chances of surviving if you stayed with us? Yeah, he's coming along. As they continued down the path, the protagonist noticed a mark he had left earlier, indicating they might be walking in circles despite moving forward. I thought everyone had disappeared because Chirp had handled it, but it turns out they were separated by some kind of barrier, one that makes you end up back where you started after moving forward. Just as he was pondering this, Chirp seemed to catch a scent and started staring at a tree. She quickly called the protagonist over to check it out. As they approached, a mission activated. This is a tree that watches over the area. Destroying the formation that it guards will break the barrier that covers this area. Let the valley see the light of the sun once more. Mission: destroy the barrier's formation. The protagonist immediately noticed that the thug also received the mission, which made him realize that Chirp wasn't the one responsible for making his friends disappear. So if he destroys the barrier, will he reunite with his team? No, because he's now tied to the tree. The thug was glaring at the protagonist, who didn't seem to care at all. Suddenly, the thug used a shadow clone jutsu, leaving a scarecrow in his place and reappearing behind the protagonist. He started running toward the tree to complete the mission, but then a huge creature emerged from the ground, causing the thug to fall back in shock. Oh crap, we're screwed. This troll-like creature, standing 2 meters tall, looked menacing. Cave goblin adult, hostile. The guardian of the eye formation that maintains the fog. It's a goblin subspecies. Unlike goblins, it has intelligence, not to mention its absurd stats. Kid, you better get out of there. The creature has 25 strength and 25 constitution. The protagonist thought, good thing I didn't trigger that thing. The goddess wasn't lying when she said it wouldn't be easy. The thug started begging the protagonist for help, but it seemed clear he was about to meet his end. The protagonist was enjoying the view, confident that the thug would be finished, but suddenly, the scene shifts to check in on the chubby one. She just punched the thug, who fell to the ground, and told the chubby guy to run. He felt motivated, saying it was much easier after he increased his agility. The look on his face said otherwise, though. The cave goblin had already flattened the thug into the ground, leaving nothing but ketchup behind. But just as the goblin turned, he narrowly dodged a blow. The creature was not only strong, but also fast. It raised its massive hammer, delivering a crushing blow that sent her flying back, battered and bruised. With the element of surprise gone, the fight became much tougher. The goblin had much higher stats. The protagonist wanted to use a morale boost along with Chirp's boss ability, but the problem was that she needed time to activate it. He knew he had to distract the goblin somehow, but the system warned him, kid, you want to attract that thing's attention? You're way too weak, just give up. All you'll do is piss it off. How do you plan on doing that? Stupid system, always putting me down. But it's right. I need something to really irritate it. Wait, I have a skill I thought was useless. Here he goes, plotting something again. The goblin smashed Chirp with its hammer, sending her flying, but just then, a liquid splashed onto the goblin's head. Perfect timing. Could it be raining? You already know what it was, don't you? Yep, it's the long-distance P-talent. The protagonist even stuck out his tongue, taunting, big guy, you like that smell. The goblin took a sniff, and its eyes narrowed as it charged, bringing its hammer down. One blow, and the shield shattered. That was close, the protagonist thought, but he took advantage of the moment to use the morale boost. Chirp came from behind with her boss buff and sliced the goblin right down the middle. Phew, the protagonist thought. The reason he survived was thanks to the amulet that Sister Xiaoyan had given him at the start. Chirp handed him something, the amulet the thug had used to swap places with a decoy. Rare quality scarecrow, an active item that can be used once a day. It can move the user a certain distance, leaving a scarecrow behind. This is amazing, the protagonist said, realizing that this was how Wang had escaped. He thanked Chirp and checked out the mission reward. You were the first of the Ancient's warriors to defeat the cave goblin, so you'd receive a purple quality chest. Unfortunately, these chests can only be opened back at the base, so it would have to stay safe for now. With the cave goblin dead, the fog began to clear. It was time to find the chubby one and his friend. However, after searching for a while, the only thing they found were footprints. Strangely, in the direction of the footprints, it seemed to be getting darker. He asked the little Chirp to find something that could light up the area, but before it had time to react, a cave goblin assassin nearly caught the protagonist off guard. Luckily, Chirp was out of the shadows and saved him just in time. Cave goblin, hostile. 12 strength, 4 constitution, and 16 agility. The protagonist thought, I should be able to handle this one, right? The system chimed in, this is a cave goblin scout. It likes to hide in the ground and perform stealth attacks. Surprise attacks are extremely dangerous for you since you rely on the Rice King's protection. Even though the protagonist had some protection, if he didn't have time to defend himself, he could easily be taken out. Realizing the danger, he quickly summoned the Nimbus Cloud and yelled, let's get out of here, Spider-Woman. As they fled, he looked back to see Chirp holding her ground in the fight. But just as they thought they were safe, another goblin almost caught him from below. This isn't good, the system warned. It looks like you're in real trouble, my friend. Better luck in your next life. But Chirp managed to pull him out of danger just in time. As she continued fighting, another goblin appeared behind her, and once again, she shielded him from the attack. The situation was getting increasingly perilous. The protagonist thought, I've never been so close to death. This is bad. The worst part was that his teleportation scroll took 5 seconds to activate and couldn't be interrupted. But then one of the goblins just stood there staring at him. Just as things were about to get even worse, a red rain began to fall in the area, signaling the arrival of Sister Xiaoyan to save the day. She quickly called everyone to retreat. The protagonist ordered Chirp to support Big Sister. As the battle raged on, the chubby one watched in shock. Brother, they're having a hard time. If another monster shows up, we're done for. The protagonist grimly admitted, we can't use the teleport scrolls or she'll be left behind. Pan Wei, now trembling, pulled out a smoke bomb they had taken from the enemies they defeated earlier. The bomb created a cloud that blinded everyone for 10 seconds. Run, Sister Xiaoyan, he shouted as he threw the bomb, causing the goblins to scatter in confusion. They all used their scrolls, and in an instant, they were back at the base. The protagonist then got a scolding from Xiaoyan. You messed up by letting yourself get caught by that guy earlier, she said sternly. She wasn't entirely wrong, and the protagonist admitted, yeah, I made a mistake. I wanted to see if Wang had another plan or something, but things happened that I didn't expect. Listening to the protagonist's story about the cave goblin, Pan Wei was amazed. Brother, I didn't expect you to go through so much. At that moment, the protagonist placed his hand on Pan Wei's shoulder and said, you're already a trusted companion, so you must have realized by now that the boss is me. The protagonist thought, judging by his status and actions, I can trust him for now. Pan Wei said it didn't matter that he lied and that he was okay with it. He also revealed that he had a special ability that allowed him to sense those creatures. That's why in Wang's group, he always went first, but never got hurt. The protagonist smiled, that's great. This time, if we use that ability in my plan, we can win. They decided to buy some items before setting off again. They got a recovery item for Sister Xiaoyan and another smoke bomb for her to escape if needed. For Pan Wei, they bought a big shield. The protagonist also thought about how he could protect himself. This battle made him realize that he couldn't always rely on Chirp to defend him since she was more focused on offense and Sister Xiaoyan wouldn't always be around. He needed another way to survive. How? By getting another monster girl, this time one specialized in defense. That was his sneaky plan. He imagined a turtle-like monster girl protecting the group or a Medusa-like one to petrify enemies or even a harpy with healing powers. A harpy that can heal a lot would be awesome, he thought. But he shook his head. All that's for the future. I'm not at a high enough level yet to form another contract, and there's no guarantee I'll find the right monster girl. Let's at least open the chest from the last mission and see if I get anything. He opened the chest and received what looked like a hair thread. The item enhanced his senses. Any human who equips this will have their 5 senses enhanced. Warning, once equipped, this item cannot be removed. It will adjust according to the emotional state of the wearer. The protagonist looks at it, thinking, what the heck is this? The fatty and Xiaoyan are already approaching. Xiaoyan asks, what's that in your hand? A hair? Fatty was about to say something, but the protagonist quickly puts it on his head. It's an item that enhances your perception, he says. The protagonist doesn't seem too interested in it since he doesn't need to improve his own perceptions. What he needs is to enhance his creatures, and since Pan Wei already has a skill that boosts his perception, this will be an extra bonus. Almost immediately, Pan Wei senses something terrifying about the protagonist. There's something incredibly powerful hidden in your shadow. I had sensed it before, but now it's much clearer. The protagonist simply replies, it was the reward I got from that chest. You should make good use of it. Fatty happily thanks him, thank you so much for trusting me. The reason the protagonist didn't want it is that it also exposes emotions, which could be dangerous for him, considering he likes to pretend to be weak and scared. Back in the field, Fatty is already feeling it. Man, I can sense it. If I take another step, I'll be attacked by goblins. If we go left, the danger is less. If we go right, it's greater. And Sir Fatty leads the way, tossing a stone on the ground. There's something there, I'm sure of it. Boom. A goblin springs up from the ground and attacks. The system even alerts him, saying it's the same guy from before. Unfortunately, the goblin was tricked by the stone. What an idiot. Now it's much easier. Xiaoyan uses her attract power, the goblin freezes, and her little Chirp comes from behind and finishes him off. With that, everyone's screen pops up, all nice and neat, observing. You remember when I captured the pass and baited them right when they received a mission? This mission is to destroy the bases of those creatures attacking them from underground, the stone goblins. And just like the mission to destroy the villages, the more bases they destroy, the more they'll gain. In other words, it's a cleanup mission. With that, our protagonist quickly explains the strategy to the group, which is basically what they've already been doing. Fatty locates the targets, Xiaoyan draws attention, and Chirp strikes from behind. The 3 of them mounted on the cloud go hunting. The increased difficulty of this mission is causing a lot of people to die. But you know, Lukik and his crew got the mission too and are already ahead. Just like our boy, they start entering. The artist got lazy, 8 texts, and no images at all. It basically says they hunted for a while, got various attribute potions that helped Fatty and Xiaoyan level up, but no spirit potions appeared, so our boy still can't capture another creature. They returned home since everyone was exhausted, refilled with potions, and went back to the fight. Chirp is cutting through enemies, and they drop another chest for the protagonist. A big one, a red rarity staff. only able to be opened back in the city if they're now observing a guy with a spear who looks sketchy. But the system warns him, be careful. This guy seems normal, but he's already changed to Lancer class. If he hits you, you're dead. The protagonist is confused, class change, he didn't even know about that. But in the second panel, there's a goddess. Man, she's a little monster, telling him to keep his eyes on the prize. Ah, the soft rice charm activated on her, and the system even says, your soft rice exudes charm, and the young girl intends to nurture you with her mountains, let's say. But don't get carried away, this happens because she's a kind person. However, the protagonist doesn't seem too moved by it. He's happy with his group since Fatty and Shioyan reached level 2 and can also change classes. He takes a while to level up since he doesn't kill much of anything. Without much delay, grabs a class change book for the shield class, protector, and hands it to Shioyan. Fatty comes over, dab and agility. I don't know why they're so keen on making this Fatty agile, but alright. The only downside is that 2 books cost 400 points, but our protagonist is investing in his party, right? If he gets backstabbed, he's screwed. Back in the little room they bought, both of them changed classes, looking sharp, everyone marked by the devil. Now with this agility assassin class, the system chimes in, you've turned this Fatty into an assassin, and now he can kill you whenever he wants. But don't worry too much because he's not that cruel. The system also mentions that now that our big friend is combining her monster-attracting power with a shield, she's pretty reliable. So hold on tight to her legs and don't let her run away. The protagonist even buys some shields and daggers, such as Soft Heart. And it's time to open the big red chest. The 3 of them say a prayer to the gods for a blessing, touch it, and it shines. What's inside? A coin. What is this? Mythical quality spiritual roulette. Oh boy, with this roulette, the item's quality is linked to your spiritual power. Probability. Red 0.5%, gold 99%, and purple 0.5%. Basically, it's an item that gives you 3 items right, so it's good. There's a button to all in or just one, and he hits all in without hesitation. 3 items drop to the ground and our protagonist is in shock. What happened? Cliffhanger for the next chapter, of course. A book, a crown, and a scroll. These chests are looking great. Our greedy protagonist was hoping for a spirit potion, but let's see what's inside. Fatty is impressed because the crown is gold rank. It's the first time they've seen a gold item. Goblin Prophet's Crown. The symbol of a wise man of the goblin race, a gift from the legendary ancestors, increases spirit by 3 when equipped. He's definitely going to be walking around with that, the little rascal. The skill book that dropped is Alien Body. Whoever uses this skill can convert their spirit points into power for another person at a 5-to-1 ratio. With the 20 spirit points he'll have, he can give an extra 4 attribute points to anyone, but it only lasts for 1 minute and can only be used within 10 meters. Our boy is thrilled, right? Everything seems to be made for him. The book is about spirit, the crown is about spirit. He's all shiny and glowing. Now he's reached 21 spirit points, but the problem is that to advance, he needs to have practiced spirit to the max level, not just use an item. Kijoyan says, hey, stop bragging and tell me what's on that scroll. Clues about the evil goblins. Among the cave goblins, some have special powers and want to become great goblin prophets, but their lifespan is limited. One day, a leader named Su Ying created a technique to steal others' bodies and extend his lifespan. However, you and the other goblins couldn't tolerate something so terrible. The disagreement led to a great war, and now the goblins live in isolation at coordinates X, right? The coordinates are passed to him. Shoyan isn't too keen on it, but Fatty says, if it's a golden item, there might be something good. The protagonist thinks that the 3 items seem to be related to the Goblin Prophet, so it's probably a necessary set for some adventure. The greedy one quickly realizes that if the scroll and skill have to do with spirit, maybe the other one does too. They think it over, and the protagonist notes something. When they were killing those goblins with a lot of agility and strength, they gained corresponding attributes. However, the last big goblin they killed was related to magic, and they only dropped spirit items, so there seems to be a connection. It looks like the protagonist will have to go on this mission alone, right? The friends are a bit shocked, but the protagonist says, relax, the boss has got this covered, and heads off for the adventure. Arriving where the dungeon is supposed to start, he tells her to go into the shadow, because it seems like he has to go alone. But the guy's a cheat and keeps her hidden in the shadow anyway. The protagonist is looking for the goblins but can't find them until he sees a figure. Only it's not a spirit goblin, it's a transformed human. According to the system, this is a dead human being controlled by the evil goblin through some secret method. But he's already surrounded by the group of grill masters, so he starts talking to them, having eaten those beans that let him speak their language. He says, show yourself, evil goblin. The big guy comes out, so you can speak our language, cave goblin, adult shaman. The system explains that although he's a shaman with spiritual power, his body is greatly strengthened because he's controlling multiple bodies and taking on their attributes. At that moment, 2 more cave goblin shamans appear. These 3 are the only survivors. The system warns that it seems there's a competition going on among them. The protagonist realizes that among these guys, the only thing that matters is power. They don't respect each other. The protagonist decides to bluff, claiming he's a shaman to start competing with him, and says he's going to show the results of his research. He quickly calls out Chirp, sending her to attack the shamans. The shaman tries to strengthen the two humans in front, but our boy has his skills and moral boost, sending everyone flying. The problem is the enemies obviously don't die that easily, and to kill any of the three, they'll have to use Chirp's boss ability, but that would leave her exhausted and him defenseless. The old shaman is shocked. If you're one of us, why attack us when you come back? The protagonist claims he returned to get everyone out of the forest, so they wouldn't have to hide anymore. The top-map goblin is skeptical. If that's true, why did you start by beating us up? The protagonist says he did it to teach them to be more obedient, though in reality he did it to see if it would trigger a mission. But it didn't. The old goblin, clearly unimpressed, asks, "Just get to the point, what do you want?" The protagonist imagines that because these guys have been so isolated, they don't trigger any missions. The shaman looks at the protagonist. "Your monster is powerful, but it wouldn't have defeated my friend if he had been strengthened." But the system warns, this guy is really cold-blooded. He's realized he can use you for something and is now being a bit friendlier even though you beat up his friend. The protagonist thinks that maybe the creatures will only give missions if they pose a threat to the ancient gods who sent him here. He decides to bait the shamans, using his strengthening ability to boost the shaman's zombie, saying, "Look how strong your zombie is getting." The shaman is stunned. "How is this possible? My zombie's strength has increased by more than 30%. The other two are equally shocked. Only the great ancestral pillar can strengthen a zombie beyond its current strength. The protagonist continues, "That's why I ventured into this world. I've gathered various information and studies to strengthen myself." The old shaman is taken aback and the protagonist thinks, "They took the bait. Now can we talk or will you continue threatening me?" He points to the goblin they beat up earlier. The goblins exchange looks and finally agree to talk, gathering around a table. At the table, the shaman says, "Only 4 of us have survived from the old times. What can we do?" The protagonist replies, "Aside from us here, there's no one else we can trust. But I'll only share my information once you've calmed down." He knows the only thing these goblins care about is becoming a prophet for all goblins and surviving. He points to his crown. "It's been so long that you don't even recognize this, do you?" The goblins pause, realizing he has the prophet's crown. They think about stealing it, but the protagonist quickly says, "This crown was given to me by the great ancestral, so there's no need to steal it." However, the goblins are furious, slamming the table. "So you become a prophet? What more is there to talk about? I'll take that title from you." One of them even prepares to strike, but the protagonist stops them. "You haven't noticed that I already know how to become a prophet. If you want, I can explain, but you'll have to do something for me first." The protagonist wonders if these human parasites pose a threat to the ancient gods. If that's the case, maybe he can trigger a mission here. He then explains the technique mentioned in the scroll, which allows them to take over other people's bodies. With that, the 3 shamans take control of the 3 humans they had with them. The goblins now understand the true way to become stronger as shamans. But still, no mission has been triggered. The oldest and strongest shaman sees an opportunity, grabs the other 2 by the neck, and drains their vitality, absorbing it all without mercy. He falls to the ground, having absorbed his friends without any hesitation, gaining a ton of status points, and now with 29 in spirit. The system warns, this guy has absorbed the vitality of his partners and is beginning to develop. However, he's still not willing to help you. The protagonist realizes the situation is becoming dangerous, but he's confident he can still defeat the shaman with the help of Panwei and Shoyin. The only problem is that the shaman became much stronger with just 1 absorption, meaning with a few more, he'd become nearly invincible. However, the protagonist reasons that if the goblins were expelled from the village, there must be some limit to his power, or they would have absorbed everything and taken over the entire village. The only problem is that this is getting dangerous. Should I finish off this guy now? But the shaman interrupts, asking, "What else do I need to do to become a prophet?" The protagonist notices that the shaman's spirit attribute is marked as limited on his panel, suggesting that goblins may have a maximum stat cap. He tries to play it cool and asks, "Are you familiar with the limits of goblin powers?" The shaman scoffs, "Of course, anyone knows that. Our mental strength stopped growing a long time ago." "But why are you asking?" The protagonist explains that he extracted the memories from the body he's currently inhabiting and discovered that the ancient gods strengthen their warriors. So the way for a goblin to continue evolving is to become a warrior for the ancient gods. The shaman gets angry. "Screw that. I'm already betraying my race, and now you're telling me to become a slave to those gods." But the protagonist notices something odd. This guy kills his friends and now talks about loyalty to his race. He's definitely playing games. The protagonist then talks about how the goblins in the village were annihilated by Lukik and his group, who have powerful items and abilities. The goblin listens, "So if I stay in this form and strengthen myself with the god's power, I can become a prophet." The protagonist confidently says, "Of course, just look at my crown." He then tries to convince the shaman to help him destroy the cave goblins. However, the shaman's efficiency is low, so if he helps, the protagonist will complete the mission of wiping out the cave goblins while the shaman strengthens himself to become a prophet. It's a win-win situation. The shaman reluctantly agrees, "You're right, goblins do have limits to their power. and if I hate these gods so much, I'll take all the power they have. The protagonist observes his panel and the system. Unfortunately, a goblin is a goblin, regardless of the race. These guys are so stupid they fell for your story. To further convince the shaman, the protagonist floats on his cloud, claiming it's a gift from the gods. With that, the shaman seems to believe him. They head back to the base on foot, and as soon as they arrive, a mission is triggered because the shaman is now a threat to the gods. The mission reads, "The sacred place of the ancient gods cannot be defiled. A malevolent goblin dared to step into the city of the gods. Destroy the shaman and receive a golden spiritual agate chest." The protagonist thinks, finally after all this, I'll get a spiritual chest. He made the goblin a threat for the players, and now he's going to take him down. The next chapter begins with our warrior girl punching his sandbag so hard it bursts, all while thinking, where's the little guy? I miss him. He's been gone for so long. The chubby guy lives up to his name, munching on a potato, and says, "You still don't believe in our brother. He'll be back soon, don't worry." But then he senses something, his antennae twitching like crazy. A potato falls to the ground, and he vomits, looking completely distraught. She asks what's wrong, and he says, "I have a feeling that something really bad is coming, something so terrifying that it made me vomit." She's puzzled. Even when we were hunting those cave goblins, he didn't react like this. And we're in a safe city, so what could it be? But then he looks at the door and says, "The danger is coming from there, and it's almost here." At that moment, the protagonist and his new classmate arrive on the scene. "Hey everyone, I brought an ally for us." The warrior girl instantly calms down, realizing the danger was coming from the direction Lin Hao was approaching, so the person next to him must be the problem. The protagonist tells the goblin, "These are the allies I mentioned. Now go and show them you're a friendly person. Remember the human name I gave you?" The goblin crosses his arms. "Of course, I remember. But let me tell you, these two friends of yours seem pretty weak and their spirit is terrible." But as the goblin approaches, the protagonist gives a subtle shake of his head, signaling that he's lying, and she picks up on it immediately. The goblin greets them. "Hello, I'm your new partner, madam." She replies, "Welcome." The goblin, slightly annoyed, goes to greet the chubby guy, who's so shaken that he vomits on the goblin. The protagonist seizes the opportunity and tells the goblin there's a bathroom just ahead where he can clean up. While the goblin is away, the protagonist explains everything that happened to his teammates. They seem a bit scared and worried, but then the protagonist explains his 200 IQ plan. He wants to use this guy to attack the fortress, and then kill him when he's weakened. Basically, he plans to use a monster to help fight other monsters. Right, the two get excited about this devilish plan. The scene shifts to the chubby guy saying, "As the team leader, I'll listen to Lin Hao's suggestion. He told me that you're strong and can help us with the mission we're heading to, so yeah, I'm in." The protagonist looks over, "Hey, thank him," and the goblin says, Thanks, leader," but in his mind, he's thinking, this group of humans is completely foolish. They're trusting Lin Hao, just like Lin Hao trusts me. But in the end, I'll be the one who comes out on top. The scene shifts to a few cave goblins raiding a forest. The warrior girl alerts them, and they start devising a plan. However, the goblin isn't happy because they're forming a plan to kill these weak creatures. "At this rate, I'll never become a prophet," he grumbles, standing up. The chubby guy asks, "Where are you going?" But the goblin just ignores him, powers up his aura, leaps into the air, and lands 2 cursed arrows straight into the goblins' heads, dropping them instantly. These cave goblins are insignificant. After all this time, they still act like barbarians. As the protagonist predicted, they're earning points from the goblins' kills. The only problem for the shaman is that when he absorbs these goblins, he gains only a small increase in stats. Meanwhile, the protagonist and his team are happily collecting items. The scene shifts to the big goblin with a club. Let's see how they handle this. Now they're going to have to do something, but the two are already running, screaming, "Help! My god! Save our boy!" The goblin grumbles, "Why are they so weak?" The protagonist is playing dumb, telling the goblin he doesn't want to use his spider because it would scare his allies. "You're on your own, buddy," the goblin thinks. Another mistake. As the club comes down, will he take the hit? The protagonist is just waiting for Goblin to reveal his powers. The goblin uses a blood transformation, stopping the club with one hand, and punches the goblin with immense force, shattering him. The ability converted all of his spirit into strength, now sitting at 37, stronger than any elite they've encountered before. The system as always mocks him. "This guy is way stronger than your spider. Don't even think about trying anything funny, or you'll be wiped out." Days pass, and the shaman talks to the protagonist. "I've been helping you for days, but I still haven't become one of these so-called warriors of the ancient gods. Why not?" The protagonist replies, "You need to understand that it took me a long time to gain the approval of the ancient gods. Once you've done enough, they'll notify you. But don't you think I've noticed that in every battle, you secretly absorb everything? How do you expect to earn the recognition of a true warrior with behavior like that?" The protagonist is starting to get worried. Most of the guy's attributes have already passed 20. At this rate, he might lose control. The goblin tries to play it off, saying he's just absorbing everything to help more. A trickster tricking another trickster. The protagonist responds, "Well, in that case, let me tell you a secret. The harder the mission you undertake, the higher the chances of getting the god's approval." The goblin suddenly gets it. So these barbarians we've been fighting aren't even worth my effort? The protagonist affirms, exactly. We need to hunt down more challenging foes. The scene jumps forward again. The warrior girl has gained a new skill. The chubby guy has a new cloak and hat, and everyone is gearing up. The shaman is starting to get anxious. Are we making this guy too strong? This could be dangerous. The protagonist reassures him, don't worry, we need him because he locates everything. As they continue walking, they come across a cave. The chubby guy says, I can sense something in that direction, something big. The protagonist, wow, I see a lot of people. What could be there? The shaman doesn't care. Let's go. Whoever gets in our way, I'll kill them. They arrive at the entrance and suddenly someone says, stop right there. King Lukik is working in this area. Find another place to hunt. The girl hesitates, wanting to leave, but then someone recognizes them. Isn't that the guy who tried to steal 400 points from us? Those points were mine. As the group approaches the center, they're trying to play it cool. It's all good. We're not here to cause any trouble, they say, trying to downplay their intentions. But of course they can't fool anyone. King Lukik was the first to enter, and according to our readings, there are some powerful things inside. You better not go in because we're going to clear it step by step. The chubby guy decides to agree and backs off, but he's clearly frustrated. The shaman grumbles to himself. The protagonist, seeing the situation, decides to test the shaman and see what he'll do. He turns to the chubby guy and tells him to locate more nearby missions. As the chubby guy heads off, the protagonist pulls the shaman aside for a chat. Did you notice something? Why don't you want to talk about it? The shaman, caught off guard, tries to play dumb. No, what are you talking about? But the protagonist can tell from his reaction that something's up. He presses, stop lying. How do you expect to gain the god's approval if you're not being honest? The shaman hesitates before admitting, there's a mutated stone lizard. It's probably in there. The protagonist, curious, asks, what's that? The shaman explains, when we used the life force for our experiments, we observed it. It's fascinating. But when we were expelled by the barbarians, we lost contact with it. The protagonist, intrigued, asks, life force, what do you mean? The shaman continues, I'm not sure how to explain it, but if we manage to capture it, our research on life powers will advance significantly. The protagonist, pretending to be impressed, says, that would be a great way to impress the gods. Too bad it's locked up in there, right? The shaman eater responds, don't worry, those guys are idiots. I'm very familiar with this place. As they enter the cave, the girl is impressed. Wow, you just joined the party, and he's already proving useful. He modestly replies, it's just because I'm familiar with the place. The chubby guy tries to reassure him, don't be shy. Being lucky is a talent too. The protagonist, however, finds it strange that the chubby guy hasn't mentioned any dangers in the cave yet. Could he not sense anything? But just then, the antenna on the chubby guy's head starts pointing in a direction. They follow the path the shaman mentioned, and deep inside, chained up, they find a monster girl. Good taste. The shaman chuckles. Just as I suspected, those barbarians went to great lengths to control her and create this magic circle. Shobian feels pity. She looks like a child. Stone lizard mother, still a child, the system informs them. This lizard has an extremely powerful healing magic and can recover from most injuries. The only problem is, after being imprisoned in this dark cave for so long, being studied and having her magic sealed. She now hates everyone she sees. The protagonist, now excited, thinks, healing magic, deal sealed. She'll be a second one to capture. But the shaman warns, the chains used to seal her are heavily enchanted. Breaking them will definitely alert the owner of this place. So let's move on. We have better opportunities elsewhere. But do you think the monster-loving protagonist is going to let that slide? This creature fits my needs perfectly. No way I'm leaving her here, he thinks. He quickly buys an item from the shop that allows him to communicate mentally with someone and sends a message into the shaman's mind, blood treasure. The shaman, startled, asks, what was that sound? Did you guys hear that? The others, confused, respond, hear what? This is my test for you. The protagonist continues mentally. I was very pleased when I saw you abandon your goblin nature to try and become one of my warriors. I've been watching you closely and I'm very satisfied. This will be your final test. The shaman, now ecstatic, thinks, wait, the ancient god finally spoke to me. Could he have noticed my existence? If so, this is my chance to become stronger and become a prophet. The shaman, grinning from ear to ear, sees the perfect opportunity. This creature is right in front of me, and the mission is exactly this. The protagonist notices the shaman's expression and thinks humans and goblins share the same nature. It's obvious he won't give up. He's sacrificed too much to create this chance. The shaman announces to the group, everyone, I've received a mission. It says I need to free this lizard. I don't know if I can do it alone, so I need your help. The protagonist looks at them with a sly smile, and they all agree without hesitation. The chubby guy immediately responds, of course, man. We're a team. You always help us, so of course, we're with you. The lizard starts to wake up thinking, wait, humans. It's strange that they sent humans for me to feed on. They all approach with excitement, but the protagonist notices that this time his Rice Emperor skill didn't create a friendly status, only a neutral one. The system warns, the Rice Emperor talent isn't invincible. After all, she harbors a deep hatred for many people. If you're thinking about forming a contract, forget it, and go to sleep, kid. The protagonist thinks this contract is going to be tough. The shaman recognizes the monster girl. Andorra, we've come to save you. I have a mission from the ancient gods to rescue you. Andorra, however, isn't convinced. Escape? Is this another one of those experiments to mess with my emotions and extract my powers? You fooled me with the promise of freedom once before. I won't be tricked again. Looks like you were deceived by the goblins of the cave, but enough. I'm tired of playing with the power of life. The chubby guy is freaking out. Oh my god, she's talking to herself, man. Andorra immediately commands the cave goblins to attack the group, but the problem is that the goblins are all strengthened by her magic. The three companions exchange looks, clearly hatching some plan, but then they leap in front of the shaman. He's taken aback. What are you doing? Hyoyen replies, we want to prove to you that we're useful too. The shaman watches in disbelief. Why do they suddenly seem stronger? Could they have been pretending to be weak all along to test me as an ally? Well, that's even better. Maybe I can win this without fighting. But then he sees the two of them locked in battle with the goblin. He turns to the protagonist. I'll handle the other three. You take this chance to break the circle. He charges forward, unleashing his blood transfusion power, and the goblins start dropping to the ground. Andorra, shocked, tries to retaliate, but he doesn't let up. He combines his curse power with arrows, pounding the goblins into the dirt. Your healing magic is wasted if your goblins can't survive my attacks. Andorra is stunned, thinking, wait, I'm sure. This goblin has to be him. She remembers the 4 shaman who used to steal her power and torment her. This is the cursed goblin who brought me to this abyss of pain. The shaman destroys the 3 goblins with ease, leaving the protagonist impressed. This guy's the real deal. But Chauvelin isn't having it. Today you will die, she shouts, using her divine favor. The stone lizard girl, seeing what's happening, buffs the others once more, restoring them. The protagonist is amazed. She really healed everyone up. Andorra locks eyes with the shaman. I will never let you escape. Even if I have to give up the freedom I'd always dreamed of, I will destroy you. The shaman is in shock, realizing that she recognizes him as the one who imprisoned her all those years ago. The heart of the stone lizard girl is consumed with hatred. The goblins are going crazy, watching as the shaman acknowledges. This is her boss-level ability. He realizes that whoever sealed her here was afraid of her escaping and left her with all her powers. But now that all of her hatred is focused on him, all he needs is for the protagonist to break the circle. He shouts, break it now. But when he looks over, the protagonist is holding a scroll, preparing to make a run for it. You fool. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for trusting me. From the beginning, I only wanted to use you. Thanks to you, my biggest problem is solved. Now go to hell. The shaman is furious, screaming in rage, but the protagonist has already left. Andorra, the stone lizard girl, seethes with rage. Suin, I remember that name. Today you will die. The shaman, now desperate, shouts back, damn it, you'll all die. He roars, his arms glowing red. I'll kill you first and then those wolves. His mental state is shattered as the group uses a teleportation scroll to escape together, though it's incredibly costly. The chubby guy, sensing the shaman's crazed aura, points in the direction. Let's finish this. They start running, the protagonist not fully sure if the shaman can actually kill the warrior, but at that moment, someone else arrives. It's hard to navigate this place, even with my earth traversal ability. This place is a maze, and I'm completely lost. Suddenly, he spots the group. Wait, isn't that the chubby guy and his friends? Why are they running through the cave? Maybe they found something. I'm still lost, so I'll follow them for now. Meanwhile, back in the cave, the shaman is holding a goblin in his arms, tearing it apart with his bare hands. The battle is intense, and the protagonist is in shock. 4 of 1, and this guy is tanking everything. Another goblin tries to sneak up behind him, but the shaman lets out a roar, creating an explosion bubble that blows everything away. Chauvelin is getting worn out. Should we jump in? The protagonist asks, feeling the tension rising. The shaman managed to break the magic that connected her to the minions, and now she's weakened. The system chimes in, you sly dog, now that she's weakened. You want to form a contract, huh? You trash. The protagonist retorts, who are you calling trash? I just need to take this chance to take good care of her. The shaman rises, even though I was expelled from the clan, I'm still a shaman who almost became a grand shaman. Everything is just magic. If you understand the principle, you can destroy it. When I pierce their bodies, I use my magic to encircle their power, preventing you from strengthening them. But it cost me a lot of magic power. Too bad for you, without your minions, you're useless. Now you'll pay the price. Andorra begins to pray, Mother Earth, please grant my last wish. Even if it costs my life, kill this man. The shaman grabs her, you belong to me now. But suddenly, he sees her from a low angle. What the? Why am I small? Wait, what happened? He realizes, I've been split in 2. Looking up, he sees the intimidating figure standing over him. Lady Andorra, it took a while, but you suffered, didn't you? She's already healing, but as she reaches out to speak with her savior, she suddenly recoils in shock. From behind the protagonist, a flashbang goes off. It's the chubby guy trying to be clever. The mission that the protagonist needed to complete to receive the spiritual chess is finally completed. However, Andorra recognizes the protagonist. You were with that shaman earlier. The protagonist explains it's a long story, but if you're willing to listen, and so he begins. She listens, but when he makes a face, she ignores it. So that's it. she says. However, her status remains hostile. Even though she more or less believes what he said, her hostile attitude hasn't changed. The charm of the rice aura isn't invincible. The protagonist wonders, how is this possible? I killed the guy who was going to kill her. I saved her life. My strategy seemed perfect. Looks like I'll have to be more persistent. He extends his hand. Lady Endora, it's very dangerous here. Why don't you let me take you out of this cave to a safer place so we can talk? She slashes his hand, but Chirp, the spider, doesn't like that and prepares to attack. The protagonist quickly says, calm down. We're trying to make friends here. Though it hurt like hell, he's not very physically resistant. The protagonist continues, she's been trapped in this cave for a long time. What she did just now was an unconscious attack, just a reflex. Don't blame her. With that, Andorra takes his hand and heals it. She looks a bit regretful. Even though the difficulty hasn't changed, she's still hostile. The system explains, you really think she healed you just because she trusts you. This is all part of her act to try and sway your emotions. The protagonist thinks, man, she's got the acting skills of a pro. Almost had me fooled with that healing. But my hand is perfect. There's not even a scratch. Andorra remarks, of course. The healing magic of the lizard clan is incredible. The protagonist realizes, so that's her plan. She acted indifferent and accidentally hurt me. But that was all part of her plan to heal me afterward and gain my sympathy. If it weren't for the system panel, I'd be in deep trouble. Wow, your healing power is incredible. You must have suffered a lot over these years, huh? She blocks him coldly. Don't worry about it. The protagonist sighs inwardly. Man, this girl is strong. His companions watch, unsure if the protagonist will actually manage to bring her to their side. They suggest to the protagonist that it's been too long and they should leave the cave. He agrees, this cave is goblin territory. If we stay here and they come back, we'll be in trouble. He starts to leave. Well, since Lady Andorra doesn't trust us or our good intentions, there's nothing I can do. Lady Andorra, to avoid putting my allies in danger, I'll have to go. She seems moved. Hey, wait a minute. The protagonist thinks, seems like she wants to keep up the act. Should I play along? He turns around, what is it? She hesitates. All right, what? Speak up. All right, I'll go with you. He smirks. Okay then, get on Chirp. Andorra is impressed by Chirp, while the protagonist is amazed that she's still marked as difficult. There's nothing more he can do, she's not budging. So he pulls out the cloud. Andorra is already heading out. The chubby guy says, aren't you coming, kid? The protagonist, looking at the throne, thinks, this is more than just decoration, isn't it? And look who's inside the throne. But the guy is in trouble because Chirp is about to strike. Hey buddy, you better get out of there. But Chirp only cuts the top part and the throne crumbles, revealing nothing inside. The guy got lucky. It was close. Sweating, he steps out, relieved. Phew, that was close. I still don't understand what's happening, but one thing's for sure. This guy is dangerous. What should I do to take advantage of this? Should I try to be more polite with the chubby guy? But then he gets a loud shout in the ear from Lukik. Where are you? What are you doing? Poor Lukik, always trying to steal the protagonist's credit. Maybe they're backing off because I killed a group of men in the cave and destroyed a magical circle here. The guy says. Lukik responds, seems like that magical circle was key. Thank you for your hard work. Trading thinks to himself, am I making another mistake? Am I just getting lucky, reaping benefits without any effort? Maybe this is a good path to follow. Outside, Andorra shields herself from the sky with her hands. Tears stream down her face as she becomes emotional. I really made it out. After all this time, I'd forgotten how warm and comforting the sun is. She starts to cry. I really suffered so much in that place. I don't want to go back to such a dark place. The chubby guy wants to comfort her, but the protagonist warns him, don't, you'll get beaten. But it's still all an act. How can she keep acting like this? The protagonist wonders. At this point, anyone would have let their guard down. What is she trying to do? If all she wanted was freedom, why doesn't she just accept it? And why is she still acting? He also realizes that her weakened state won't last forever. Once she recovers, her spirit will rise and it'll be even harder to form a contract. Back at the cave, everyone's celebrating because Lukik let them in to grab the rewards. But in the background, the biggest reward has already been taken. Andorra asks, why are those other two-legged ones going into the cave? Are they with you? The protagonist responds, we're not just two-legged ones. We're warriors of the ancient gods. And no, we're not with them. We just took advantage of them distracting the goblins to rescue you. She puts a hand on her chin. Who would have thought that these so-called warriors of the ancient gods would be so clever? No wonder the resurrection altar has been operating at full capacity. The protagonist asks, what is this resurrection altar? She explains that there's an altar that condenses the life force of all the goblins. When a goblin dies, its life force goes to this altar, and the altar resurrects it. The magic circle continuously absorbs energy and resurrects the goblins. But now, without her powers in that place, the altar won't be able to operate. All cheerful, she says, now that your friends can kill the goblins, I have to go kill everyone to relieve my anger. The protagonist observes, so all this life control was her doing. This is getting more and more suspicious. Well, at least Lukik will be able to clear the cave. I've already got what I wanted, so I won't ask for any payment. Watching Andorra and sister talk, the protagonist thinks, after so many years, Andorra surely understands the power of life. So why is she acting like this? Why does it seem like she's trying so hard to deceive us? As night falls and they still haven't reached the city, the chubby guy notices that Andorra needs to recover and offers her one of those nutrition pills. The protagonist is curious. Will she reject even food, or will she drop the act? She accepts it hesitantly, saying she'll try it. But after taking a bite, she spits it out right in the chubby guy's face. That was disgusting. I guess it wasn't good after all. Shogun adds, well, it's not exactly delicious, but it's edible. Maybe your taste buds are different from ours. The protagonist speculates that the food of the ancient gods probably doesn't work on monster girls. He remembers Chirp and considers giving her a special item, like a collar. I know, I can try that. He hops on the cloud and says, I'll be back soon with something good. On his way, speeding along on his little cloud, the protagonist recalls a time he gave Chirp a plant she liked, but it drastically lowered her mental state. Maybe that's the plan now. It won't reduce her strength or agility, but it might make her easier to tame. The guy's trying to sedate the monster girls. After searching for a while, he finds the Snoop Dogg plantation. Almost immediately, Chirp tries to eat it, but he stops her just in time, knowing it would have left her completely wiped out. Relax, my girl, I'll give you something else later, he promises, and since he agreed to wear some web clothes, she decides not to eat anything for now. With his snops in hand, he heads back to the city to open the spiritual chest. Inside, he finds a potion that adds 2 points to his spirit. The greedy one gulps it down, then takes the advancement potion, and his level increases successfully. The protagonist starts feeling a breezy sensation. Compared to the previous advancement, this time was much clearer. My vision improved instantly, and then his passive skill kicks in. Monster education activated. His contracted monster, Chirp, is an extremely agile creature, skilled in ambushes and assassination. Focus on cultivating her strength, followed by agility. To upgrade her, he needs to absorb the relics of ancient spiders. The protagonist understands that this passive skill is there to help him evolve his monsters. The only question left is, what are these relics of ancient spiders? But that doesn't matter now. The most important thing is to level up his contract with Chirp to level 1 and capture the lizard girl. That lizard who has been putting on an act worthy of a soap opera. Why is it taking so long? Why hasn't he returned? Xiaoyan then asks what she used to eat. She says she used to eat fruit, though there isn't any fruit on this island. While she was in prison, she was forced to eat meat. She keeps up the act until the protagonist arrives with a magical herb. She eats it like it's the best thing ever. The chubby guy tries to get some too, but she whips him with her tail. Still, her status remains hostile, but the system indicates that she liked the food the protagonist brought, so when she eventually enslaves him, she'll treat him well. You can tell this warrior wants to capture our protagonist. It's a Pokemon battle between two trainers. But her spirit status keeps dropping and the protagonist isn't fooled, faking indifference, then hurting me, healing me, crying, exposing her weakness. All of this is a step-by-step strategy to distract us. Clearly, Chubby and Xiaoyan already believe her. So what's her next move? Then suddenly, she acts all sleepy. After that herb, I get so sleepy, she says and lies down. Xiaoyan, impressed, says, even though she has that appearance, she's not so different from a human child, is she? The protagonist tells them, you guys can rest first, I'll keep watch. While everyone sleeps, he thinks, post-traumatic stress disorder. Maybe that's what this is. She suffered for so long that it's normal to have some trauma. If I were a good person, I'd try to help her out of this condition. But I'm not a good person. The guy's got a dark side. Poor Andorra starts having nightmares, crying out, no, get away from me. Everyone wakes up, startled. She screams, I don't want to be in prison anymore. Don't come near me. Xiaoyan thinks she's having a nightmare, haunted by bad memories. But the protagonist sees through her. Man, her acting doesn't stop, does it? This is a level 2 monster. The protagonist, putting on his own act, says, poor thing, she must be dealing with trauma. Chubby asks, is there nothing we can do? Will she have to suffer like this forever? The protagonist responds, unfortunately. I think so. But he's already scheming. Maybe she's trying to use her traumas to make us let our guard down. But to convince us, she'll have to let her guard down too. And that's when I'll act. He calls the group together and says he has a plan that might help her overcome her fears, but he needs everyone's help. If we perform our roles correctly, it'll be easier for me to make a contract. They all agree. When Andorra wakes up a while later, she notices that no one is around. She waits until dawn and still no one appears. These humans abandoning a girl like me in the middle of the forest. But I didn't have high expectations anyway, so it doesn't matter. But I can't help but wonder if they discovered something. But I acted so naturally, that shouldn't be possible. Then she sees the chubby guy's body lying in a pool of ketchup and panics. What's happening? Wait, what happened? The protagonist steps out from behind a tree. You guessed it. That guy wasn't dead. He came back to take revenge on us. The shaman, he returned. First, he attacked me and then Pan Wei. But he took Xiaoyan. This is all a disaster. Andorra shouts, calm down. That's impossible. When I was in the cave, I confirmed multiple times that he had to be dead. She was still in shock when someone interrupted her thoughts. Finally, I found you, my dear Andorra. She stared at the figure. You didn't die in the cave? How is this possible? Her mind was racing. He has to be dead. This must be a human trap. But he really does seem like Shu. What should I do? Should I run, escape, or fight? The system chimed in. Although she's still acting a little deep down, the shaman is her greatest fear. Right now, she's completely terrified. But of course, it wasn't the shaman. It was Shoyen using a shape-shifting pill. I couldn't bear the thought of leaving you to wander alone, so I came back from hell to take you with me. The protagonist stepped in. Andura, be careful. She glanced at him, thinking, is he going to defend me? The protagonist took a hit right to the face, but he kept up the act. Even if I die, I'll never give up. Andura, run. The shaman sneered, none of you can escape. Taking the opportunity, Andura bolted. He told me to run, so I better not stay here. Meanwhile, the three were talking. The protagonist said, Shoyen, you need to make it more realistic. She almost didn't believe it. Shoyen apologized, sorry. Andura hid behind a tree thinking, they're useless. There's no way I can stop that guy. Let them die. But suddenly, the protagonist collapsed in front of her, with the shaman's voice echoing. Where's Andura? She's good at running, but in her weakened state, she couldn't have gone far. The poor girl was nearly in tears. The protagonist, lying there with vacant eyes, was clearly on the brink. Andura, it's okay. You don't need to do anything. Finally, her status shifted from hostile to neutral. The system noted, seeing you sacrifice yourself so stupidly for her didn't make her grateful. She's just sad that she won't get to enslave you. But it did change her attitude to neutral. This girl is really difficult. The protagonist weakly, I feel so cold. Could I hold your hand before I die, Andura? She hesitated but reached out. The contract sparkled, and just like that, success. I felt the monster had to accept it, but as long as the slot is available, just touching hands is enough. Andura recoiled, wait, what did you do? What magic is this? Shoyen jumped in. Hey, what's happening? The contract was already formed and the warrior girl was about to lose it. Even the protagonist seemed startled. I didn't expect the contract to work with just a touch. When I made the contract with Chirp, she had to somewhat agree. But hey, it worked. Now I just need a good excuse. Andura, furious, you were talking. One of you pretended to be dead. Another was pretending to be a shaman. And another lied to me about the contract. You're all liars, liars. I want to be alone. I don't want to be a contracted beast. She dashed off, but quickly found herself back where she started. What just happened? The protagonist explained, Andura, I have something to tell you. Once a magical contract is established, the monster can't stray too far from the contractor, so it's going to be harder for you to escape. She cursed, you bastard. I'll never be a prisoner again. But no matter what she did, her power was ineffective against him. Where's my power? The protagonist calmly replied, Andura, I'm not sure how the contract happened, but since it's sealed, you can't harm me. She collapsed to the ground, defeated. Why is this happening? The protagonist continued, speaking of control before I made the contract, you did try to use some mental magic on me, didn't you? She stammered, and no, I didn't. Panway spoke up, I get it now. When Andura tried to control your mind, your contract, which is stronger than hers, counteracted. It must have triggered some kind of backlash. Of course, that wasn't the case, but the protagonist played along. Yeah, that's a perfect explanation. Shoyen added, Andura, you tried to control his mind, so it's not really his fault, is it? The poor lizard girl began to cry. Why do I always meet such cruel people? I'm just a lizard. Panway wasn't having it. Are you playing the victim? You ran as soon as that guy appeared, and then when you came back, you tried to take over his mind. The protagonist concluded, well, whether you like it or not, it doesn't matter. Now that the contract is formed, you'll have to get used to it. And besides, you tried to take control of me first, so don't blame me. Andura sighed. What do you mean? It's just a magical contract, right? There has to be a way to break it. She spent the whole day trying to break the contract, but the magic of the ancient gods was different from anything she knew in this world. On the second day, she finally approached the protagonist. Let's talk about this, okay? You formed a contract with me, which means you want something from me. How about I give you what you want and you release me in return? The protagonist looked at her calmly. What I need is a monster girl to help me fight. Until I find someone else to replace you, you'll have to protect me. Andura grumbled. What a lousy human. But I guess I don't have a choice. Fine, I promise to protect you, but you have to let me go as soon as you find a substitute. The deal was made. Meanwhile, deep in a cave, Lukik and his group had just defeated the boss of that place. Lukik appeared, wiping the sweat from his brow. Phew, that was tough, but we finally did it. Now we need to head back to base and check our inventory. But just then, a window popped up. Kingdom of the Goblins. The message read, My dear ancient warriors, you've done well. The smoke that covered the world will lift and you've faced great challenges. With your hands, you must bring an end to the goblin world. Lukik was stunned. So everything until now was just a small battle. Main quest, entering the Goblin Empire. In the far north of the mountains lies a vast Goblin Empire. They have survived through the ages with ranks, dynasties, and an entire civilization. Mission objective, reach the Goblin Empire and become familiar with it. Everyone was confused. Goblin Kingdom? What is that? Lukik concluded it seems like everyone who participated in this raid received this mission. Could this be a reward for us? The system began assigning rewards, and of course, Lukik's group was in first place. He made an enthusiastic speech, declaring that it was time to hunt down the Goblin Empire. All captains, we divided our forces before, but now we must unite and attack a new front. Meanwhile, the protagonist and his group, who also participated by taking down the big boss, received their rewards: 1,500 points and a golden chest. They eagerly opened the chest, their eyes widening as it glowed. The contents: ecstasy, a quality epic item, a mental hypnosis tool that applies a psychological suggestion to the target. The success rate depends on the difference in mental power between the user and the target. If successful, the target can be controlled for 1 minute. It can be used up to 10 times. Shoyin frowned. This seems kind of useless. If the target takes a hit, they wake up from the hypnosis, so it's not very practical. Pan Wei agreed, but the protagonist remained optimistic. The rewards from the ancient gods are never useless. We just haven't found the right way to use it yet. Let's keep it for now. There's no direct reward in this Goblin Kingdom quest, so I believe this is just the initial mission. Shoyin sighed. Unfortunately, Lu Keek's group is much larger. They'll explore much faster than us. Pan Wei had an idea. Andorra, you've lived here a long time, right? You must know where this Goblin Kingdom is. The protagonist added, Andorra, remember, you can't lie to the contractor. Following Andorra's directions and riding on the cloud, they quickly arrived at the Goblin Kingdom. The city was much larger than any they had seen before. Just looking at it activated the mission. The first person to enter the Goblin Kingdom would receive 100 points. But since it was already late, the protagonist and his group decided to camp on the mountain for the night. He summoned Chirp from the shadows to keep watch over Pan Wei and Shoyin while he went to have a chat with Andorra. Naturally, she was annoyed but softened when he said, Relax, I like you more. She blushed slightly. Andorra, what do you want? He asked. She looked at him suspiciously. What are you talking about? He cornered her against the wall. You're still hiding your true power, aren't you? She hesitated. How do you know? He crossed his arms. It's clear you're still trying to enslave us. You must have something up your sleeve if you're so confident. Don't you think things would be easier if you were just honest with me? She sighed and revealed a small spell in her hand. Humans are so cunning. I guess you would have figured it out anyway. My plan to plant the seeds of life wouldn't have worked. The protagonist was intrigued. Seeds of life? What's that? It's a magic I developed after much research, she explained. But I can only control those who have complete trust in me. After that, they become puppets in my hands. Andorra continued, the condition to cast this magic is extremely complicated. That's why I pretended to be pitiful to gain your trust. Who would have thought it'd end up like this? The protagonist pondered for a moment. The condition for her to use her magic is indeed difficult. But with the hypnotic scroll, we could control anyone. The system chimed in, you've guessed her thoughts multiple times now, so she's starting to fear you. It would have been better to establish a friendly cooperation, but instilling fear in her is also an effective way to harness her power. Well done, boy. The protagonist smiled a bit twisted. I wanted everything to go smoothly with the King of Soft Rice, but now that the situation has turned out this way, it doesn't matter. What's important is the result. The next morning, they were observing the goblins working within the Empire. The place was heavily fortified with ballista, spearmen, and a stronghold. It wasn't going to be easy to get in. The protagonist noted there's no way to enter this place from above, and it seems impossible to face these defenses head-on. This is an impenetrable empire, and those patrols are strong. They've got 6 in strength. The system added, and those army patrol goblins definitely won't betray. Don't even think about trying to scheme psychologically. The 3 of them were exhausted. It seems like no one has found a way in, said Shoyin. I explored the east and west and really couldn't find an entrance. They're always on guard, and besides, no other race besides goblins has entered. Pan Wei, who had scouted around the entire wall, had the same results. The protagonist pulled out an appearance-changing pill, but he only had one. In other words, only one of them could enter the place. They all agreed, of course, that the protagonist would go. Xiaoyan trusted him, and Pan Wei had no intention of throwing himself into danger. In disguise, the protagonist queued up to enter. Everyone else is carrying something, and I'm empty-handed. Am I making a mistake? However, he passed through without issue. The mission to enter the Goblin Empire was completed, and since he was alone, he earned an additional 50 points. As he glanced at the mission window, some rowdy goblins bumped into him and ran off. Run! The Grand Prince is going to make an appearance. Need to see him. Yes, it's the greatest honor for us commoners. But they collided with a guard who halted everyone. Temple guard elate. The brainwashing done by the church has put this man in a state of absolute faith. Blessed by the priest, he's weak in physical attack but has auxiliary magic. Be careful. Additionally, there were the prince's guards, even stronger and also capable of magic. 2 of them blew trumpets, and 2 carriages pulled by beefy goblins arrived. Unfortunately, due to the curtains, the protagonist couldn't see who was inside, so the mission panel didn't appear. But the system did become the sharp blade that destroys the Goblin Kingdom. Such vile creatures don't deserve civilization. Completely dismantle the current Goblin Kingdom and return it to its original state. Hide within the kingdom, gather information, and bring about its downfall. Each day you spend in this place will increase the unrest within it, cause conflicts, and earn additional rewards. Current unrest, 0%. The protagonist suspected that this was the mission everyone would receive upon entering, but he felt something watching him and began to worry. Could someone have already noticed my identity? I better leave before I get exposed. As he tried to leave, he bumped into another goblin who threw him to the ground. Huh? A cave goblin? How dare trash like you come to see his majesty? People like you should stay in caves forever. Chirp wanted to emerge and slice the two up, but Andorra held her back. Outside the Goblin Kingdom, the two monster girls were arguing. Chirp was obviously angry because Andorra seemed to be trying to please the protagonist, while Andorra insisted she didn't care about pleasing him. She just wanted to be free from the contract. But then they spotted the protagonist returning. What's going on with these two? He wondered. Chirp lunged to attack Andorra, who confidently activated her boss ability. Chirp struck her, but Andorra healed almost instantly. You're quite ordinary. Without your leader ability, you can't even deal more damage than I can heal. Little Chirp was about to use her leader ability, but Lin Hao intervened. Stop, you can't use your boss skills on a companion. Then he added, I know Andorra is a small-minded and bad person, but besides that, you're my favorite, so be a little more tolerant of her. Andorra, thinking to herself, I'm hearing everything, you wretch boy. But Lin Hao, after witnessing the fight between the two, realized just how weak Little Chirp had become. While Little Chirp was only at level 1, the goblins over there were all level 3. Even though she was a boss, it was no longer enough. He thought, I'm going to have to look at her talent tree and start following it. My passive indicated that I should collect sacred items from spiders. However, the only talent line that requires this is the following. Power of Faith, the special route upgrade line. You'll need to recover various relics of spiders. As she recovers her bloodline, she will increasingly become a saint. The power acquired depends on the relics collected. However, this is an extremely difficult evolution line. Be very careful when accepting it. Lin Hao thought, although my talent points me in this direction, it's the hardest one. However, I'm already realizing that these ancient gods favor high risk, and that's where the best rewards are. He then clicked methods to recover the power of faith. Let's take a look first. The absorption of the power of faith needs to go through a specific magic circle. However, it cannot be transferred directly. It needs to be placed in some object before being passed on to the spider. The spider monster can then transform the power of faith into extra power for its body. Lin Hao pondered magic circle. Looking at Andorra, she's the only one who knows about this kind of thing. He sighed, I have so much to do. I need to stay in the Goblin City to advance the mission. But to evolve Little Chirp, I need the power of faith. Wait a minute, in the future, Pan Wei and Sister Xiaoyan could also enter the Goblin Kingdom and help me with something. Already discussing with them, what brother? Wait a minute, we're going to enter there too. What's your plan? Lin Hao explained, inside there's a competition of faith between the monarchs and the church. But what happens if a third force enters? The two of them, puzzled, asked, a third force? You want us to start a missionary mission with the goblins? Lin Hao responded, if they were united it would be difficult, but it's a mess in there. They're always competing for power. If we try to introduce a third religion, maybe it could work, especially since we can perform miracles. Little Chirp will be the external manifestation of our cult, and Andorra will perform the miracles. He decided to name the cult as the Cult of the Sacred Spider. However, Andorra didn't like it. She said they couldn't use the lizard for that. But the boy is good with words, you know. He took her hand and said, don't be so upset. You benefit from this too. While Little Chirp is handling the group's image, you're free to act as you wish and can freely take revenge on the goblins. She already imagined herself all dolled up, wondering why the goblins were enjoying themselves, but she was still hesitant. Then Lin Hao convinced her by saying that there were various crazies from Templar cults, knights and crazy goblins. She would get caught again, so she ends up accepting it, but with some hidden intentions. She thought to herself, he's going to want to use my healing magic to grow this religion. Maybe, at some point, I'll find a way to break the contract. But then, looking at her hands, she realized my healing magic extracts a bit of the life energy from whoever I use it on. It's like you're paying a few years of your life to heal in the moment. Lin Hao was just watching and the system warned him. Her heart has started to stir, but not because of your contract or your religion. It's because she now sees a chance to seek her freedom. Lin Hao thought, sneaky one, trying to break my contract. She said, since you said I'll get to take revenge on the goblins, I accept. Lin Hao responded, so it seems we'll have a mutually beneficial relationship, won't we? But in reality, both were thinking, just wait, soon I'll break this contract. Lin Hao thought, compared to my spider girl, this lizard is really cunning. That's when their strong companion came over and said, Lin Hao, I don't know if you know this, but we have a problem. According to the information I received, even though the goblins compete with each other, their religion is still monotheistic, and they've all undergone some form of brainwashing. I'm not sure if people will want to join a new cult. It might be hard to expand our influence, and we could even be exterminated as heretics. Lin Hao was about to say something, but Andorra jumped into the conversation. To expand our influence, we'll need to go to the Shangsing district. The district of what? The lower city? She pulled out a chalkboard like a teacher scolding them. You don't know? Let me teach you. In the Goblin Kingdom, there's a huge divide between the rich and the poor. Those who are well off all live in the upper part of the city, while the rest live in the lower part. It's very hard to survive down there. They work just to have something to eat while being exploited by the temple and the royal family. In a place with so much suffering, people will be easily drawn to miracles. Everyone started clapping. Wow, you're impressive, aren't you? Humph, of course I am, she replied. But Lin Hao was curious. How do you know so much, my dear? She hesitated, looking like she was lying. I was trapped there for a long time. I don't want to talk about it because it's not good memory. Lin Hao only had 11 more hours left on his substitution pill. They agreed on the plan to use the poor area of Shaxin, the lower part of the city, as the first place to spread their religion, while Lin Hao infiltrated the city. From the outside, Xiaoyan and Pan Wei would try to do something to help them. With that, our boys were already inside the goblin's castle, walking around. Unfortunately, dear Andura didn't know the way to the lower city either, until Little Chirp said she smelled something strange, a strong form of corruption. Following the scent of corruption, they seemed to have found the entrance to the lower city. The only problem was that the path was more difficult than they imagined. It was a long staircase, an hour of descending just to reach the entrance. When they arrived, they were met with a scene of poverty, goblins in ruins. However, they saw a gathering happening there, a meeting where a poor soul was being whipped. The church officials seemed to be beating the goblins because they were lazy and not working hard enough. Then a goblin, lying on the ground with his daughter in his arms, said, "Shaman, I bought all the indulgence coupons, but my daughter didn't get better." It was like he was paying tithes. The shaman looked at him. "Then the number of coupons you bought wasn't enough to pay for her sins." The mother cried, and the shaman, spreading his arms, said, "This is the consequence of being rejected by the gods. You need to continue worshipping them and seek their blessing." The shaman then made a suggestive offer that these guys love to make to women. He touched her chin. You all know what he was offering. She didn't want to accept it, so he left. No one was doing well in that situation. An old lady came to console, until a foot stopped in front of her. "Look who it is, it's the boy," but he's couldn't. He raised his hands. "By the sacred power of the spider, I bring blessings, already healing the woman." Everyone was confused. What's happening? She's glowing. The old lady recognized it. Wait, I've seen this before. The shaman watched as everything was healed. He receives a little mission. Destroy the faith of the beings in the lower city. The goblins of this city have been under the temple's control for many years. Make 100 of them lose faith in the temple. The reward is 100 points, but also 100 agitation points to mess with the city. Of course, the healing happens because Andura is using her powers through the shadows. He tells her, "Andura, do something impressive, my dear. But don't forget that we're the cult of the spider." She releases a giant healing aura of the spider, making it look miraculous, but also a bit scary. The goblins are mesmerized. However, for the mother whose daughter was healed, this is a true miracle. An old goblin woman looks on and asks, "Messenger, who are you?" Noticing that the effect of his pill seems to be wearing off, he thinks, "It's okay, I just performed a miracle." This is the perfect chance to solidify everything. The effect fades and Lin Hao's true form is revealed. The goblins are a bit startled. The mother, however, calms down and says, "You're one of the two-legged beasts." She looks at him, and since he saved her daughter, she's not frightened by his human appearance. But if he doesn't confirm his identity as a divine messenger, he'll be in danger. So he pulls one of his favorite tricks. He loves saying this, "All right, everyone, don't panic. This appearance I have is the price I pay for being a messenger of God. He told me to carry everyone's pain, no matter how strong and heavy it is. The sacred spider wanted me to understand the pain of these humans too, as this is a religion that loves all creatures of the world equally." The goblins, living in the trash of the cave, hearing about a religion that treats everyone equally, are already motivated. With that response, they fall to their knees, pledging to follow the sacred spider. Wow, this is easier than I thought. They even came up with a symbol for the sacred spider. The scene shifts to Lin Hao being hosted in a house with a goblin girl showing him around, apologizing that they are a poor household. But the boy doesn't care about that. Then a blonde goblin girl walks by and accidentally drops a stone from her basket. He asks, "What's this?" The goblin girl replies, "It's just a stone I mined. I don't know much about it. The temple said I couldn't use it as a tithe, so I kept it as decoration." Andura's tail sneaks out from the shadows and tickles his foot, signaling that she wants him to keep it. The blonde goblin girl leaves, saying she's going to prepare dinner. Andura then emerges from the shadows, saying, "I've helped you a lot already. How about a reward? I want that stone." Lin Hao, in his typical manner, thinks, "I already know what kind of person she is. There's something about this stone." She then says, "You're so annoying. Just give it to me. It's useless to you, human." But the system, being ruthless, warns her objective is still the same, to break the contract you made. Since this magic crystal is rare for her, she'll behave well. But as a system of a very devious guy, I already know you won't give it to her. Or will you? The system already knows the sly one. He pockets the crystal, saying, "You think I don't know the use of a magic crystal? If you have a use for it, why wouldn't I?" She grumbles, "Damn it. How does a human know about a magic crystal?" She tries to snatch it, but Lin Hao steps back and puts her in a headlock, or rather, a lizard lock. Magic stone. That's exactly what I need. Actually, Andorra, let's make a deal then. If you do me another favor, I'll ask everyone who follows the religion to search for these crystals, and the next one we find will be yours. How's that? She replies, "I don't believe you anymore. I'm putting in all this effort and seeing no benefit." Lin Hao thinks seems like I'll have to use a more aggressive method. She looks at him suspiciously. Dear Endura, how could you reject someone as weak, lost, and lonely as me? Please help me out and make this easier. But how will that work? The soft rice king tries a little sweet talk, but it's not working. She's not impressed by his charm at all. However, she does think, am I really that foolish? He's messing with me a bit with his ways, but it makes me so mad. These humans are full of tricks. And of course, that little trick he's using is the system. But with that, she asks our boy, all right, just tell me what you want. Seems like she's not enjoying this back and forth. Our boy explains, I want to inscribe a magical circle inside this magic crystal. The circle looks something like this. He starts drawing and asks, do you recognize it? However, she says that although the circle looks similar to the one that trapped her, which was a circle to absorb energy, she doesn't know exactly how to create it. But for Lin Hao, that's already a win. He figured out that the circle he needs to create is one of magical extraction. But Andorra warns, I don't know what you intend to do with this circle, but if you're thinking of using it on this magic crystal, forget it. You won't be able to. When I was used as the center of the magic that trapped me, I survived because I have nearly infinite vitality. However, if this is applied to a magic crystal, it will only last a short time. At most, it will be completely destroyed in 15 minutes. Lin Hao, realizing the challenge, exclaims, so this is the wall of magic? My goodness, how complicated. But if that's the case, they need a large enough crystal to store energy. This whole thing with the magic circle is to extract energy from the faith to help Little Chirp evolve. A little later, the blonde goblin girl comes back with food that looks like a pile of wet rags. But she says it's the most delicious thing ever. Our boy puts on a brave face pretending to enjoy it. However, just as he's about to eat this delicacy, an explosion occurs. They both rush out. Wait, what caused all that noise? Lin Hao, realizing where the noise came from, asks, what's over there? And she explains, that's the mining area, but at this hour, there should still be a lot of goblins working there. I need to go check it out. Lin Hao holds her back saying, relax. If many goblins are injured, I'll bring the blessing of the great sacred spider to them. She gets all moved by his words. As they head out, Lin Hao grabs a piece of cloth. I need to change my appearance a bit. This is the perfect opportunity. Besides spreading the cult, I'll also look for magic crystals. At the collapsed mine, goblins are running out, all injured and in a panic. But inside one of the huts, someone is up to something. Look how she heals. Some are already adoring her, while one is lying on the ground with his brother. Great sacred spider, if you save my brother, I will be a devoted follower. He starts feeling healed, thinking, this warm energy, is this the blessing of the sacred spider? But spider, please save my brother first. From inside, Lin Hao thinks, this is much more efficient. With Andorra channeling her powers from outside, she's already managed to gain 39 followers. But of course, Andorra isn't doing this for free, my friend. Every time she heals someone, she not only uses the person's life energy to heal, but also siphons off a bit of it for herself. But the system, just as malicious as she is, remarks, this lizard girl is very calculating. During the treatments, she's taking part of the people's energy and keeping it for herself. It seems she doesn't consider you part of the family yet, my boy. But Lin Hao doesn't care, no matter how much energy you gather. The magic of the ancient gods is different from your magic. The only problem is that the mine entrance was destroyed, so he can't take a look inside. With the injured now healed, Lin Hao announces that everything is finished. Endura returns to the shadows exhausted. But when he checks the ranking, all this healing and commotion has only caused a 0.01% agitation in the city. So yeah, it seems like there's still a lot of chaos to stir up in this place. It's a big mission. Soon after, the blonde goblin girl comes to warn him that the Bone Gang is coming, and if they find out about a god in this place, they won't be happy. She explains that the three powers that dominate the lower city are the Bone Gang, the Heroine Association, and the Temple. Looking to the side, they see the leader, Andres. Lin Hao exclaims, so that's the boss of the Bone Gang, a big villainous goblin, buff and menacing. But wow, that shoulder pad of his is covered in crystals. What a beauty. Let's get it. Our boy thinks the same, always hungry for more. He places his hand on the trembling goblin, who's clearly terrified. Sorry, I'll clean the mine, sir. But Andres glares at him. How are you going to pay the tributes, now that the mine has collapsed, huh? And you know, if you don't pay, we won't protect you. He glances to the side. How much is this going to cost us? The goblin replies, about 100 mining carts worth. Andres doesn't like that one bit. 100 carts? He crushes the goblin's head, ignoring the desperate pleas. It's over for that poor guy. He's been obliterated. You like to irritate me. You made me lose all this, and you're just lying around here. Even Lin Hao is shocked at the brutality. System message, Royal Goblin of the City. Hostile, 30 strength, 14 agility. Anything that makes him feel like he's losing money will turn him into a lunatic. He killed the entire mine. Are you interested in finding out the path to get magical crystals? Make him happy. Lin Hao thinks this guy really loves money. The goblin's head exploded just because he was resting. But the system suggests he knows the source of the crystals. There shouldn't be a problem if I follow him discreetly. The goblin turns and snaps. This pause in the mine is your fault, so everyone must bring 100 more carts of minerals, or you know what will happen. The poor goblins are trembling in fear, and Andres yells, "Let's go, we've got more mines to check." Lin Hao tells the goblin girl not to follow them, saying he has other things to take care of. After trailing him for a while, Lin Hao figures out how the guy operates. No matter if there's an issue in the mine or not, Andres shows up beating everyone, kicking them around just to assert his dominance. Until one time, he enters a mine that seems to have no goblins guarding it outside. Lin Hao finds that strange. Could this be the magic crystal mine? After all, the blonde goblin girl mentioned that magic crystals can't be exchanged for miracles at the temple. Unfortunately, he'll have to wake Andorra. Little Chirp reluctantly pulls her out of the shadows, and Andorra looks furious. "You better have a good reason for waking me up." "Calm down, there's a magic crystal here. Let's take a look." "Magic crystal? Let's see." She places her hand on the ground, do some magic, and locates a bunch of crystals. Of course, for an earth lizard like her, connecting with the earth veins is second nature. Lin Hao is stunned by the mountain of crystals. "I knew there'd be a lot, but isn't this too much?" He's already imagining insane scythes, armors, all for Little Chirp. She's going to look amazing. The only problem is that, although the mine isn't being actively mined, there are still many guards patrolling. Any work he tries to do in the mine will attract the Bone Gang. That means he can't solve this quietly. He'll have to play the game. And when it comes to scheming, Lin Hao's a master. Andorra seems suspicious, but with a sly smile, Lin Hao says, "It's time you learn from the greed of humanity." She's left a bit speechless. On the way back to the tent, Lin Hao already has an idea for his plan. He whispers something to the goblin girl, though it's unclear what he said. The next day, she comes by saying, "Don't worry, okay? Just trust me. A messenger of the gods helped everyone, and I want to repay the miracles. Please, we'll help you." Lin Hao just smiles, not revealing his plan. Back at the Bone Gang, Andres receives some news. "Sir, everyone has started worshipping this thing after the mine incident. All those who were injured were completely healed." Andres is baffled. How is it possible that everyone was healed? The guy even pulls out a Little Chirp statue. "Wait, let me see this. This isn't from the temple. What is this thing? Man, I'd want my own Little Chirp action figure too." The goblin explains it seems to be from the so-called sacred spider cult. They made this out of clay. Andres ponders, but why are they producing these statues? The goblin continues, they said the statue provides healing powers. The bigger and more beautiful the statue, the more healing power it brings. "Sir, if you mobilize your army and can heal them, you be unbeatable." Andres, considering this, thinks that makes sense. "These stones are worthless anyway." Andres smirks, "You giving me some useful information. What reward do you want?" The goblin hesitates. "A reward, sir? If it's possible, But before he can finish, Andres delivers a brutal blow, silencing him for good. The guy is ruthless, even licking the blood off his hand. What a psychopath. He mutters to himself, "This fool didn't realize these are my uncle's treasures. He really doesn't understand the rules of this place. My treasures are all for bargaining with the temple, but maybe those could work." Meanwhile, the blonde goblin girl whispers to Lin Hao, "Looks like they're already collecting blue stones. Since they can't trade them with the church, they don't care much about them. They'd fell into the trap easily. Now we just wait." 10 days later, Andres is talking to the temple's shaman. "What's this surprise you've been talking about, Andres?" Andres, excited, replies, "This is perfect. It's going to bring the healing the great shaman needs." He's created a massive Little Chirp magic statue. The shaman raises an eyebrow. "Are you telling me to kneel and worship this statue?" Andres' confident says, "Trust me, shaman. This statue has been healing many of us." He glances at the injured goblins in the back, who might have been hurt by Andres himself. "Hey, you three, kneel and start praying to her." The goblins obey. "Oh, great sacred spider, please bless us." But nothing happens. The shaman is unimpressed. "So this is the great magic you were talking about." Andres, panicked, tries to explain. "Wait, listen. This must be a misunderstanding. It was working before." But the shaman dismisses him. "Enough. You're turning the temple into a joke, Andres." As the shaman leaves, Andres, furious, starts beating the goblins around him. "You made me look like a fool in front of him. Now we've lost the temple's support." A voice from the shadows interrupts. "If the temple has abandoned you, why not cooperate with me?" And there he is, a crown-wearing king himself. Andres, seeing him, sneers, "A two-legged creature." Lin Hao replies, "I don't get why they call us that. You're all on two legs too, you damn idiots. What's someone like you doing in the Goblin Kingdom?" The king smirks. "The shaman might be very interested in you." Andres orders, "Get him." The goblins rush forward, but Lin Hao, unfazed, recites calmly, "My blade belongs to the sacred spider, and you dare show me disrespect." He begins reciting a passage from the sacred spider 3:3. She brings the blessing of healing, but also the fire that will consume the world. The goblins halt in their tracks, eyes wide. "Wait, I saw a spider. Maybe he really is untouchable." Andres seems shaken, but the system offers some insight. He's a bit shocked by the miracle you displayed. However, he's more concerned about the consequences of offending the shaman. If you don't quickly explain the benefits he'll receive, you'll need to change plans. Lin Hao speaks up. "It's a shame you lost the great shaman's support, and he's starting to dislike you. But you know how he operates. If you deliver more riches, they'll quickly change his mind. And such a wish is always possible with the sacred spider, if you're willing to cooperate with her. Andres, puzzled, thinks, how does this guy know about my situation with the shaman? Does he really have a connection with some god? He hesitates, then asks, so what do you mean by more riches? Lin Hao explains, the goblins in this mining area have absolute confidence in me and are more united than ever. I can make them work even harder for you, or I can make them unite against you. Andres is furious. Are you threatening me? Lin Hao calmly replies, I want to be your friend, not a threat. Andres grumbles, I can't kill all the goblins who resist. If I do, I won't have enough workers left for the mines. He reluctantly concedes, fine, we can be friends as long as you help me acquire more riches, it'll be easy. Lin Hao nods, alright then. If you want to help, you need to place this statue in front of the mining area. Andres, skeptical, asks, why do you want that? Lin Hao, unwavering, responds, I am the messenger of the sacred spider and you're questioning me. Andres remains suspicious. It's that simple. There must be some conspiracy here. But he thinks it over. If all he wants is that statue, which is already made, it's not a problem. It'll still be in my territory, so he won't be able to escape. Andres finally concedes, all right, I'll tell my brother to move the statue. Lin Hao quickly adds, no rush. If you want to place a statue for a god, you should at least build an altar. He wants to build an altar because he plans to place a magic circle underneath it. A few days later, two goblins are wandering through the city, chatting about where they're going to work. Suddenly, one of them stops, his face falls, and a tear rolls down his cheek as his axe drops to the ground. My god, look at that. There standing tall is a magnificent statue. The goblins are stunned. It's the great sacred spider. They start arguing over who gets to pray first, all desperate to worship. Naturally, Andorra had already placed the magic circle there, a circle that absorbs the energy of faith every time someone worships the statue. The growth is slow and will take 10 days, but once it's fully charged, things will get interesting. Andres, skeptical but hopeful, asks Lin Hao, so messenger of the goddess, they've started to idolize her. Will the goblins really start collecting more minerals? Lin Hao confidently replies, of course they will, but it's a process that requires a bit of patience. 7 days later, Lin Hao is with Andres, who's starting to get angry. It's been 7 days and the mine's production has only decreased. What's going on? The statue's faith level is at 18% and Lin Hao is beginning to worry. But he stays calm, telling Andres, relax, everything's going according to plan. We've come this far, don't waste everything we've done. Andres, torn between frustration and hope, thinks it over. Alright, I'll give you 3 more days, but you better deliver. The system chimes in, this goblin is truly greedy, and you managed to tempt him. But be careful, he still doesn't trust you. Andres warns, I'll trust you for now, but don't think about disappearing in these 3 days. Stay here and keep gathering energy for the statue. Lin Hao thinks, so he's leaving this thug to watch me to make sure I don't run away. That's fine. The important thing is buying time. Lin Hao realizes that the stronger and more powerful the goblin who worships the statue, the more the statue's faith level increases. If more members of the Bone Gang worshipped it, things would progress faster. The best outcome would be if the leader himself came to worship it. On the 10th day, the statue is still only at 20%. Andres isn't happy. According to his calculations, none of the Bone Gang members have even kneeled before it. Then the leader bursts in, shouting, get out of here, and he cursed two-legged beast. You said my mines would increase production, but they've only gone down. It's time we clean this place up. But Lin Hao isn't foolish. You forbade your Bone Gang members from worshipping it, and now you're complaining to me? You didn't keep your word. The reason it hasn't worked is because you haven't worshipped enough. Andres, growing more frustrated, retorts, do you think I'm stupid? After all this time, there should have been some effect. You know what? Let's end this. He swings his axe, ready to strike, but Lin Hao quickly counters, damn it, it looks like I can't stall anymore. Suddenly, Little Chirp leaps in, slicing through 2 goblins. She looks stunning, spinning her weapon. The leader is shocked as she slashes at him, but nothing happens. His eyes glow red with rage. The system taunts, congratulations, kiddo. Her attack did no damage. You're screwed. Lin Hao, panicking, thinks our attack was spot on, he wasn't expecting it, and she was even buffed. Nothing happened. Now what? It turns into a brutal one-on-one fight, but Little Chirp, despite her buffs, is losing. She's a level 1 boss and he's a level 3 boss. The system notes, unfortunately, the amount of faith provided still isn't enough. Andorra, desperately healing, warns, do something or the spider is going to die, boy. Lin Hao knows the only way to win is to upgrade Little Chirp, but then the leader shatters her weapon. Now they're in real trouble. He lands a devastating blow, sending her flying into the statue. She crashes into it, leaving it shattered and in pieces. Man, this boss is tough. He even taunted, she withstood my warm-up attack. Not bad for someone tamed by a 2-legged creature. Let's see how long you last. He then goes after our boy Lin Hao. Andorra quickly casts a protective spell using the vine barrier. Lin Hao's eyes light up. This is exactly what he was waiting for. At that moment, he breaks out the hypno crystal and the boss falls into the trap, forced to worship. Now things are heating up and the statue's energy surges to 24%. Lin Hao is a crafty one. This was his plan all along. This gang leader's power really boosts the faith game, Lin Hao thinks. The boss, still under hypnosis but aware, shouts, "What have you done to me?" Despite being in a trance, he retains his consciousness, though he loses control of his body. Lin Hao casually responds, "Why do you want to know? You're going to die anyway." As the hypno effect fades, the boss charges at Lin Hao, and they clash side by side. Little Chirp, now leveled up to a teenager, is no longer a child. The boss sneers, "It looks like your creatures love you, so I'll kill them first." But Lin Hao activates Little Chirp's new level 2 ability. She starts spinning like a beyblade, shooting webs everywhere. The boss doesn't seem too worried, claiming he can see her every move, but when she charges in, she hits him square in the chest, leaving him stunned. Lin Hao celebrates, yes, Little Chirp received the stagnation ability. As she moves invisibly, she wraps the boss in layers of webbing. He doesn't seem too bothered, though thinking he can just tear off the webs with his hands. However, Lin Hao is playing the long game, with Little Chirp circling around, hitting the same spot repeatedly. The boss starts to weaken. He's soon bleeding from every pore. Lin Hao racks up points like crazy, 27,000 of them, but the faith level is not enough. The boss, now bloodied and beaten on the ground, finds something embedded in his flesh, a card from the shamans and the emblem of the Bone Gang, which allows him to command the others. With this, Lin Hao gathers the fools and commands, "Shut down the mine." No one works anymore. Everyone worship the statue. He rallies the gang with Little Chirp, taking down anyone who refuses to obey. Those who get beaten by the spider go to the statue to be healed by Andorra, creating a perfect cycle of control over all the territories. Now, our warrior has reached level 3. Damn, how high will she go with the statue? Lin Hao wonders, but the Lu Keek group's been racking up points too. The next chapter kicks off with Panway asking, how did they rack up so many points? While Lin Hao was busy with his religious antics and boss fights, the Lu Keek crew was tearing through the temple, intensifying the conflict between the church and the royalty, which also helped them gain a ton of points. Panway, curious about Lin Hao's plan, asks, "What's the plan, Mr. Soft Rice King?" Lin Hao, always scheming, replies, "My original plan was to gather a ton of faith, get her all powered up, and then wreak havoc. But with Lu Keek stirring things up, I'll have to adjust." Panway wants to sabotage Lu Keek to prevent them from gaining too many points, but Lin Hao reassures him, "Relax, there's no need to interfere. I've got an ace up my sleeve. I'm calling them to the Bone Gang meeting." Lin Hao had to invest 120 points in a persuasion pill, which will ensure whatever he says will convince anyone. It's like a microphone in pill form. Poor Panway is nervous, his hair barely brushing the top of his hat. But Lin Hao confidently walks to the door. "Hey fools, I brought the invitation. Come on in, you're good." Inside, the church shaman is living it up, wondering which religion he should follow next. Of course, at this corrupt political meeting, they're all just talking about their shady dealings. Then someone arrives and says, "The Bone Gang kids are here." The shaman sneers. "That idiot Andres. Let's see what this fool wants now. Last time he caused trouble, so he must be here to beg for forgiveness, right?" But instead of Andres, it's our 3 guys. The shaman surprise asks, "Who are these 3 clowns?" Our rice boy steps forward. "Relax, the guy you're looking for is right here." He reveals Andres' head with a smile on his face. The goblin women in the vicinity scream and run away, while the shamans are in shock. "Oh my god, you're insane. You killed the king. Who are you?" But our boy is cunning. He immediately throws a card in the shaman's face. "You do know the leader of the Bone Gang was connected to the royal family?" The shamans are now in a panic. This bastard revealed the location of the great shaman. They demand to know who he is, and Lin Hao calmly responds, "I won't reveal my identity. I just want to talk to you." The shaman, now curious, says, "All right, let's talk. You go first." They're surprisingly courteous. Lin Hao leaves his 2 friends outside, instructing them to keep an eye out and make sure no goblins come near. Inside, the shaman asks, "All right, kid, what do you want? What's your goal?" Lin Hao removes his coat. The shaman, shocked, exclaims, "You're a human." But Lin Hao quickly retorts, "Human? Are you stupid? How would a human know the goblin language?" The shaman realizes his mistake and listens as Lin Hao claims to be a secret agent affiliated with the great shaman, gathering intel for his majesty. The shaman, intrigued, says, "A secret agent connected to the great shaman? I heard of such a group." Lin Hao nods, "Exactly. That's why I look like this. It's all part of a plan to make others let their guard down so I can gather information. That's how I discovered that infiltrator. You don't want me telling His Majesty that you let someone infiltrate your jurisdiction, do you?" The shaman, now nervous, responds, "No, please don't. Sit here, let's talk. Whatever you want, just say the word Rice King." Lin Hao smirks. "To help you, I'll let you take credit for capturing this guy." The shaman is puzzled. "But if you're a chosen one of His Majesty, how can I present you?" Lin Hao leans in. "Let me tell you something. If a traitor made it all the way to your city, what do you think is happening near His Majesty?" The shaman, realizing the danger, says, "True, there are many traitors, aren't there?" Lin Hao smiles. "Exactly. There are so many spies around His Majesty that to return to the upper levels, I need a solid reason." The shaman, now understanding, says, "So that's why you need this indirect recommendation?" Lin Hao replies, "That's right. Now go tell everyone that I'm going to heal His Majesty's body. But remember, this is confidential. No one can know who I really am. The shaman, completely fooled, says, "Thank you so much, young man. I'll take good care of your companions too. You all are truly remarkable." Lin Hao nods. "All right, we're done here." Outside, his friends are waiting, and she looks stunning with her hood up. The door opens, and they all come out. The shaman announces, "I've confirmed this person's identity. He really is a distinguished guest. There's no need to doubt him. We can continue our festivities." Lin Ho gives a subtle nose-scratch signal indicating that the plan went off without a hitch. He now knows everyone in the room, one from the Bone Gang and another from the Heroine's gang. It's been a while since he activated his talent. Time to use it again. The shaman, eager to impress, says, "I've informed everyone about you. They'll all lower their heads and respect you." Lin Hao just nods and thanks. Meanwhile, a carriage arrives. The shaman hands over the head and a letter proving Andra's betrayal to the great shaman. This raises the tension in the city, and Lin Hao is pleased. The great shaman, sensing the growing risks, wants to return to the temple. This guy has 50 spirit, 35 strength, but he's badly injured. The system mourns, "This shaman is messed up, but he's still much stronger than you. Don't even think about trying anything funny." Okay. The protagonist realizes how tough this boss truly is. The beast is level 5, no wonder it almost detected him before. This one is the real deal. The shamans are all around, worshipping. "Oh, great shaman, we love you." But then the great shaman decides to play his card. "I heard the great shaman has some wounds. This person here is proficient in various healing methods that can save any life." However, the shaman is skeptical. "I've been to many doctors over the years and none could heal me. What makes this guy different?" Our protagonist smoothly interjects, "Haven't you tried so many times already? What's one more? If it fails, you can punish me. But if it works, you'll gain everything and lose nothing." The great shaman, considering the recommendation from one of his most loyal followers, decides, "All right, I'll give you a chance. Guard, take the boy." The first part of the plan succeeded. As the protagonist is led away, he glances back. "You guys better do your parts, you scoundrels." The lesser shaman sighs in relief. "Woo, thank goodness that worked." They now need to secure a foothold within the royal family. The great shaman gathers all the doctors in a meeting, with our protagonist by his side. The protagonist is handed a small knife discreetly, with the intention that no one notices. But the doctors are uneasy about this two-legged creature beside the great shaman. "Who is this guy? Why is he here? Let's kill this lunatic." But the great shaman silences them. "This is the person who will help heal me. His power is so great that he had to pay the price of becoming a two-legged creature." Everyone is puzzled. Wait, what? How did he turn into a two-legged creature? That makes him worse than a goblin. Our protagonist notices that Chirp seems interested in something on the great shaman's chest, wanting to eat it. He uses the opportunity to make a point. "You're weak. While I abandoned my goblin form, you are still craving power. I have the true power of life." Then he asks, "Now show me your wound, great shaman. Take off your shirt." The skeletal great shaman, who looks more dead than alive, reveals his wound. The protagonist applies healing and the wound starts to close. Andorra speaks up. "Just as you asked, I'd only healed his skin, so the internal injuries remain. Now I'm going to sleep by." The great shaman, noticing the immediate change, remarks, "Incredible, it really did heal." But the system knows better. Andorra only healed the outer layer and secretly absorbed a lot of the shaman's magical power, reducing his spirit from 50 to 45. Despite this, the great shaman feels better and asks the protagonist, "This is truly a miracle, doctor. What reward do you want?" Our protagonist, playing it smart, replies, "Unfortunately, the wound is very deep, and the treatment will take longer than expected. But I do have a reward in mind." The great shaman, confident, says, "You can ask for half of the temple, and I'll still give it to you." But the protagonist has something else in mind. "Some of these priests opposed me, didn't they? I want an apology." The priests, realizing they're in deep trouble, start to panic. He continues, "As a sincere apology, I want those items on your chests." The priests now visibly shake and argue. These are relics made by the first generation of shamans. But now that they've mentioned it, the protagonist wants them even more. Even the great shaman looks troubled. "Those are sacred relics of the priests. I didn't want to take them from the boys." But the protagonist plays his next move in the 4D chess game, "I'm not a petty man, shaman. These sacred relics possess spiritual power that could help me strengthen my healing abilities. With them, I'll be faster." He moves closer. "If you hand them over, I'll be able to cure the great shaman even sooner." Motivated, one of the priests activates his aura, declaring that he won't hand them over. The protagonist glances at the great shaman, who still seems to be in disbelief. He then suggests, "Perhaps we can have a private conversation, shaman." The great shaman, intrigued, agrees. "All right, I'll give you a chance." The other priests aren't happy. "What's this guy planning to say that we can't hear?" The protagonist explains that those who refuse to hand over their relics are essentially saying they don't want the shaman to be healed, implying they are the traitor. The shaman, deep in thought, considers this plan, using it to identify the traitor. But he also wonders if this boy standing in front of him might be a traitor himself. The protagonist, aware of the shaman's doubts, adds, "If we don't uncover the traitor, they could be sabotaging your recovery. Without this information, it will be impossible to heal you." The shaman, now pressured, gives the protagonist 3 days to uncover the traitor and a month to complete his healing. With this, they leave the room. Outside, the priests are puzzled, wondering what kind of nonsense the doctor spoke. But the shaman, with a stern expression, hands over the relics, leaving the priests confused and worried about what was discussed behind closed doors. The shaman, clearly not in the mood for questions, intimidates them into compliance. Back in the temple's room, the protagonist collects the relics, which are quickly absorbed by Chirp, who goes into a state of evolution, surrounded by the sacred items. The only problem is that during this evolution, she won't be able to fight, and Andorra is still recovering from her previous exertions. For the next 3 days, while the Great Shaman provides protection, the protagonist is relatively safe, but any unexpected battle could spell disaster. Soon there's a knock on the door with someone claiming to bring a gift in the name of the Great Shaman. The system immediately warns the protagonist. Due to his impressive performance earlier, agents have been sent to eliminate him. This particular goblin isn't incredibly strong, but is still a level 3 fighter, and the protagonist stands little chance against him in direct combat. The goblin servant kneels, offering a bottle of wine, claiming it will restore the protagonist's magical power to aid in further healing the Great Shaman. The protagonist, wary of potential poison and without Chirp or Andorra to rely on, decides to check the system for any potential help. The goblin grows anxious, urging the protagonist to drink, while the protagonist hesitates. Desperate, the goblin draws a knife, preparing to strike. In a split-second decision, the protagonist spends 300 points to buy an item that creates a terrifying illusion, causing the goblin to almost die from sheer fear. Although it cost him 300 points, the protagonist breathes a sigh of relief, having narrowly avoided death. He spins a tale about the illusion, claiming it to be the protection of an ancient goblin ancestor, which convinces the brainwashed goblin to retreat. When the other shamans rush in to see what happened, the protagonist accuses the goblin of trying to kill him, adding that whoever orchestrated this is likely inside the temple. He scans the room and notices one shaman maintaining a calm demeanor, too calm. The system informs the protagonist that this shaman, despite his outward calmness, is deeply afraid inside. The protagonist boldly accuses this shaman, stating, "I know who the traitor is. It's this one right here." The accused shaman tries to defend himself, claiming there's no evidence, but the protagonist produces a blank piece of paper, claiming it's a confession from the assassin before their death. The Great Shaman reads the confession, watching the accused shaman's reaction. Seeing the fear in his eyes, the Great Shaman declares, "There's nothing written here, yet you still appeared frightened. That means you, someone who is usually so calm, must be hiding something." With it, the traitor's shaman is arrested. Once again, the Great Shaman thanks the protagonist, promising a reward once he's fully recovered. However, during a meeting between the shamans, they start feeling a bit uneasy. The Great Shaman has a suspicion that something is off with our protagonist, but he's not too concerned for now. He's willing to wait for the cure, and then, well, we'll see. The protagonist gained a lot of points from his recent actions, especially by revealing that the royal family had infiltrated the temple, which stirred up the relationship between the two groups. Meanwhile, Lukik and his company are smashing through the goblins, but when they check the rankings, they see that someone else is ahead of them. Who could it be? One of the army guys who is getting annoyed thinks, "We see the two groups below us every day, but who is this furry group that's ahead of us? We've never seen them in any fights." With that thought, they figure out, if we're always fighting outside and haven't seen them, that must mean they're already inside. They quickly send Humang to investigate what kind of tricks the protagonist's group is up to. He hides behind a curtain, listening to the big sister and the fat guy talking. But the fat guy's antennae pick up something and they both go quiet, sensing an intruder. A fight breaks out as everyone finally confronts each other, wondering what Humang is doing there and what the others are planning. The big sister immediately sees an opportunity and suggests they team up with Humang, since his ability to move through the ground would be very useful for their mission. She extends a hand, saying, "Humang, we're not exactly friends, but we all want to gain some points here. How about cooperating with us?" Humang, who has benefited from these guys before, thinks it might be worth a shot and agrees to the alliance. In the main temple hall, the protagonist is healing the Great Shaman again. The shaman complains, "Is this the power you got from the sacred relic? It doesn't feel like my pain has lessened at all." The protagonist tries to stall, saying, "These are deep wounds, shaman. You know it takes time." But the Great Shaman is losing patience. It's been 10 days and nothing has changed since the first day. "If I'm not healed by the end of the month, do you think your head will stay on your shoulders?" The protagonist, realizing the shaman's patience is wearing thin, starts to worry. He wonders, when Chirp evolves, will she be strong enough to deal with him? What kind of power and appearance will she have? Meanwhile, Andorra, who has been secretly siphoning the shaman's power, is growing stronger. As the protagonist gazes out the window, he isn't sure if everything will work out. At least he hopes the fat guy and big sister are up to something. They open a door announcing that a secret order from the Great Shaman has arrived. All temple members must gather to receive the oracle. The Great Shaman, struggling with his pain, asks, "What's the secret order?" The big sister explains that since the Great Shaman is close to being healed, it's time to teach the royal family the consequences of messing with a temple. She orders the full power of the temple to be mobilized for an attack on the prince's troops, revealing that they have learned the prince's location thanks to Fuyang's intel. The priests are excited at the chance to prove themselves to the great shaman and teach the prince a lesson, hoping that by succeeding, they might be promoted out of the low city district. The plan is set in motion and the shaman agrees. On the other side, the prince receives a message warning him that the shaman is recovering and that several of his undercover agents have been exposed. Just then, a guard bursts in reporting that a large group is coming to attack his troops. The priests, motivated by the prospect of earning favor with the great shaman, are ready to fight, but the prince is fed up with the chaos. He realizes that if the great shaman fully recovers, he's in deep trouble. With his forces outnumbered, he sees this as his chance to strike first. He orders all soldiers to prepare for an assault on the temple, aiming to kill the shaman while he's still weakened. However, a royal advisor, sensing that something is wrong, hesitates. Should he warn the king that the prince is acting recklessly? Meanwhile, a priest who is eager to launch the attack is warned by a goblin ally that many soldiers will be injured or killed in the process. But the guy doesn't care about anything. Dying in combat should be an honor for you. He goes back to the room and informs our guys. Great spies, I did it. I organized an attack on the prince's troops. Big sister replies, good, now we just need to head to the temple, right? But Huvang is already coming up from behind. However, you're not going with us. Bye, sucker. At the temple in the upper city, the protagonist talks to the guy. What do you want to talk to me about? Our boy responds, you've heard that I've been healing his majesty, right? And I know you're next in line for succession. The guy sips his tea. That doesn't matter. As long as you heal him, our future will be bright. However, our protagonist presses. But if I heal him, you won't ascend to the top of the temple, will you? Looks like that caused you a problem. The guy, pretending to be unaffected, says, if you heal him, it's a blessing for the temple. And blessing for the temple is one for me too. Our boy continues, are you sure you're going to be the successor? In these times when the royal family has been infiltrating, you haven't done anything. And I have to say, His Majesty is quite disappointed with your performance. But as a successor, maybe you still have a chance. The guy starting to sweat asks, what do I need to do? Lin Hao explains, in the coming days, you'll have a chance to atone for your sins. The guy demands, tell me, how do I do that? He tells him, in the coming days, while His Majesty is being healed, you must protect him, with all your soldiers and command guards. But just then, someone enters informing him that the prince is arriving with the troops, and he's already demolishing everyone. The goblins are getting trashed. Poor temple don't stand a chance. The prince wants to know who from the temple attacked his troops. The priest is confused. Wait, the temple has always been good to the royal family. Why are you here? But he quickly realizes you're going to be a hypocrite to the end. Fine, I'll kill you. The protagonist panics. He tells the guy that the best way out of this situation is to kneel and ask for forgiveness, because he thinks that a guy from the temple would never kneel before the royal family. But the guy kneels. Our boy is stunned. How could a man of the church kneel before the royal family? But now the sword is in his face. Stiya, pal. With that, our protagonist is happy. Phew, at least he didn't give up the fight. But then there are purple arrows incoming. An explosion. What just happened? Someone already recognizes it. It's Irene's magic. She was supposed to be on a mission and just passed by with a book in her hand. Good lord. I thought Irene would be easy to charm with a little sweet talk. But the fight hasn't even started, and it already looks like she got slapped in the face. She's already ordering the temple guys to surround the guards. The prince's team is outnumbered. 4 against 40. The little prince is sweating bullets until another person arrives. Everyone stop. The king's mandate has arrived. Everyone immediately bows. The mandate tells the prince to pull his troops out of the temple now or take 100 lashes. Aye, but the guy reassures him. Relax, you're not going to get whipped. It's just to make the guys back off. Take it easy. And with that, they leave. The protagonist is in shock because he needed to cause chaos to earn agitation points. Our protagonist is disheartened. The shaman is all happy. But Irene is on her way. Obviously, it worked. This woman must have been charmed, and now she's all friendly. Man, she has 49 spirit points. At least with that much spirit, you can't capture her. She's already saying she heard about a guy who's been healing His Majesty. Is he free tonight? The system even says she's the second strongest in the temple after the great shaman, and she wants you to be her little pet. Go for it, man. It'll be a lot of fun. Just be aware that she has some hobbies, so be careful. The protagonist is confused. Do you remember that the last chapter ended when that beautiful monster lady was seducing our dear Lin Hao? The system warned him to be careful because she was trying to deliver some things to him. Our boy obviously wanted to escape from this. Meanwhile, the prince of the temple was saying that if he had been with the guards, he wouldn't have let them escape. But then the people from the lower city came to talk to him. They told the prince they were tired of living under the rule of the people below, so they came today to follow him. And they even brought the head of his rival as proof of loyalty. However, the guy beside him said that if they accepted the head of a shaman, they would get into more trouble. But the prince was determined to accept, especially because he believed the people below were orchestrating a plan to remove him from his position. With that, he told the goblins that he would accept all this kindness and protect them from now on. Lin's friends commented that this would mess up the boy's plans, so they would have to go back and see what he would do. Our boy never imagined things would go in this direction, and now he'll have to come up with another strategy. But right at that moment, Iron calls out to our guy. Obviously, she comes with a smack to the face. Walking through the castle, she says that his talent is incredible, and that the leader will soon be healed. She can't help it, but every time she looks at him, she finds him even cuter. Our boy tries to say that he's just fulfilling his duties while wondering why the effect of the soft rice is working better than ever. When suddenly, a guy steps up beside them and calls out to the two. A muscular guy asks Irene why she ignores all the affection he shows her, and instead teams up with this cute skinny guy, saying that our boy is always surrounded by a bunch of monster women, making plans to climb to the top and never gets involved in fights. Stating that she got a little irritated, he asks if she doesn't think what he's saying is correct. But she just opens a book and asks if he really intends to insult the divine doctor. Before he can respond, she launches an attack that sweeps across his shins. Lin Hao is shocked at how cruel the girl is. In the same moment, she wraps a chain around the guy's neck and starts dragging him towards Lin, saying she brought him to apologize. Lin, a bit at a loss for words, thanks her, a little confused. She starts slamming the guy's head on the ground, saying it's ridiculous that he wants to compare himself to the sacred doctor. Lin is just standing there, realizing it's dangerous to mess with this woman. Then she turns and says she believes he'll never disrespect the boy again. While thinking to herself that he's so skinny, he might break with the first move. And the system even reveals that at the moment, she's fantasizing about him in various ways. Our boy is wondering what kind of madness all this is when suddenly a guy from the temple arrives, saying he brought a message. She finds out that people from some gangs have now joined the prince and will probably attack the temple again. Lin knows it's his friend's doing and it's time to move forward with the plan. He then tells Irene that it's very dangerous to get into a fight since the king is still recovering, and asks her to let him negotiate with the prince to resolve this. However, Irene says it will be very dangerous and he can't get hurt like that. But Lin responds that this time there will be no problem since he's going to negotiate in search of peace. She just needs to follow his plan and this whole place will turn into chaos. She says her priority is to defend the temple and the great shaman, but she can't help worrying about our boy. After some negotiation and conversation, he finally managed to get rid of the crazy woman who was left there drooling, saying she was anxious for his return. Before meeting with the prince, he spoke with Xiaoyan and Panwei about the next steps of the plan and where they would meet next time. Our boy saw that another guy had come too, and said that now things would be much easier. The guy just said he was participating because he wanted to profit from it too. However, Lin commented that as far as he remembered, this guy wasn't the type who liked to help others. He replied that he was doing it because he was intimidated. Lin asked how they managed that, and the chubby guy explained that he would reveal everything this guy had done to his group. Our boy welcomed him and said that since he had so much dirt, it would be good if none of it was actually revealed. They sat in a cave and started discussing the plans they were going to make. They were interested in using an item that fakes death, which Rien had. Obviously, he didn't want to hand it over to anyone, but Lin already knew about it. At the moment, he revealed to everyone that he thought the boy had it, and they went after it eagerly. The scene then shifts to the prince's palace. A servant informs him that someone from the temple has come to talk about negotiations. He asks why Lin is there and answers that he's seeking peace. Obviously, the king says he's not looking for that, especially because he's going to get revenge against the temple. Lin responds that even if they've united the three gangs from the lower part, the temple won't surrender. At that moment, the prince orders his servants to attack, and the guy next to him says it's too dangerous. Immobile, Lin says it's ridiculous that they attack him when he's there to discuss peace. Obviously, Irene won't like that. She gathers the goblins to finish off Prince Soquero, saying they need to rescue Lin Hao. Of course, her motivation is all like this because she intends to get rid of the boys in every possible way. Meanwhile, in the palace, Soquero says he's going to find out just how hard it is to break Lin's bones, when someone informs him that they're being attacked by the temple guards. The guy laughs, saying that the boy apparently represents quite a lot since they reacted so quickly, while Lin realizes that the show he's been planning is finally about to begin. The prince says to bring the boy, declaring that today he will pay for the revenge he suffered that day. Outside, Irene and the prince with their armies face each other. At that moment, she notices something. Obviously, she sees our boy immobilized and orders them to release him, saying it's a disgrace to the temple that this guy would do this. However, at that moment, Soquero warns that if she really cares about him, she better not make any more moves, and warns that in this situation, the one who should be humiliated is her. Then, a guy beside him steps up and says they can't start a direct confrontation with the temple. These are orders from the emperor. However, Soquero says they have to pay for the humiliation they made him suffer. Lin notices that the guy is hesitating, but he needs to start this war at once. Meanwhile, Panwei and Xiaoyan are getting ready to finish off Lin the moment things get serious. Then Soquero tells Irene to kneel and start apologizing. However, she replies that this would be a humiliation for the temple. And Lin from the cross says that he's too simple, and the temple shouldn't lower itself just because of him. And warns that Soquero is the most shameless and weakest goblin he's ever seen in his life. At that moment, Xiaoyan yells that this guy must be silenced because he brings shame to the temple. And right then, Lin is pierced by her. Iron screams, telling him to try to survive, that she'll heal him in the temple. But our boy dramatically says that the temple will live forever. With that, everyone is shocked, and our boy falls unconscious. Soquero is shocked. The plan was just to cut off a little piece of his ear, not kill him. And at that moment, Iron loses her mind and orders the army to attack. With that, Ellie and the prince himself begin to duel with her, saying that today will be his end. The prince's men obviously have to get involved too to avoid letting the guy die. And in response, the temple people also join in. Amidst it all, our protagonist's friends are seeing that everything is working out. Lin is just celebrating. The item Ruyang got is perfect, and Shoyan acted at the right moment. He remembers when he received the item, and the guy said it was extremely rare, so it was good for this plan to work. The guardian's heart causes the person to be on the brink of death while holding the item until the moment it's removed, and then they are healed. However, the guy warned that although he wouldn't die, he would continue to feel the pain of death while holding the item. Lin wonders where Ruyang is, as he was supposed to start new chaos in this place. One of the temple guys, looking at it all, sees that now it's going to get crazy since she started a war with the prince. He tries to give an order for everyone to calm down and make sure this doesn't turn into something worse. But obviously, someone is already arriving to end that plan. The poor guy is wondering why no one seems to obey when Ruyang is already behind him. Already fallen to the ground, Ruyang says that the only person who had kept their sanity is now dead. However, suddenly he feels the aura of someone extremely powerful approaching. The emperor of that place arrives and sees the people dead on the ground. And Ruyang, hiding nearby, realizes that he would have died if he had been discovered. Then the emperor orders everyone to stop fighting. Irene and Soquero obviously obey. But then the guy informs that there are several enemies hiding and His Majesty needs to be careful. The king tells everyone to calm down while thinking that he can't sever ties with Soquero yet. However, at that moment, Soquero says that this is the perfect chance to wipe out the entire royal guard and take the throne. But the knights say it's too risky since they are outnumbered. He turns around and says they are a bunch of lazybones and asks where those revolutionaries from before are. Obviously, the goblins along with the protagonist's friends are just hiding. Iron says to respect the arrival of the great shaman and stop this idiotic fight. However, Soquero just replies that she doesn't command him, and now he's going all the way. When suddenly the king appears, telling everyone to calm down. At that moment, the temple shaman already realizes there's no way to control this situation. But it's strange that the king's arrival was too quick, almost as if someone had passed on the information. The king asks what's been going on and why there are so many people fighting in front of the palace. While the guys realize that he looks much healthier, so the healer is probably doing something. The shaman says that all this is a misunderstanding between Iron and Soquero. Lin took advantage of part of the commotion to free himself from the cross. Soquero continues insulting Irene, who obviously responds in kind. And the king tells the shaman that if they take Soquero to the temple, it will end all stability in the kingdom. And in the system, it says that this king is very treacherous, because now that he sees the shaman recovering, he already wants to make peace with him. Lin, on the other hand, is excited that all the chaos he wanted is happening and the plan is advancing. In the meeting with the adventurers, Luki comments that everyone is getting stronger and accumulating quite a lot of points. However, the blue-haired girl warns that at this rate, it will take at least 6 months for them to reach the amount they need. One of the guys bangs on the table, saying he doesn't want to be stuck with this bunch of filthy goblins for that long. But she tells him to remember the strength of the elite soldiers since they tried to face one and barely managed to win. As long as the generals aren't at level 4 and everyone else at level 3, it's impossible for them to defeat the Goblin Kingdom. Lukeek says that Yuman is correct and they need to remember that Su Yang has been missing since he went to that place. Meanwhile, the king tells the shaman that since everything is resolved, they should end this discussion here. The shaman knows he's not fully recovered and is being given the chance to end this mess, which might be the best choice. But Iron shouts that they can't let the death of the Divine Doctor go in vain. That's when he is startled and asks if he really died. Iron says yes, and that they only came there to try to rescue the boy. The shaman thinks it's impossible that an idiot like Soquero could have planned to kill the guy who was healing him, and starts wondering if this was the king's doing, intending to prevent his recovery. At that moment, the king realizes that the person who died must have been the one healing the shaman for him to lose his composure so quickly. He then bows and asks if the boy who died was the one recovering his bruise, and says that as an apology, they can offer the sacred elixir. He was foolish in the past, but now he realizes that the Empire cannot lose someone like the shaman. The king is already noticing that someone in the shadows is planning all this, and he doesn't want to fall into this game. And Lin is impressed that with just a few clues, the guy already deduced that there are outsiders trying to cause trouble there. But at that moment, Soquero jumps in and says he won't let them hand over a sacred relic to that guy. However, the shaman just extends his hand and sends an attack in his direction. Soquero realizes there's no way to escape that, and boy, he takes the attack head-on. It looks like the boy disintegrated in midair. At that moment, the king steps forward and says he'll handle it. Manhwa comments that the best strategy was indeed to keep generating chaos. They had no chance of beating these guys. And Shoyan agrees that if they had gone against the king or the shaman, they all would have died. Then the king says that if they kill Soquero, it will start a war that will destroy this place. I thought the guy had survived, but it seems he's still alive out there. With that, the king humbly asks the shaman to step back and let this situation pass. The two of them comment that at this rate, the plan will fail, since the king is calming everyone down. But Limya appears and says they don't need to worry because he had already planned for this. He knew the king would try to prioritize peace and the balance of power. That's why he had planned a big surprise that everyone will soon learn about. Meanwhile, the goblins from the cave are destroying the entire noble city. It seems they received a vision from the sacred spider that it was the perfect time to invade that place. At that moment, a soldier comes running to talk to the king and the shaman, and informs them that the noble area is being attacked by all the people from the lower city, and the entire district is in chaos. Meanwhile, Sai Riang is just listening to the guard's conversation about the invasion. He's holding a detonator, thinking that lately, his mission has been pretty boring. He just has no idea how they managed to gather enough points to buy so many bombs. Now the people there with the shaman are wondering what they're going to do since they're just standing there while the whole city is being taken over. The shaman asks why they are so agitated and if these people really can't do anything. And Soquero says it's the perfect chance to kill all those people. He tries to leave while Iron says he won't leave that place until the issue of the divine healer is resolved. The king tells everyone to calm down, saying it's probably just a small-scale revolution, until one of the castles is blown up. At that moment, one of the guys goes to inform Lukik that a revolution seems to be happening in the Goblin Kingdom. They go outside and see smoke rising, and everyone realizes that this might be the chance they've been waiting for. And Min comments that it might be Sai Riang's doing. And as soon as they see the ranks, they're sure it's the perfect time to attack. At that moment, he rallies everyone, saying that the chance they've been waiting for has finally arrived. They need to seize this opportunity to bring back Sai Riang and collect as many rewards as possible. That's when the king and the shaman are informed that the entire palace has been destroyed in an explosion. At that moment, Soquero gave the order for them to return there and kill everyone in that place, and for those who want to defend the kingdom to come with him. The people from the temple comment that the prince is going to defend the castle, but they are just standing there. And obviously, the protagonist group is also heading towards the attack. At that moment, Iron runs off and they wonder if they should follow her. The entire city was in chaos, and the soldiers were all returning home to check if their families were there. Meanwhile, Soquero launched an attack saying he was going to eliminate everyone in that place, but he was almost hit by an attack. Obviously, it was Irene who said she wouldn't let the healer's death go unpunished. Soquero was tired of her persistence and said he would have to end this, and so their fight resumed. Meanwhile, more and more explosions were happening throughout the city. Soquero and Iron kept fighting, but both were getting exhausted, until Panwai passed by and killed Irene the moment she got distracted. Soquero thanked him, saying the boy would be rewarded, but he was also stabbed in the back by Xiaoyan. With that, the three of them left them agonizing. Meanwhile, outside the city, the adventurers were taking advantage of the goblins' weakness to start conquering the outer area. They were taking advantage of the high-ranked goblins who were trying to escape with their families to finish them off all at once. Suddenly, everyone received a notification saying the mission had been completed. There was a group called Furry with 665,000 points, and no one had any idea who these guys were. Lukik knew that he had coordinated all the attacks, so there shouldn't have been anyone besides his people in that place. However, the adventurer's mission bar had reached 100%. The people were celebrating, but Lukik's group wanted to know who they were. Obviously, Lin's group was celebrating even more because they knew they were the winners. The system even informed them that their group was responsible for everything that happened in the lower district and the death of Prince Soquero. With that, they received a purple chest and over 6,000 points. The chubby guy was all happy, saying he was finally going to get something worthwhile, and he asked to be allowed to open the chest since it was the only thing he had ever wanted to do. Lin told him to go ahead and open it, but if it turned out to be something bad, he'd be paying the price for a month. The chubby guy said he was lucky and that his charm never failed. However, what he got was a simple level 2 power potion. Our boy said it was a disaster and that the only worthwhile thing was his happiness. Panwhite, who was in love, immediately handed the item to Xiaoyan, saying she'd strengthen herself. She thanked him, saying that lately she had really felt that it was hard to get stronger. She decided she would now also open the chest she received. What she got was a potion that makes a person gigantic for 10 minutes. Our boy thought it would be the perfect item for her since she's a brawler, but she commented that although it seemed perfect, the idea of turning into a gigantic woman didn't sound very appealing to her. The last chest was then being opened and Lin was begging for it to be something useful. What appeared was a book with the blessing of the wind. It increases agility, makes the body lighter, and allows a person to move without making much sound. Lin knew it was the perfect item to give to Panway since it would enhance his assassin abilities. And with that, he handed it over, saying it suited him much better. Xiaoyan was a bit embarrassed, saying he was the only one who didn't receive anything. But our boy said it was fine since it depended on luck, and the important thing was for the whole team to get stronger. However, he was obviously dying of rage, thinking that these gods were doing everything they could to prevent him from solving things on his own. He told Yona to drink that potion right away, and that he would buy one from the assistant so she could advance to level 3. With that, she took a sip and started glowing, saying she felt her power increasing. The system congratulated her and told the protagonist to always keep someone as strong and passionate as her nearby. Lin thought that thanks to the king of soft rice, having her around always made him feel stronger. Once again, a notification appeared, and they wondered if it was a new mission. At that moment, the mission changed to collecting the heads of the Goblin King and the Shaman King. The reward would be a mythical quality red chest. This was the rarest thing that had ever been offered, and everyone was shocked. But the chubby guy said that this mission was completely impossible, considering the feeling he had when those guys approached. Lin wondered if the difference between level 5 was really that unattainable. Then Shoyan said she had something to say about Sikhin and Irene. They had been watching the fight closely and had to wait a long time to participate in it, and she warned that if they had gone in directly, the three of them would have died. Suddenly, someone asked if the three of them were really thinking of running away. It was Andura who said that Lin didn't even seem like the person she knew who never gives up, while thinking that this girl is the most dangerous. He knew that as soon as she reached level 4, she would break the contract between them instantly, and the system warned that the moment she was 2 levels above him, she would break free from the bond. She told him that he shouldn't give up and should attack the king and the shaman, while thinking that as soon as she absorbed the lives of the two, she would break this contract and end Lin Hao. Shoen comments that it's true, and maybe with Andura at level 4, they might be able to do something. However, the chubby guy says that the monster is pretty dumb, and she alone won't be enough. Suddenly, golden light rises in the middle of the city. Xiaoyan tells everyone to look, asking what that is. Pan Wei says that energy is immense, and he's never seen anything like it in this place. Andura comments that it must be the power of the ancestral spirits that the king and the shaman were talking about. She heard in the goblin's cave that the king himself can summon the energy of the ancestors and become very strong for a while. Lin Hao wonders why the king is trying to gather more power, considering there's no one who can defeat him at level 5. And at that same moment, another aura rises behind Pan Wei. Xiaoyan comments that this new energy is quite similar to the king's power. Andura says she's sure that it's the power of the temple shaman's faith. Lin starts to realize that in this moment of chaos, they've decided there can only be one voice in this kingdom. It seems they want to eliminate each other so they won't have to worry about being stabbed in the back in the middle of this fight. The chubby guy exclaims that he's come to the incredible conclusion that there's a feud between the shaman and the king. But Lin says they still need to be cautious because even if one of them wins, they won't be able to defeat him. Andura, trying to get him to participate, says that the higher the tree, the sweeter the fruit. She knows she's about to evolve and can't miss this incredible opportunity. But then she's startled to see Chirp's magic being activated. Our boy says she should still be in the cocoon and wonders if she's finally going to be ready. Thanks to the contract, he can sense part of her consciousness and realizes she's acting purely on instinct, searching for something to feed on. The truth is, she's eager to consume the energy available between the two. He knows that even though it's an important mission, he can hold on for a while because the guy's wound will end up killing him anyway. Especially since the biggest danger now is Andura advancing in level and breaking the contract between them. One problem is that as soon as he reaches level 3, that troublemaker will have already reached level 4 and he'll always be behind. The only way to stay alive is for the spider to become stronger than her, which means he has to make her evolve. Andura is there saying she was an innocent, peaceful girl and would never seek revenge on her master. With that, he tells the two of them that they'll have to participate in this altar battle. That way, even if Andura tries to escape the contract, he has the spider to protect him. Pan Wei says it's very dangerous, but Xiaoyan says she trusts his judgment. He says the goal is not to complete the mission, but simply to help the spider evolve. At that moment, Andura grabs him from behind and says she's also going to take advantage of it to level up and find a chance to heal everyone. Since he's going in disguise, the two friends withdraw, saying they'll wait for him outside the city. Then he looks at Andura and says it's time to go because he already has a plan in place. She smiles back and says that's fantastic to hear, while he thinks that even though she wants to escape, she'll always be connected to him. She's celebrating, saying she can't wait to break free and show what true freedom is. Outside, the others are fuming. They just struggled a lot to kill those guys outside, so how are they going to take down the shaman and the king? The guy with glasses tells him not to doubt the missions given by the gods because if it were impossible, they wouldn't receive something like that. The guy yells at him, saying then to explain this incredible plan and stop acting like a know-it-all. Low-Key tells everyone to calm down and says it's not the time to get stressed, but to think of a solution. Yumi then says it's better for everyone to return to the city and pass on the news since there's no point in staying there. Low-Key thinks that the group that scored so many points can't possibly defeat level 5 bosses. Meanwhile, at the altar, the two leaders are facing each other. The shaman tells the king that the scale of events clearly shows that someone has infiltrated and says maybe it would be better if they calm down. The system even mentions that he hasn't advanced to level 6 only because he's injured, but has gathered all the faith of all the generations. However, the king responds that in this moment of chaos, they need to unify everyone, and for that, there can only be one voice. The system says the king is at the peak of his power and rage and desperate for combat. Meanwhile, in the mountains, the protagonist and Andura observe everything. He's using binoculars he bought from the shop. Watching the fight, he knows this was an impossible mission to accomplish through direct combat. And obviously, Endura is just there, observing that the energy is enough for her to advance. Lin is thoughtful. All the information so far shows that this altar battle is crucial for this moment, when suddenly, someone touches his shoulder. It's Endura, who asks how she's going to open up the energy and says that as soon as she evolves, she'll become the most powerful ally he has. Lin just says that for now, she can go ahead and set up an ambush. However, Endura says that if she approaches and gets discovered, it's the same as being killed. Meanwhile, from a distance, the two of them watch a bunch of explosions happening. Lin tells her to just stay back and wait for them to get exhausted and try to absorb some of the energy. Additionally, they have a contract in hand, and he will always stay at the perfect distance. If at any moment she is in danger, he can send a signal to distance himself even further, and she will be brought closer. She is impressed and says that if this is the real plan, it does seem a bit more realistic. She then says she'll set up the trap and tells him to be ready to save her at the right moment. In the fight, the king says that the first great king of all established the kingdom and granted power to the royalty. Moreover, back then, he helped the most powerful person who became the great shaman. However, over time, this division of powers only created instability in the kingdom, and that's why he cannot let the shaman live. The shaman simply responds that if the king is so confident, he wants to see this power in action. And at that moment, he begins to conjure the power of the ancestors. The two face each other, saying that only one of them will leave alive today. And it's like a Dragon Ball Z scene with a Kamehameha from both sides. The king is pushed back, and the shaman is too, saying that the king is no weakling. From above, Endura is observing everything. She notices that the two are fighting and expending all their energy, yet she would easily die from one of their attacks. The king congratulates the shaman, but says he must have realized by now that he will lose this fight, so it's better to give up. However, the shaman tells the king to stop worrying about him, because he's about to send him to eternal rest as well. Suddenly, a green aura begins to emanate from both of them. The shaman feels it as if it's a familiar magic, and the king asks who is doing this. Obviously, it's Endura up above, absorbing the energy from both of them. She says that the world belongs to those who seize opportunities, and she can't miss a chance like this. The shaman and the king are suffering and are furious that they are being drained by a cursed caterpillar. The king continues to be absorbed, and much of his attributes are already declining. The same, of course, happened to the shaman. Even the system comments that this little lizard is getting too bold, and it seems the shaman has lost the advantages he had. Lin, watching from afar, already knows that she is absorbed enough to level up, and at that moment, it happens. Endura is impressed that it took much less energy than she thought it would cost. However, at that moment, someone says she has crossed the line, and both the shaman and the king attack her at the same time. But Endura smiles and says that now that she has absorbed the energy she wanted, she won't waste time with these two. She knows her master will pull her back at any moment. However, the two punches are about to hit her and she still hasn't been pulled back. With that, an explosion was already hitting the forest. Fleeing, Endura barely survives and wonders where Lin Hao is and why he didn't pull her back. Lin Hao knows that at any moment she can heal, so these wounds don't pose much danger. Her system says that even though she suffered damage from two level 5 individuals, she managed to survive and just needs time to recover. However, the shaman and the king are still launching a barrage of attacks saying she will die. Endura is fleeing and trying to heal while wondering why she isn't at the maximum distance from Lin Hao yet. Since she is a support creature, at this rate, she will lose in this 2-on-1 fight. At that moment, the king appears in front of her, saying that this is the end. And with that, he hits her with an explosion that sends her flying. The poor thing crashes into a wall. Endura had to use all the energy she had to create a shield, which was still broken. One more attack and she'll die. The king is complaining that because of that sudden attack from her, his power has become a bit unstable. He then jumps for the final blow, saying she deserves 1,000 deaths. At that moment, Endura tries to protect herself with her arms, begging to be saved and saying she doesn't want to die like this. And right at that moment, she disappears in front of the king. Obviously, it was Lin who saved her and says that now she's safe and can recover. At that moment, Endura begins to use her healing magic. The system warns that she narrowly escaped death and that she is currently much weaker than a level 4 creature and will need a lot of time to recover. Lin, seeing her status at that level, thinks this is the perfect time. The problem is that it seems the Shaman Master has already detected the direction of her teleportation, and it looks like he's already teleporting to find where she is. Lin Hao says that everything is going as he expected. These guys wouldn't let anyone escape after ambushing them, but he's already hopped on the Nimbus cloud and is fleeing the scene. The king and the shaman arrive at the position where he was before and wonder how they disappeared so quickly. The king asks if that was really the position where the lizard girl should be. The shaman says yes, and it's just strange that her magical fluctuations disappeared in this place. Then he turns to the king and asks if he wants to continue the fight. However, the king quickly understands and asks the shaman if he's suggesting they join forces. The shaman asks what he thinks of that, and the king says it's certainly a tempting offer at this moment. However, they both activate their powers and hit each other in the face. These guys don't give themselves a moment of rest. The king just says that better than cooperating with him is killing him right here and taking full control of the Goblin Kingdom. And the shaman agrees, saying that for the first time, their vision of the future aligns perfectly. Once again, the energy begins to explode and the two engage in combat. But Lin Hao noticed this while he was fleeing. He smiled, saying that it seems the opportunity will be created again. And he flies off, saying that the more time they spend on each other, the better for him. In the next scene, he's back at the temple where everything began. He noticed that the closer he gets to this altar, the stronger the reaction from the spider girl becomes. He raises his hands and a formation of her aura appears. He realizes that her evolution cocoon is slowly absorbing and merging with the altar. As long as the two are still in battle, the altar's energy will remain active. According to the information, he will need at least another 10 minutes to complete the synchronization. In the fight, the shaman says that the ancestors always watch over him, and that's why he will lead this kingdom to glory. And at that moment, the king is pierced by magic from all sides. The shaman says that he just needs to absorb the king's energy to recover from the damage caused by this fight, when suddenly, an aura explodes behind him. All the goblins in the city ask what that massive energy is. Lin's group questions whether this has something to do with him. The followers of the spider religion begin to cry, saying that the great leader is coming into their world. Pan Wei immediately says that he's sure Lin Hao is involved in this. A soldier asks if this is the sacred spider's energy, and another says it seems to have appeared from where the fight was happening. As she begins to appear, people start to wish long life to the sacred spider. Meanwhile, Lukik is shocked to see that the Goblin King has been killed. The mission to kill the Goblin King that everyone thought was impossible now had one part completed. And in the meeting, everyone was silent, not knowing what to say. Lukik wonders if this is the work of that same squad from before and that they're much stronger than he thought. At that moment, someone calls everyone over, saying they have to see something. Outside, people wonder what that thing is. And Lukik doesn't understand why first the king died, and now there's that giant thing in the sky. The shaman sees it and wonders if someone is trying to alter the faith of that altar. He knows this is the worst thing that could happen since the Goblin Kingdom would be left soulless. He runs off, saying that regardless of who this person is, they must be stopped and killed. Meanwhile, Chirp is being formed as the old altar was nothing more than a vessel. And now that the cocoon has basically dissolved, she's absorbing faith much faster than before. Finally, Lin had created the spider's relic. He thought he would have plenty of time before the guy noticed, but she's getting so strong that it's impossible for him not to appear any moment. But most of the faith has already been absorbed and the evolution is about to be completed. At that moment, someone says that Lukik suspected him to be the thief. Looking back, Lin thinks it's no wonder he's the great shaman. This guy arrived way too quickly. The shaman says he knew he was a heretic with strange plans, but Lukik imagined his target was the altar itself. The system mentions that the shaman is weakened, but it's important to understand that even without much status, he's still extremely dangerous in combat. Lin says that Your Excellency must be misunderstanding something. He's just stealing energy to heal his wounds. However, the shaman simply says that now that the king is dead, his wounds are irrelevant. Lin is shocked to see that the guy isn't hesitating and wonders if he should abandon this crazy plan. But he pulls out the scroll and says there's no time to hesitate and he'll have to make this happen. At that moment, a shield appears, and immediately after, a dagger. Lin asks what the two of them are doing there. Xiaoyan says she knew all this commotion had to be caused by him, and it's a good thing Pan Wei informed them. They turn excitedly, saying that it seems the solution to winning this is to make the spider evolve. The shaman just laughs at the fact that he brought some accomplices and warns that everyone will die the same way. Kigo even tells him to defend the altar, while she and Pan Wei try to buy time. And Pan Wei says he's been preparing his whole life for this moment. Lin is just watching Chirp's egg, which continues to accumulate energy. He just needs a little more time and the evolution will finally be complete. While the two friends attack from both sides, the shaman says this kind of plan is ridiculous. He stretches out his hand and warns that both of them will die in agony. At that moment, Xiaoyan realizes she can't move in this place. The shaman sends another attack that she barely manages to defend against. With that, she activates her aura, saying that Lin isn't the only enemy he has. However, in the same second, she's trapped and he warns that the fate of someone who fails in an attack is death. He clenches his fist and says goodbye to her. The attack seems to hit Xiaoyan squarely. Meanwhile, Pan Wei tries to find a blind spot. He lands an attack on the shaman, which is easily defended. At that moment, the shaman starts growing larger and warns that everyone's fate now is death. At that moment, Xiaoyan begins to drink the potion from the chest. As the shaman says he needs to finish this quickly because he feels the energy of the pillar is being drained. But then he feels something strange. Xiaoyan comes in with a one-punch style punch to his face. The fool is smashed into the stone. Afterward, Pan Wei asks if they finally managed to end it. However, Xiaoyan senses that something didn't go right. The shaman comments that it's getting late and he needs to finish this soon. Meanwhile, the egg is just accumulating energy. At this moment, Lin Hao begins to feel that Chirp is calling for him. The shaman then says it all ends here. He stretches out his hand and tells Lin Hao to die. A bunch of purple spikes seem to rise from the ground and pierce through his body. Pan Wei calls out for the protagonist. and Shioyan asks how this guy still had so much energy. But the creature simply says that it's an honor for him to die this way. However, the guy watches Naruto and the substitution clone was activated. The shaman is confused, asking what the heck that was. Our boy thanks the fact that he stole that substitution doll before that other guy did. The egg is already at 98.9%, with only a few seconds left. The problem is having to face a monster like that. The shaman asks where he's going and what he thinks he's doing. He begins to conjure a giant energy ball in their direction. Panwei and Shioyan throw themselves in front of it. Lin turns around, confused about what's happening. Suddenly, he drops to the ground and says this is the only way. He pulls Andura out of his shadow, who is in terrible shape. He lifts her up and tells her she's going to have to lose a bit of weight. Obviously, the poor thing asks what he thinks he's doing, but he just throws everyone. The poor girl goes ahead, desperately asking why she's suffering so much today. And with that, she ends up colliding with the shaman's sphere, which starts draining her healing powers. Desperately, she says all of her power is being absorbed. The system prays his feet. The poor thing suffered so much that she even lost a level, and now there's no way she can break the contract. The shaman recognizes her and realizes that everything from the beginning was part of Lin's plan. At that moment, Shoyan appears beside him with an enlarged fist. She delivers another direct punch to the shaman. He seems unresponsive, but Panwei is already behind him as well. They know that all they have to do is buy time for Chirp. However, the shaman smiles and asks if they really think he only knows magic. He lands a punch directly on Shoyan. Time keeps passing and he hits Panwei with a palm strike to the belly. And to top it off, he delivers a kick to Andura's chin. Then he leaps high, saying that his end has come, and goes for a punch to the face, saying he underestimated the goblins. But then the egg explodes. In an instant, a slash cuts through, and Shaman is thrown backward. Lin calls out for Chirp. She is now stronger than ever, wearing celestial armor. The system announces that she has advanced to level 4 by gathering the faith of countless people and is now ready to face the shaman. Before Lin can say anything, she has already launched herself at him even stronger than before. The attack hits the shaman squarely, forcing him to raise a barrier to protect himself. The shaman asks if an angry insect is the only reinforcement Lin will receive, and Lin realizes that Chirp is out of control because the shaman tried to kill him. He looks at his friends and sees that the poor things are exhausted and won't be able to help in this fight anymore. Andura asks why he worries about everyone except her. Meanwhile, Chirp and the shaman are battling out. The shaman is retreating as much as possible, but his shield is on the verge of breaking. Additionally, she has gained a sacred trait that allows her to penetrate any evil defense. Lin realizes their chances have increased, but it might be better to prepare some teleport scrolls. At that moment, the shaman's shield finally breaks. He had a serious expression, but he was thrown against the wall, and Chirp points her staff, activating a spell. A giant golden spear forms in the sky, and she conjures a giant projection in the air. She just points at the shaman and tells him to die. The attack hits him squarely, and he realizes there's no way to dodge this. The entire mountain explodes. Chirp is furious, but much of her energy has already been drained. The system warns that she's still standing, but if the shaman tries anything, she will finally die. Lin, now scared by this finally business, realizes it's a good idea not to try something like that. However, Lin now has the ability to lead the group. He can cause sacred area damage, but it can only be used twice a day. But then everyone is shocked to see that the shaman is still alive. At that moment, the shaman appears and says he expected more from this group. The 10-second teleport countdown begins, and the shaman says that a slightly more resilient insect is still just an insect. The system warns that he's recovering his attributes, and it's best to flee or he'll die in this place. But there are still 9 seconds left for the teleport. Panwei says that was the strongest attack he's ever seen, but it only tore the guy's clothes. Lin asks Andura and Chirp to hold on a bit longer so they can teleport. At that moment, a web is thrown on Andura's back, and Chirp seems to have caught her in her arms. The group is waiting out the last 5 seconds they need to escape, but the shaman just snaps his fingers and asks if they are really trying to flee. He warns that it's foolish to think they can offend him and get away unscathed. The protagonist's system informs him that his teleport has been invalidated. Lin is shocked, realizing that the shaman seems to have nullified the elder's items. He turns and tells the two to prepare for combat. They have no other option. Chirp begins to resist the attacks while Andra tries to provide some support. The shaman just says it's irrelevant and that no one will escape this place. But then he wonders, where are the 3 people who were in that place? He asks if they are really going to abandon their companions to flee. Meanwhile, our boy is escaping on the Nimbus cloud, thinking that it was indeed a very good item to acquire. The shaman says it's a pity, but he'll have to kill the 2 who were left behind. Andra tells Chirp to keep resisting because they'll be teleported by the distance soon, but the shaman says their end has come. However, just as he's about to attack, the 2 disappear. Andura appears, angry, saying it's the 3rd time today they almost died. But Lin just celebrates because everyone made it out alive. He says he's going to use the teleport scroll now, and he'd like to see how the shaman will locate them this time. The shaman arrives at the location and wonders why their magical aura suddenly disappeared. But he raises his hand and says that since they stole an altar, he will follow them to the ends of the world. And with that, his magic begins to sweep through the entire forest, While healing Xiaoyan, Andorra thinks that if it weren't for Chirp's evolution, she would kill Lin Hao right now. Panwei asks what they're going to do next. Lin says the focus now is to rest, recover, and then return to finish everything off. But at that moment, a strange mark appears on his face. Not only on his but on everyone's, and they ask what it is. Panwei says that the damn shaman is determined to kill them, and at this rate, they're just waiting to die. Lin tells him to calm down because the distance between them and the shaman is still quite large. In the meantime, Xiaoyan will have recovered, and they can pick up new items from the store. Panwei says it's unfortunately their only option, but it's what they'll have to do. They decide to check the shop and spend all the points they have, since unfortunately, there's no time to train. Even though it wasn't his plan, dying with a point to spend would be foolish. Sometime later, Xiaoyan had recovered and finally woke up. But now they're staring at each other because an entire day has passed and the damn shaman still hasn't appeared. Panwei asks if maybe the mark failed. They go to talk to Andorra, who says she has already submitted and asks what more he wants. Lin just asks if the shaman will really know where they are as long as they have this mark. She says that's obvious and tells him to stop questioning her, explaining that the magic created a chain between them and the shaman. As long as this is active, he will always know where they are. She just finds it strange that he still hasn't located them and wonders if someone might be delaying him. The shaman is in the middle of nowhere, trying to find directions. He realizes they're so far away that his magic is becoming a bit confused, and he starts getting even angrier, saying that maybe someone with more powerful magic has blocked his detection. Andorra says there are many possibilities, but she's not sure of anything since magic has countless possibilities. Lin says it's probably because they're in the beginner player's area, which might be causing some confusion. If the magic had been nullified, she wouldn't be able to see the chains. But if she can see them and he can't locate them, it's likely he's confused. The gods who created this game must have put some kind of barrier in this place so it wouldn't be attacked. The shaman is flying around trying to locate them and is already losing his patience. Xiaoyan agrees, saying that even a shaman as strong as that would be playing in the palm of God's hand. And Panwei says that's probably it, since no matter how confident someone is, they can't defeat one of those gods. The gods want to have fun with the games, and that's why they need safe places so the players don't die instantly. But then the chubby guy falls to the ground and reminds everyone that the gods warn that they can only stay in this city for 48 hours. Lin says he remembered that, and maybe he'll have to set a trap using the gods' power. But Panwei asks why the gods would help since they never get involved. Lin says they'll die in there and die out there, so it doesn't hurt to try something. Panwei agrees, saying that even if the shaman locates everyone, the gods won't let him destroy the entire place. And Xiaoyan celebrates, saying she'd rather die fighting too. Obviously, Andorra asks why they want to cause trouble again. But Lin just moves forward, saying her complaints have been denied. While the poor girl says she doesn't want to face that shaman again. Walking through the city, he notices it's bustling since the end of the last quest. Panwei says Andorra was always against coming to the city, so it's good to be careful not to cause any trouble. He says for now there's nothing to worry about because she's being controlled. With that, they arrive in front of the barrier to leave the base. Our boy says that since Panwei has the best perception, they'll have to rely on him to test the barrier. The poor guy, seeing no other choice, heads toward it. Xiaoyan wishes him good luck and says she hopes he doesn't die. Panwei tries to calm himself, saying that if that guy knew their location, they'd be dead a long time ago. Not to mention that he doesn't want to disappoint his friends. At the same moment, the shaman locates one of them. He immediately takes off, saying that this time they won't escape. The chubby guy says he can already feel that the shaman is getting closer. He says he wants to go back to the camp because he's not mentally prepared to face that creature. Lin says the sensation must have been very intense because of the antenna. The chubby guy says maybe so, but now it seems to have calmed down. Meanwhile, the shaman stops in midair, wondering why the direction has disappeared again. Lin realizes that the shaman's magic can guide him, but it's not precise enough for the guide to know exactly where they are. Lin says they won't have much time to recover because they'll have to do more tests. Meanwhile, the other guys are walking around, thinking this game is wearing them out. When they arrive at the base, they see three crazies jumping in and out of the barrier and wonder if they'll go crazy like that too. One friend asks if they should try it, but they decide it's better to leave those guys alone. Panwei says Lin is right, and every time he jumps out, he feels the shaman getting closer. And our protagonist celebrates, saying now they just need to let the shaman come to them. In the skies, the shaman wonders why the traces of those damn ones keep appearing and disappearing. Then he notices that it seems to have appeared again and decides that this time he'll definitely locate them. Walking through the forest, someone asks why the group doesn't just use the virtual store to buy everything. The guy with glasses says that it's expensive and should only be used in emergencies. Suddenly, everyone stops and asks what's going on. Lokik found the protagonist group and wonders why Panwei is still alive. Sai Riang comes from the craziness of jumping in and out of the base and is sure something bad happened. Then someone asks what they're doing there at the entrance. It's the muscle-bound guy from Lokik's team, who says it looks like Panwei is up to something again. Lokik tells him to respect the boy because everyone there is a fighter for the elder gods. But the guy says that Panwei is a liar and doesn't deserve any respect. He approaches the protagonist and asks what they're doing there. Lin just thinks that if it weren't for the shaman's arrival, he'd deal with this guy right now. He says he's really calling people to the base, and that the one who's coming is the great shaman. The guy is shocked and asks if that's true. He starts laughing, asking if Lin really believes the great shaman would come all the way there for him. Lin just says he can trust that the shaman is on his way. The guy says he believes in all the nonsense Lin is saying. When suddenly, he wonders why the sky has darkened so much. Everyone looks up in shock. The great shaman had arrived, and he smiled, saying it looked like he had found where they were all hiding. Everyone starts running, asking why there's a creature there. The muscle-bound guy pulls out his spear, saying it's perfect, and they'll finish off that guy together. But Ryang tells him to be careful because that creature is much stronger than he thinks. Yumin says that even her power meter item is showing over 8,000. Suddenly, she feels an impact and a thing breaks in her face. Lokik immediately tells everyone in his group to run and find shelter in the base. Looking down from above, the shaman is sure this is where the two-legged beasts are hiding. The only thing is that he has a strange feeling. Lokik orders everyone to flee, and Lin thinks the boy was as cautious as he expected. The shaman is then startled, wondering why the three aren't moving. A little earlier, Lin had told Pan Wei that they needed to bring everyone to the base, or they would die anyway. Pan said it was okay, and that they could trust him to do his part. From behind the trees, people want to know why they aren't leaving and if they have some kind of plan against the shaman. Suddenly, Pan Wei starts provoking the shaman, insulting him with all sorts of things. Everyone nearby is shocked. The muscle-bound guy behind the trees says they'd better have a plan or everyone's going to die. And Ryang is sure they're going to do something, and he's just afraid of what it will be this time. The shaman is losing his temper from being insulted by Pan Wei. Pan Wei turns and asks if this guy has no ego. He's been insulting him for half an hour, and the guy does nothing. But the shaman just stands there. The system warns that even though he's losing his temper, he's analyzing the situation calmly. Lin realizes that just talking won't be enough, and he'll have to find another way to make this guy angry. He opens the system to see if there's any item he can use. Then suddenly, Shoyan says there's a way to make the shaman invade the base. The shaman knows that the temple's faith has changed hands, and he needs to seize this chance to recover. The shaman feels insecure because they had been hiding, but suddenly, they are here exposing themselves to him. Suddenly, Shoyan strikes one fist against the other, creating a shockwave, and taunts the shaman to come at them. The shaman is getting angry, realizing that she is really trying to provoke him with such a cheap trick. Slowly, he begins to approach. Pan Wei says it really worked, but now Shoyan is the one getting scared. However, suddenly the shaman stops. Pan Wei asks why he isn't coming closer. The shaman just extends his arm, creating a purple aura, and dispels all the provocation Shoyan had created. He says it's ridiculous for her to keep insisting when she doesn't stand a chance. Lin Hao and Pan Wei try to help her, but she says she can't hold on any longer. The shaman starts to find it strange that these three don't have much power, yet they've been a thorn in his side all day. He knows there's something behind that barrier, but unfortunately, he has no idea what it is. Now he's indecisive because this might be his only chance to recover the altar's energy. Lin is impressed that the shaman doesn't seem to lose his composure even in the midst of temptation. At that moment, his bracelet informs him that the selection process is complete. It seems someone mentioned an item, and Lin is confused. He tells Pan Wei to take care of the girl. He leaves telling Pan Wei that he has something to resolve and to take care of Shoyan. With that, he goes upstairs thinking that this shaman is too cautious, just flying around in the sky. But this item at this angle will be perfect to make what he wants happen. This item was supposed to be for Yun, but unfortunately, he'll have to bet everything on this move. It's an enchantment charm that can double the power of a spell, but it only works with some simple ones. Lin says he doesn't care if it breaks because he already has a better way to solve this, and he starts doing something peculiar, saying he has a plan. Suddenly, a laser shoots down from the building. Or in fact, it's his talent, which has nothing to do with magic. Down below, people are wondering what kind of magic this is. Kyoyan wants to know if it's Lin's plan, and the chubby guy says if he bought that thing, he spent a lot of money. Soaked, the shaman asks what kind of water magic this is. The strange thing is that he doesn't feel a trace of mana through it. That's when he realizes what he was hit with. Our boy had multiplied his talent countless times with a talisman and thrown everything at the shaman. Now the shaman is finally losing his temper, asking if Lin really did that. At that moment, he throws his arms up and begins concentrating his energy in the clouds. Pan Wei and Xiaoyan start running, saying Lin's plan really worked. But the shaman says he'll reduce the entire place to ashes. Obviously, all this was part of our boy's plan, and the attack hits squarely where he was in the building. The shaman says it looks like the boy talked a lot, but in the end, he died quite easily. But Lin is still there, intact, and asks if the shaman is ready for the show. At that moment, the goddess Agatha appears in front of the shaman, and Lin says that the real fun's about to begin. Hiding nearby, the players can't believe that an elder god has appeared. The other guy is scared, and Yang sees that it looks like they are saved. Xiaoyan can't believe that the real god has actually appeared. The shaman stands there, every cell in his body telling him he has no chance of defeating that creature. What he doesn't understand is why a creature like that decided to protect these two-legged beasts. He realizes the creature isn't attacking him, so all he has to do is concentrate his power and teleport away from there. Lin realizes the same thing. The goddess isn't attacking, but rather just giving a warning. The system suggests that the goddess is angry because the boss of this mission was brought to the city because of someone. That's when Lin realizes that this shaman was supposed to be defeated by the players here in a year. But he accelerated everything and ruined the god's plan. The system already warns Lin that the shaman is terrified and just looking for a chance to escape. But Lin knows his entire group is marked, so if the shaman escapes, they could end up being hunted in the future. He pulls out a bullet from the post, saying that once again, he'll have to take a risk. At that moment, the shaman introduces himself to the goddess, saying he had no idea about the place he was attacking. But then he notices something strange. Lin Hao approaches on the cloud, saying he's coming to finish him off. Obviously, the shaman doesn't like this at all. While everyone at the base watches apprehensively, Lin tells the shaman that he'll make good use of the faith from that altar, and in a few months, he'll come to finish him off. The shaman says he's going too far, thinking that without that faith, the Goblin Kingdom is nothing. He activates his spell in his hands, knowing that if the protagonist gets a little closer, he can capture him and disappear. As Lin gets closer, the shaman lunges at him, demanding Lin return his altar now. But suddenly, everything seems to freeze, and in an instant, the shaman is sliced into 1,000 pieces. Lin doesn't even understand what happened as the shaman's pieces rain down. Even Lin hadn't noticed the shaman's approach and couldn't see how he was defeated. No wonder that creature is called a god. Meanwhile, outside the city, some guys are talking about when they'll have enough strength to kill the Shaman King, and one of them says it'll only happen when everyone reaches level 5. Suddenly, a notification pops up for everyone. The mission for the humans to kill the Goblin King and the Shaman had been completed. No one had any idea who was strong enough to do something like that, and the worst part was that no one received any points. In the city, Lukeek's group also heard about it. The system says that none of the heroes of the ancient gods were directly involved, but whoever had the most contribution will receive the chest. Additionally, it informs them that there are other goblins to be defeated, but the mission is already complete a year in advance. The group is impressed, and Lukeek says that in the end that trio really managed to do the impossible. Yumin says that was a one-time bug and the gods won't let that happen again. Later, the protagonist returns to his friends who are all excited, saying they found a new way to solve missions. What he didn't expect was to actually receive the chest, which makes him wonder if it's due to his soft rice talent. Inside, there's a mythical quality golden chest. It tells the story of the ancient scribe who was extremely strong. And the effect of this item is that it always balances strength and intelligence. If a person has 50 strength, they also get 50 intelligence and vice versa. But everyone is disappointed since the item is supposed to be used only by someone at level 5 who must have at least 50 in stats. Lin thinks it's okay. It's a very good item, and it's just a shame you won't be able to use it for now. But suddenly, they're all covered by a shadow, and the goddess Agatha is just staring at the group. Then she reaches out with a tentacle. In a second, Lin disappears in front of them, and he is teleported to the northern part of the continent, thrown from the sky straight to the ground. He gets up from the crater saying that apparently the gods don't want to kill him yet. What he finds strange is that he has no idea where he is, and the gods didn't give him any information. The strangest thing is that the entire map is black except for the exact spot where he is. Andura is there and says the energy in that place is so pure that she feels she will recover very quickly. Lin is confused, wondering how she appeared without him giving permission. Then he sees something strange in the system. He received a mission called This is War for disrupting the Gods game. To restore the grand plan they have, he'll have to complete a mission as an infiltrator in another Gods game. His objective is to disrupt other players as much as possible, preventing them from achieving anything, and the reward for that mission has not yet been determined. Lin didn't like this idea of having more than one game, and even worse, doing a mission with no reward, but that he wonders if maybe the gods are training them to face other adventurers. The mission states that combat in the area he'll be in is always activated and he can kill adventurers. The number of fragments he'll obtain depends on the level of the person he kills. Additionally, the fragments can be exchanged for chests. For him, this chance is perfect. The only question is why his goddess wants him to kill other adventurers. There might be something more behind the scenes, but he won't worry about that. Even though he's at level 2, Chirp is at level 4 and Andura is at level 3. So for him, getting a gold chest won't take long. The problem is that Andura is rebellious, and as soon as she recovers her energy, she'll return to level 4 and break the contract. She's there just wondering what Lin is planning this time. He knows he still has some items that might turn into monsters for him to infiltrate the enemy base, and this is the perfect time. At that moment, he calls Andura, who asks what he's planning. He tells her that they've arrived on a new continent and asks if she noticed. She says yes, because the life energy there is much stronger, and asks what the problem is. He says he knows she wants to abandon him, but asks if she really thinks it's a good idea to separate on this new continent. He starts to say that she's a support, and this place is very dangerous, so staying with him is probably the safest option. She says she understands and promises to stay until they leave this place. Lin relaxes, knowing he can finally fight without worrying about her escaping. On this new continent, to ensure safety, he always walks with the two of them activated to avoid any danger. The only problem is that this place is so big that the biggest problem is them themselves. Suddenly, Chirp stops and Lin asks if she detected someone. They search for a while and Lin finds it strange that they can't detect anything. If they're using something like camouflage, he'll only be able to detect them extremely close, which is dangerous. Suddenly, his phone lights up and the system says that since he entered a new continent, he gained a new talent. Lin had no idea something like that could happen, but a new talent is always welcome. He needs to get stronger as quickly as possible, so he activates the roulette immediately. With that, his power sustains an increase. The ability he gains is to leave his body while sleeping to observe the world. Lin thinks it's a weird thing, but at least it will serve to help him observe this place. And that same night, he already used it to gather information. We then see some centaurs passing by, and from the top of a mountain, some guys are watching. Lin celebrates finally finding some ancient warriors. But what scares him is that these guys are all level 1 and 2. That confuses him, especially since he found only one thing interesting: a single guy at level 3. The strangest thing is that even at that level, he has almost the same strength as Chirp. At that moment, the human army attacks the centaurs. The battle begins, and although the centaurs have more levels and numbers, the humans have items that are helping them win. Moreover, the leader of the humans is being very sneaky, only getting involved when he sees a chance to finish someone off. This proves that, just like in Lukeek's group, some guys are getting stronger while others remain at level 1. Considering Chirp's strength, it's possible to kill this guy, but he has to be sneaky. The plan for now is to keep following them until they attack another centaur tribe, and then they'll take advantage of it. They have all the time in the world, and all they need to do is wait for the perfect moment. Then they find another group in combat. Some arrows are fired, but the leader blocks them and says it's time to exterminate another group. That's when Lin sees that centaur from the beginning and wonders what she's doing there. The squad leader announces that whoever kills the most centaurs that day will be promoted to squad leader. On the other hand, Lin isn't going to let the centaur die because as soon as he levels up, he'll be able to form another contract. The centaur fires an arrow, but the leader easily blocks it. He smiles and she is startled by his reflexes. Meanwhile, they finish off other centaurs and say they'll soon take down the leader. Lin observes from above that the guy is drawing attention and always attacking at the right moment. He needs to disrupt this fight. The problem is that the guy is almost as fast as Chirp, and he can't let him escape. He tells Endura that she better not mess up her power, to which she tells him to shut up. At that moment, the leader appears behind his centaur, but suddenly, something catches his attention. From the mountain, Endura radiates a green aura in the leader's direction. At that moment, the people of this continent receive a mission to kill the protagonist. The reward for this will be a mythical red chest. At the same time, Lin also receives a mission to kill the people of this place and collect points to exchange for chests. The soldier is shocked, realizing that he is an adventurer from another world. Everyone wonders why a mission activated at such a strange moment, but no one can ignore that it's a mythical red chest. Meanwhile, Maya recognizes Lin and says that it looks like he came to save her. The leader says the guy seems to be level 2 and the creatures around him are support types. If they take down this guy, they'll have a chance, and doesn't seem that difficult. The captain then activates a teleportation talisman, and in a second, he's right on top of Lin, ready to kill him. Lin barely manages to activate that barrier and defends himself, but the captain knows the barrier has a time limit and says that soon Lin will be dead. A second later, the barrier breaks and Lin's hand is pierced. Endura immediately starts healing his hand. The captain is impressed by the color of his support creature, but then Lin reveals that they are already tied together. The guy asks if he's an idiot and why he's trying to keep him close, and then he lunges, saying he's going to send Lin back to the other world. But that's when Chirp appears, and Lin says it was all to prevent him from escaping. The captain is shocked to see that he can't get away, and at that moment, Chirp slashes at him. With that, the centaurs win that battle. But unfortunately, Lin only received 50 fragments from the leader because the rest of the people were too weak. He realizes that the way the points are organized, he'll have to kill people much stronger than him. At the same level, he gains 1 fragment. And if the person is 3 levels stronger than him, 600 fragments. It's not going to be easy, but at least it's better than not knowing what you get. At that moment, he takes out the item to talk. And Mia takes him on an adventure, saying she missed him a lot. Endura is there, saying it would be embarrassing to see him suffocate like that. But she seems to be getting jealous. Meanwhile, Lin wonders what the centaur is doing there. Could she have returned to her homeland? She shakes him, saying that this is the Central Plains, her homeland. He says he understands and asks her to stop shaking him and suffocating him. Still curious, he asks how she really ended up in this place. And she seems confused, saying she's always been around here. The other centaurs want to finish him off, saying that someone who speaks their language must be using black magic. But Mia protects him, saying he's one of them. The others don't seem to believe it, but she swears by the Centaur King. She says that if he does anything like betray them, she'll accept the punishment. Lin is relieved that she protected him, and the centaurs say that since he helped in the fight, they won't do anything. She then shows that they captured some alive just as he asked. The system says that since the last time they met, she has evolved quite a bit. At that time, he decided not to form a contract with her. But now she's about to evolve and he might miss this chance. Andorra notices something and asks Lin how many other women he's been involved with. The poor guy wonders how the heck this damn girl understands the centaur language. She says that a simple language like that is way too easy. Sometime later, Lin is using incense to extract information from some guys they captured. One of them says that he's a traitor and has joined forces with the beasts. But Lin just ignores him and activates the incense. Suddenly, he feels something strange. He starts hearing a discussion between the gods. One of them tells Agatha that she's breaking the rules of the game and should be punished. But Agatha says that the other guy also broke the rules by using rogue potions. Another god responds that those potions are nothing compared to the crime she committed. But Agatha says those potions should only be obtained from chests and he shouldn't be selling them in the shop. This leads to the gods arguing, and one of them says she's wrong for invading his continent so early in the game. Agatha replies that the rules allow for early invasions and that if he wants, he can invade her continent too. Hogg says it's not worth it and that the guy she sent on the invasion will soon be killed by his soldiers. Agatha questions his confidence, saying she believes in the boys she sent. Suddenly, Lin wakes up. He notices everyone is watching him and realizes he lost consciousness for a moment. Mia asks if the guys felt anything, and everyone seems confused. Lin wonders. He's sure something changed in this world, but there's no information or system window. Mia then tells Lin that the guys are responding to the incense and maybe it's better to take them to prison. But Lin thinks there's not much to get from these guys, so it's better to stick to the original plan. With that, the captured guys start being taken somewhere else. The prisoners ask Lin what's going to happen to them. At that moment, he just breaks another incense stick, and the guys end up inhaling it. Then he tells Andorra to turn them all into puppets. In an instant, one of them turns to the protagonist and says he will follow any order given. With that, the guy walks away with a sort of web attached to his arm. Lin tells Mia that now that he's on this continent, he'll help her destroy all these creatures. She says she believes in him and will gather everyone in the tribe and send a signal. Lin tells her to be careful and that he'll do his best. She gets excited and tells him to be cautious. With that, he says goodbye to the Centaur group and returns to his plan. First, he needs to observe whether that puppet he sent will find the old squad. The puppet finds them and informs the leader that there's a human at the Centaur's lair helping them. He reminds the leader that it's forbidden for a soldier to return alive without his captain. Only the strong can reach the top of the rank, and the weak are always discarded. Lin realizes that their organization is no different from a gang. At that moment, the system tells him to be very careful. If the leader of this region is level 4, there are certainly people that even the spider can't kill. Lin knows that even if Lukik had taken all the resources, he wouldn't be this strong. This means that the god of this world might be cheating. The excited guy says he only came back to pass on this information. He describes the protagonist's appearance and mentions that he has a lizard girl who can heal him. The leader says that since he brought so much information, he won't kill him this time. He tells everyone to gather because they're going to hunt down this guy and get the mythical chest. Seeing how strong these guys are, Lin can only hope the centaur girl brings some reinforcements. At that moment, someone announces their arrival. But the scene shifts to a group of adventurers walking through the forest in search of Lin. The mage with an outfit that opens up to the navel asks why they have to hunt the boys so late at night. Another level 3 guy says that's why he didn't become a mage, always tired and extremely weak. The brothers in front start arguing, saying the guys in the back are weird. The hunter and the mage say the weird ones are those brothers. But the leader says it's strange because they've been walking for a long time and haven't seen a single centaur. He asks the guy if he's not lying, and he says they can trust him. They're almost at the location. That's when they smell something. The hunter says something nearby is burning, and they should be careful. He activates his vision ability, saying he'll investigate first. With that, his gaze starts to navigate through the forest. In the background, between the trees, he sees what looks like stars approaching. But in reality, it's a rain of arrows heading their way. The soldiers immediately have to defend themselves, but the first ones are hit by arrows. The guy with pink lipstick rushes forward, saying he'll have to defend his friends. One brother joins his shield with the other, and with that, they create a barrier of love to protect everyone. At the same time, the mage raises her staff, saying she'll bring down punishment. She unleashes a lightning storm toward the arrows. The attack hits the area directly and someone screams. The hunter and the leader rush toward it. They see some centaurs retreating through the forest, and then he lashes out with a whip. It slices through 3 centaurs at once, killing them easily. Strangely, Lin thinks the plan is perfect, and they're following it as needed. He tells Mia that it's time for them to attack. Sometime later, a guy arrives and announces to the protagonist that they're there as he requested. He asks if Lin really thinks he's going to win this war. And up on the mountain is our boy mounted on the centaurs, welcoming everyone and saying it's time to end this. The centaur group charges into battle. The guys from this island start shouting to get into formation and prepare for combat. However, they're easily debuffed because the centaurs are benefiting from Andorra's buffs. Someone wonders how it's possible that they have so much life energy. Someone else observes everything and says they know exactly who's behind this. Creatures like centaurs don't usually work together like this, so he just needs to kill the one organizing them. And he sees Andorra standing there, channeling energy. Andorra tells Mia to take advantage of this chance and finish off all the mages while the soldiers are winning. But just then, a guy appears next to her, saying it's the end. He strikes with his rope, but Chirp suddenly appears and blocks the blow. He's confused, wondering why there are so many strange creatures he's never seen in this place, and Chirp already has her golden buffs activated. The guy sees Andorra retreating and wonders how he's going to get past this spider. Meanwhile, Lin goes to Mia and tells her to use her best shot on the mages. She agrees and draws her attack. The arrow weaves through the warriors, ignoring them all. It heads straight for the heart-shaped barrier the guys were creating to protect the mage at the back. Just then, someone steps on Lin's back and says he's not leaving. Our boy turns around. The leader approaches, saying that the human traitor will die today. The system says that strangely the level 4 of these guys is way too strong. It really seems like they're cheating. From behind, Chirp approaches, saying he'll face her. But the hunter throws the rope at her scythe. He says she won't leave until she finishes this fight with him. Mia sees the captain charging at Lin Hao from afar, but a lightning bolt almost strikes her. The mage tells her she won't get involved in that. The leader orders the traitor to die for good. The attack hits Lin square in the chest, exploding his body. But the scarecrow's cooldown was off, and he substitutes himself. Lin says the leader fell into the perfect trap he had set. Those ancient centaurs are all level 4, and Lin says the leader will have a good rest. A sequence of attacks follows. In the next second, the leader is dead and lying on the ground. Everyone in his group is shocked and asks how this is possible. The musclehead and the mage already know that without the leader, they don't stand a chance. Lin is excited, even though he wasn't the one who dealt the final blow. Since he planned the entire strategy, the system counted it as participation. Suddenly, Lin is pulled into the sky. Mia asks why he's leaving, and he says that unfortunately, his time has come. But he swears that they'll see each other again soon. Mia seems sad that he's leaving so soon and says she wanted to see him for longer. The scene shifts to Hogs. He says Lin surprised him by killing the leader so quickly. Lin says that this time he didn't cheat, but just used strategies available in that world. The god warns that her enemy god is furious about what Lin did, which is why she had to end the mission early. Lin is already worried that if the other god really wanted to kill him, he'd die in a second. She talks about all the kills he managed and says he deserves a reward. In total, he earned 380 fragments and will receive a chest according to that. But she warns that the barrier with the other continents will come down in 10 days, so he better be prepared to face people from outside. Lin knows that on the other continents there will be people at levels 4 and 5, and the problem is how his friends will survive. At least with the chests, he'll be able to advance to level 3, and he'll also have to help Lukeek's team prepare for this. As soon as he advances to 3, he'll form a contract with the Centaur girl, and the combination of the 3 girls will give him a chance to win. As soon as he returns to the continent, he informs Lukeek's team about what's going to happen and the dangers that await. He already starts heading toward the edge since the priority will be to infiltrate enemy lines. He has the advantage of knowing this, and now it's just time to say I like this video. That helps Mamoru make more juicy content for his viewers, activate the cheeky little bell, and I'm out.